I have a wonderful electronic invention I want you to see.
No eyes on Garage though. That's where FlyLab are gonna creep on in, and Demon One with the time, and One makes waves at the perfect time. A 4K.
That's enough.
Hey, what's the Noxie? Finds his way on the flank. And 2, and even with C9 I saw it.
One has a lot to deal with here in the slide. Already in her baby. She doubles up. Okay, she's gonna go for more.
Oh, she's good.
It's
She is real good.
Divide and conquer. Cosmic Divide.
Oh my God.
The ace. Stomping around. Can't get the move in time. It's ace for G2.
And we are back with the Spotlight Series Americas here in Monterrey, Mexico. Day 2 is upon us. Things are getting serious as we have a single elimination bracket ahead to determine the best of the best to be competing tomorrow. Who's going to be coming out on top, though? It's hard to say. We got to see so much of our 4 mixed teams yesterday. A true testament to this whole event. Be able to spotlight some incredible talent that we have here across Americas, Game Changers, and Challengers. Welcome in, everyone. My name's Sierra Dawn. I'm going to be your host for today. And on the Analyst desk, returning, we have Dan, we have Ash, and joining us, we have a superstar here. We have Lace joining us as well. Lace, how's it going?
Thank you so much for having me. It's good to be here. I'm doing well. How are you guys?
We are awesome. Thank you so much for asking. We're so excited to have you joining us.
Yes.
How's Mexico been treating you and the team?
Dude, it's been honestly so much fun. It's such a joy to do this at the end of the year. I thought my year was over, but got the invite and super happy to be here. It's been so much fun so far.
I'm so glad to hear. And Dan, this event just in general has been so much fun. We're on day 2, and what we got to see from day 1, I mean, everyone seems to be having a blast. I love to see it.
Yeah, it's been so sick. I feel like the vibes have been great and everything except for moves. But outside of him, everything. Wow. Okay, wow. Has been great. We've been having so much fun except for moves, and I'm so excited to see what's going to happen today because, as the players talked about, yesterday was a little bit of a warm up, kind of getting used to each other, kind of getting a sense of how the vibes are going to work out for today. That is kind of a big deal. You have to do from step 1 to step 10 of trying to get to know your team to also maybe lift that trophy. So. Looking good.
That's true. I mean, let's talk a little bit more about what we got to see from the teams yesterday. Because what I love about yesterday is we got to see the teams really be able to gel and get that synergy. But Ash, we also saw that every team came away with a win. Nobody went undefeated. Nobody went fully defeated, right? We got to see a little bit from everyone.
Yeah, I think that yesterday it was pretty insane how things started off, right? We had a couple of more stompy games to kick off the day, but that was also just seeing these rosters gelling together for the very first time and then seeing how they looked to develop as the day went by. Was there any team, Lace, in particular that kind of maybe surprised you with how good they looked on day 1?
Yeah, I think 100 Thieves really came out swinging. I honestly, coming in, was super scared of Shopify. I thought they looked insane. And it was honestly great to see them come together at the end, actually. Unfortunately, against us, which was weird how they just turned it on when we were playing against them. But yeah, I mean, honestly, every team, I think, has such strong players. Crew, the girls are coming off a great run at champs.
Yes.
Obviously, FlyQuest, Envy's coming off the Ascension win. So I think every team has such strong players, and the vibes have been good. The matches have been good. I mean, yeah.
I want to take a little step back because we've seen you play. We've seen you play for FlyQuest as well. We've seen you for quite some time in the Game Changer scene, and we didn't know because I saw you at the airport, and I didn't know what the vibe was. I saw that there was 5 players. You were not playing. So can you tell us, what are you up to here?
Yeah. I am currently the manager for FlyQuest.
That's so sick.
FlyQuest really is such a family, honestly the best org I could ever have asked for. They're really taking care of me. They're hooking me up. I'm trying to do my best for them. And yeah, it's such a good environment. They really take care of their players, their staff, and I wouldn't really want to be anywhere else. So yeah, I'm here as a manager, and I'm hoping to stay with them for as long as I can, even if it's not as a player.
That's so cool because we often see the players, go from maybe coaching or taking other roles, maybe broadcast talent as well, but managing we don't see very often.
Yeah.
So that's so cool that you're doing it. It's awesome.
And then now we have you as broadcast talent too.
I mean,
Yeah, she's doing it all.
Jack of all trades. I mean, master of none, though, unfortunately. But it's okay.
Hey, don't,
No.
you're not allowed to speak ill of our goat like that, all right, ladies? I'm telling you what. Hey, I mean, maybe manager, broadcast talent, maybe champion at the end of this weekend as well.
Woo! We would not be opposed. We would not be opposed. Dinner on Poppin', that's all I'm going to say.
Dinner on Poppin'.
That's so
But
funny.
all of y'all would be winning. We can get in the technicals of that later. I mean, the competition is stacked out there, though, because you're saying, too, like, the prize, like, of the gate of people got. And again, too, we got to see a synergy that was building with the teams throughout the day as well, to where it's going to be really interesting going into today, because, again, I don't know how this is going to end up.
Yeah, no. Honestly, me either. I think what I love about this event is the first day is this round robin. No one gets eliminated. And in like a Puggy style, I think that's so perfect for the teams because like you were saying, everyone's learning their names, like learning how people play. So I think it's great that everyone got to synergize yesterday, and now we're really going to see the bangers today. Best of 3, single elimination. Like, this is the most fun format.
It gets serious now. It
Yeah,
gets serious.
100%.
Yeah, yesterday, no one's eliminated. We're getting the synergy, but we're also getting the seeding for how today was going to be turning up. So let's take a little look at this bracket and kind of what we can expect going on forward for today. Because, ladies, we get to see FlyQuest and be up first, going up against Crew. And as you said, ladies on the team coming off of a great run, and they were looking really strong yesterday, too.
Oh, yeah. Monch especially was insane. I mean, I watched her at Champs and I knew how good she was going to be, but I think it's so cool to see this co-ed event where you can just see the gap is so small between these Game Changers players and their tier 1 counterparts. So I think it's just amazing to see her showcase. Even the NV FlyQuest girls as well, they were playing well too, right? I mean, it's a Monch show, but I think Jazzy, T, and Ev are going to give her a run for her money.
And later on, we'll get the opportunity to see 100 Thieves and Winthrop University and Shopify. But also what I love about these matchups is the fact that since it was a round robin, we got to see everyone play up against each other yesterday. So already some experience going up against Crew. And that was an incredibly close match.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, it was really close as well, even for the first one as well. I mean, that NV FlyQuest and then against Crew, we didn't really know. There was a long pause kind of in the middle as well, but it was like almost a comeback that was taking place. So it was really, really cool to see it, and I feel like all the teams and kind of the sentiment was like, even those matches that were very one-sided yesterday, that should not be the case today. All of the matches should be close today, all of the maps.
100%. Yeah, I mean, we had to kick our PCs eventually because it was like 9-9. They were coming back. We had to kill their momentum a bit. Just kidding. There were some broadcast issues, but yeah, I mean, the game was so close. Honestly, super impressed with Crew. We used to scrim Mephisto and Zhao all the time, so much. So it's cool to see them on the stage. We have a lot of familiarity playing against them in scrims, and playing them on a live match is super fun. I do expect the games to be pretty close today. We have some stuff cooking up, maybe some comp changes.
Okay.
I can't leak too much. Like, I mean, I can't
My manager leaking.
Were you guys Valo planting last night?
Yeah, something like that. I mean, Valo planting, losing all our money. Like, there's like, it's just like the same thing. I mean, but yes. Yeah, I think these games are going to be bangers for sure.
Okay.
Yes.
All right.
I'm excited.
I want to pick your brain in a little bit, but first we got to talk about your opponents going up for
Yes,
today, and we
let's do
got to
it.
talk about Crew Lion because
yeah.
going into it, this was a team that we expected a lot from, and we got to see that firepower right from the get-go. And I think that this has just been such a great collaboration, Dan. Looking at the team, all of these players, and they gelled really well in the server.
For sure, and especially because I feel like other teams, when you look at the roles that they play in their respective teams, when they're playing Game Changers, when they're playing Challengers, when they're playing Americas, we have a lot of duelists, for example. Before this team, it seems like all of the roles fit pretty comfortably. We have Joe and Mephisto playing this double duelist. You have Monch that we just talked about how good she is on that Sentinel Viper role as well. And then you have, for example, Michaela that we saw having an insane performance when she was playing for GCC as of recent as well on that Initiator. So it feels like everybody's kind of fitting for that role. Everybody's really comfortable in the maps that they have the chance to play. And I feel like that is a big part of why they found that success yesterday.
For sure. It also helps a lot when you've got some insane heavy fraggers like throughout every single player on this roster. It's just been really impressive to see them gelling together. And like we talked about yesterday too, it's not just a situation where you have two teams coming together. It's players from 3 different teams. So I feel like that just makes it even more impressive.
Yeah, being able to see how cohesive they were from the get-go, even if the end of the day it was just not quite there, it was just so incredible. That was such a close match that we got to see, but some really good pop-off performances throughout the day. Lace, you talked about Munch earlier and just how incredible she was, and we got to talk about her more because just like, holy smoke, she could be a problem for you guys today.
Yeah, I mean, that was kind of our pregame, stop the Munch. That's our new slogan,
Stop
actually.
the Munch!
We saw her
Stop
tweet
the
out
Munch.
too. She posted her and Cryo going like ACS for ACS, so I think she's coming for our throats, but hopefully we'll be ready. We popped a few Red Bulls before, and yeah, I think we're ready to frag as well.
Yeah, she tweeted that she's going for that number one spot because Cry is first and then Munch is second, which is, by the way, insane because
Yes.
I mean, Cry was playing a little bit of that chamber as well.
Yeah.
We saw him on the Viper as well for the last map, but Munch was playing that Killjoy, was playing the Viper as well, and she was finding some insane timings against every single team, against every single player. So just a massive highlight player right now.
It is just insane how good she is at her role as well. Like when we were looking back at some of those stats too, I know it's not being shown on your screens, but she has 0 first deaths throughout the entirety of yesterday. Like her survivability, the way that she's positioning herself so she can be that consistent anchor has been such a difference maker for Crew Lion.
Yeah, so good luck with Operation Stop the Munch today, Lace. I wish
We
y'all
will need it.
I wish y'all the best of luck. I mean, I love this roster though. This FlyQuest Envy roster. Let's talk about them because we get the inside deets from you here. Tell me all about this team.
Yeah, I mean, it's such a fun vibe. I was actually a little nervous coming in. I feel like playing ranked against Poppin and Exter or playing with them, they're very like masculine and like kept to themselves, but it was really fun seeing us come together and they're cracking jokes. Poppin especially is a very nonchalant guy, but even after our games, he was like talking about, oh, Thea, how can I like make your job easier? Jazzy, nice shots, like way to post on that angle, like good job. I think it's like such a fun time. And Exer especially, like also like he's making so many jokes. He's spamming moves his body, getting the vibes up even when we're down. So I'm just really impressed. You know, I haven't very limited experience with the Envy guys, but I mean it's been such a pleasure. And obviously the FlyQuest core that we got here is super strong. T and F have been playing with the team for over a year now, and Jazzy's coming in, doing her part, blocking the duelists, getting those clutch frags. We saw the op at the end versus Crew, so big.
Insane.
So yeah, I mean everyone's really doing their part, and I think we're gonna come together today.
It's
I
so
love
cool.
that.
Yeah, it's something also that what you mentioned about Poppin is something that we heard in the interview where they were kind of trying to make a decision of who was going to be IGLing as well because Thea is also in the team. And he was talking about how he was like, you know, I think you should do it, Thea, because we have most of the players from your team as well. So it seems like they were, even though both of them were having some calls, it seems like he was kind of willing and listening and understanding of what the vibe should be for this tournament.
Yeah, no, for sure. I mean, he's been very like lenient and kind of flexible, which is amazing to have when you have this pug style. He's kind of filling in where he needs to be. He's like, oh, okay, like we're having trouble with this space. Okay, I'll play like even on this play on the ramp.
Sage.
Like, oh, we're having trouble on this A anchor. Like, oh, I can swap over. Like, I prefer this B or this mid, but I can swap over and make the jobs a little easier. So yeah, I mean, he's been a model player for us, and I'm really looking forward to today.
And you were saying that like he's buying dinner if y'all win, but if he's putting up performances like this with like things like the Sage.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's just like he's been such a good support in the server. He can support us out the server, maybe. I mean, the manager salary is not what it used to be. Like, please. But yeah, I mean, I'm looking forward to all of the celebrations after this event. I mean, the vibes have been great in it, so they've been great out as well.
Glad to hear that. And there's 2 more players that we want to talk about going in today. Talk about a little head-to-head because we want to see a lot of Yoru gameplay out in the server. To be expected when we see Exter in there too. But Joe as well has been matching him. So this has been really fun to see because we've seen a lot of double duelists.
True. Yeah, I mean, the meta and especially the players at this event are so cracked. I think the double duelist is a perfect kind of like representation of like who we have here.
Yeah, true.
But the Exter Yoru, I know the stats looked a little sussy, but today he's going to pop off. I have a good feeling. I saw, I think, 3 or 4 Red Bulls cracked before the game. Before warm-ups,
That's when you know. That's when you know, again, it's getting serious.
It's getting serious.
He's locked in.
I really like I feel like they're also very different, at least in the way that they were playing yesterday too, because you see Yo, for example, and the way that he's going going into these matches, the amount of openings, number one, that he's finding, even if Mephisto is playing that double duel, is playing that race as well, and also playing that with the operator on attack pretty much every single chance that he has to. And then you look at Exter, and he is not always the one trying to find those openings. It's kind of leaving it up to Jazzy on that jet that we got to see the most part. But they're all finding their values in different ways. Even when you see, there's no flashes on Split, what can you do? You're kind of relying a little bit more on Exter and what he's able to do with this Yoru. So everyone kind of playing what works for this Yoru and for this double duelist, but both of them are obviously incredible from what we saw.
100%.
Yeah, they definitely are. I think also the most impressive thing for Joe, for me, is the fact that, like, I was talking about Launch's FDPR earlier. Joe is second, even though he's leading in FKPR right now. He has a 0.28 on openings, and then when it comes down to those first deaths, 0.03, which is actually just so crazy when it comes down to like the success that he's having in opening up those rounds there for Crew Lion.
Yeah, so y'all got your work cut out for you today.
We got two raid bosses to try and take down early round, bro.
Yeah, that's true. No, the Joe op, especially, Exter's not really that opper for us, but on Split, especially, Joe was killing us with the op. Jazzy updrafting, doesn't matter. Joe's hitting that flick. But yeah, I mean, it's going to be a fun match, and I'm looking forward to it.
You also have pop in sometimes with the operator,
Yeah,
so.
yeah. I don't know how it lands in his hands, but it always ends up with it. So I was like, wait a second. I don't know either.
Pop in chamber leader?
Yo. Ooh.
I can't leave.
Okay, no Lace, no Lace. We're not trying to get Lace in trouble over here. We know it's going to be a great match, though.
Yes.
But how do we think it's going to be turning out? Let's get our predictions for the day. All right. Would you guys have twitched up your predictions knowing Lace was going to be here?
Hey, I gotta stick to my guns, even though this also now means that Lace is sitting in between two ops right now.
Lace, it's not what it looks like.
No, I see.
Yeah.
That's what they all say.
It is not what it looks like, I promise. I think you're not seeing it right.
Oh, I see. It's weird. Like, it looks like
I
it's
think
a
there's
crew
like
logo. You see what I'm saying?
no. I think it's a little blurry,
blurry.
right in the middle.
I need to get my
The
prescription
light,
checked,
I think,
yeah.
is just, yeah.
Oh, the lights. Oh, I didn't think about the lights. So what am I doing?
Yeah, exactly. I'm glad you understand.
All right, I'm glad we're not fighting over here. We're all, it's all good.
It's cordial.
all chill.
It's cordial.
Exactly. It's just part of the game. It's just part of all of it. But I think regardless, going to be an absolutely fantastic match. One that we are almost ready to begin. It has been fun. It is going to be a great series to be kicking off. So let's get started here. Spotlight Series Americas.
Yeah.
But look at the ult coming down, and Dots again actually goes further aggress on this, but Michaela there to fill the gap behind. Michaela going wild in this, should have been seen, but still handles it to perfection! 5 in the round!
The only one up and available, no way! Looking to hold on, and then noise! A thumb on the round!
Shot here, it might be a double peak.
30 seconds.
And it's so easy for Cryo. It's just on for the ace.
10 seconds left.
Double ace for
Back of the hand to Mel's face there. This is just Dodo Nut to try and decipher this post plant. Fast to it, still doing it. Dodo Nut. The time even on this one, you can't even stop. I mean, does she have time? I mean, that was close. I don't think she's got the time. She does! What is that?
Crew Lion going up against Envy FlyQuest, a match so close yesterday, but now it's going to be a best of 3 elimination on the line. Lace, before our little hype video, though, we were talking about predictions. We didn't get yours. I feel like I know which way it's going to go, but I want to know, do you think we're getting to that third map, or like, how do you think this is shaking up?
I think after yesterday, how close Split is, I think Crew wants the revenge. I don't know if they're going to get it, but I think we will get a Split run back for sure.
I really like these maps as well, because Vine, this is where we talked about what Joe was doing here with the operator, with the Yoru operator on attack. It seems like he was unstoppable. On that first half, I think he ended something like 16-4. And 6 of those were the openings that he was getting, and going into Haven as well is something that we've already seen a little bit for both of the squads. And of course, if it has to end, which I feel like it just has to for the story on Split in the way that it was yesterday and how close it was, that the fake comeback at the end of the day from Crew would be just perfect.
I definitely agree. It would be absolutely cinematic to go to that last map. I just want to run it back to like how we first saw things open up when we saw the stage 2. You're talking about Eggster being locked in, and bro is sitting there, jaw clenched, eyes closed, post chugging those Red Bulls, like getting ready, like looking like Aspas up there, bro.
Oh, yeah. No, I don't really understand him that well as like a person, but he has some interesting rituals, and I mean it works out. He just won Ascension, so I'm sure whatever he's doing is working.
All right, I need some insight on this because we got our agent selected. I'm seeing a Poppin' Clove.
Oh yeah, it looks like that. We talked about it yesterday, and we really want to play a little looser. We started on CT all 3 maps yesterday, and we were like, yo, let's lock in T side. Let's get this team B, get the first map T side, and get everyone active. So I think the Clove is gonna be perfect. Poppin's gonna be super involved. T is gonna be calling on that T side, and I think it's gonna be an amazing start for us. I'm predicting 12-0 T side.
Oh, whoa. Yeah.
Okay,
You're taking a risk of like a broadcast curse right
I
here.
know. I mean, I take it back. I mean, cut
No,
the
too late. You can't take it back. I mean, this is cool. Like you said, I feel like what we've seen, the more that we've gotten the chance to see these maps, is that teams just have to play loose, kind of have fun. And when you're like kind of overthinking it too much, that's when it really gets to your head. So I feel like this is kind of a really great approach for both of the teams. I mean, we just talked about Crew Lion and what they were doing on this map of Bind yesterday, especially with Joe on the attack side. But now it switches up a little bit. It might give some opportunities as well because Jazzy on this race, I feel like is just also just iconic.
I think it's also going to be really important for NV FlyQuest to try and pick up that pistol round to kick things off here on the attacking side. Try and deny Crew Lion from getting that operator for Joe online early.
Ooh, I cannot wait to hop into this very first map. Lace, thank you again for joining us. Best of luck to you and your team. We'll see how this is going to be shaking up as it's time to head into the first map of the series. Let's get Bind started with your casters. It's Lemon Kiwi and Vansili.
Thank you, Sierra. Yeah, Lace said FlyQuest Envy have been in the kitchen cooking, but can they stop the munch? This Crew Lion squad was the real deal yesterday, but their only loss was to this FlyQuest Envy squad.
Exactly. We all know if they're going to be munching on them, you know, with how well Crew Lion has been playing on Bind at the same time. But we haven't really seen it from NV FlyQuest yet. But I do want to echo the sentiment that was just mentioned before by Lace, where she said that, you know what, they're starting a lot here on the defensive side. You're pulling out a composition with the Clove on top of that to add the extra speed, the boost, and also utility combination to really try to be aggressive to clear out sites. So I'm expecting for this to be a very fast-paced half on the attack side, or at least on the first half of this series between Crew Lion and for NV FlyQuest. So it's a nice little start. It's also, Lemon Kiwi, nice to see, you know, Jazzikins back on a raise. It just brings back to the old days when she just first started with Magical, when she was like the all-star up-and-comer duelist, and now she has an opportunity to show that again.
It's been so cool to see like the different approaches that different teams have had. Like some of the teams, like Jazzikins' team, she said that they had like one scrim before they traveled. And a lot of the teams are just trying to keep it simple and almost falling back to a rankers or their ranked style, which it kind of is what I'm seeing out of this Clove. But we'll get to kick off this pistol now with NV FlyQuest dogging up through showers, the Clove from Poppin, looking through main, and we're really not wasting any time getting some presence here on the sites, getting the attention of Benji. Backing away though is Joe on the angle. Mephisto, they're trying to surround NV FlyQuest. A beautiful double kill though comes out of Eggster, and this is his signature agent, so I'm excited to see him shine. And jumping on in is his duo, of course, Poppin on cleanup duty. This is almost looking flawless for NV FlyQuest.
Even Monch. No chance there on a 3 versus 1. Very well executed for NV FlyQuest for that pistol round. You're seeing the wall that's being thrown here, another old school wall that kind of splits out the A site so that you can really try to scale up a little bit better on your shower side and pop on that spot. And when you have that insert of Thea into Hookah and she notices no pressure, if you're losing some of those fights, you could eventually TP back forward and gain space on that B side. So lots of layers on how they wanted to execute on their side, but there was just no reply coming through on how Curly. I'm going to call them Curly. We're setting up here on the A side defense. That said, though, it's something that's going to be thought of from that pistol round. They're definitely going to see the aggression and the death balls that are coming out here from FlyQuest. But this time around is just trying to get orb map control on that eco round for Carly.
These early rounds are so fast out of FlyQuest. You could tell that how much of a difference that 24 hours made from yesterday to today, and just the double swing, but Thea isolates one. The pistol, not enough to do too much damage to Thea. The headshot also not enough, but FlyQuest, you could tell they've really been able to sync up on this more aggressive play style. I was wondering how that mix of players was going to go when you have these more soft-spoken GC players with kind of the crazy ranked style of Poppin and Egster. It's been cool to see.
Yeah, this is why also you're seeing this Yoru and Sky for this composition to play around, you know, not only Poppin with the smokes, but the counters against the other defensive smokes that can be thrown. When you're thinking about how Bind kind of evolved and how you're playing your defense to try to prevent your enemies from flooding through on that B side, there's been even a lot of attack side smokes that are being thrown just at the entrance of the octagon, so you can really flood into that site. So being able to have double flashes and then the dive from the raise too. So there is definitely, you know, a lot of synergy that needs to be on point for these type of execution and explosive executions to happen. And so far, at least in the first 2 rounds that we've noticed here, even though the second one's an anti-eco from FlyQuest Envy, it looks quite clean in terms of that synergy.
Even Poppin in his interview yesterday said they really felt like they came back stronger after the tech pause. They know how to kind of close their eyes, lock in whatever rituals they're into, and so far, whatever god that answered is giving them the first couple of rounds. See how the bonus goes. Now a lot of hookah presence. Monch, though, trying to play safe, now repositioning and has some backup from Joe by her side. And it works out beautifully for this defense. The wall up, spike down. This round is over.
I didn't expect maybe that fast rotate to happen as well from the side of the defense. By getting that first pick and catching one out of position, they thought they had a timing, and then unfortunately, you just saw Poppin run through and kind of give his life away when he couldn't really be there with the team to smoke out so they could move in as a group. Exeter was still a little bit too far behind towards Hookah to go for the instant trade, so it makes it very easy for Curly to really hold this B-side defense. A decent bonus round, though. You still did some good damage, forcing 2 weapons out of the defenders in this round. But overall, if you're looking at how even the anti-eco and everything came through here for the side of the attack, you are getting pretty close here to ultimates. I think we're 1 away from Poppin as this Clove. Jazzykins was able to farm a few with that bucket before, so I think she's like halfway or a little halfway, so there's an opportunity here to work towards those extremities. And back to the piss around Exec. This time, though, it's a flash instead of a dog. You are trying to go a lot more quickly into the area. You're forcing out util, and look how already Mephisto has to play soft side on A.
Yeah, just seeing if someone was going to be tucked in with that dog, and this is very reminiscent of how that initial pistol started. And the FlyQuest just have to check that left corner, but Mephisto still with the early swing surprises and FlyQuest. Poppin will be back in the picture, depending on how that ult goes. At least trying to scout through U-Haul. Does reveal Benji with the judge. Something FlyQuest have to be careful of how they handle and how they approach it. But Thea keeps her distance and keeps focused. Now FlyQuest have set up a perimeter. Michaela and Munch have to break it apart from both sides of the map. Munch is traded some information for Michaela to work with, but what is feeling like a very impossible crossfire to walk into. 1v3. Around the corner, Ev will get a glimpse, and that's all she needed.
Very difficult there, even for the defense to get the rotate from that B side over to A. You did play soft side towards the A side. You were being pressured so much, yet you're still forced in a hand to try to make a play. But both of the players on the side of Curly had to individually hold showers and short at the same time. So you were kind of getting overpowered at that point. And you saw after the orb control, there was still so much util available. Look at that flash that comes through from the top of the window of the showers, so that it actually really helps the teammates scale outside of the showers with the Viper wall, so they could just isolate bench and the immediate left side. It's just very well done for them to go this to do this micro scaling on the attack side, where again I feel that even when Lace was saying that they've been cooking, they've been practicing, it almost feels like they were really working hard to try to win this tournament here for the Spotlight Series in Americas.
Yeah, and the expectations were very different for this Carly team when you have pieces of 3 teams, but man, they surprised us so much. I would say even that upset against that SRG Winthrop squad and Exter, First Blood, that's what he's known for, the openers, and man, they are cracking this defense open like an egg. But Munch is always good for one, lurking around from behind, and it is really shaking things up. What looked like a smooth sailing offense right into B. Now Benji, this is very doable, but needed to hit that first shot. Even the Seekers are gonna come out, and that window has closed for Benji's possible comeback.
Yeah, and the respect given at least for that 2 versus 1. You know that one of them's the outlaw, the other one's low in HP. You have to go for the Seekers to find the last enemy, and then you can guarantee that trade. Thankfully, both of them even stayed alive on top of that. At the cost of that Seekers in an anti-eco, but you'll take those rounds. You wanted to have a 12-0 start that was mentioned by Lace. They've already lost that goal, but at least at 11-1 with how they've been dominant for the rest since they're at even money and the anti-ecos. They've been pretty decent right now for the side of the attack. That already forces out the timeout from Carly, which to underline the point that you mentioned before, pieces coming from 3 different organizations going in now under one roof. And you know, yes, it is going to take a lot of time for them to really try to adjust and work together. But look who they have as a coach, Adam, somebody who's meddled and has such a good history throughout Americas under that crew banner, but also through the roster of the players that are sitting behind the benches. They all have great firepower here for the team. So now you have that great leadership. You have a chance to really fight back in this game.
And I like what Alexis said on the desk yesterday, that Monch was the rookie to look out for, one of the best rookies going into GCC. And I'm already seeing how fluid she is around the map, working with Mephisto on that flank. Like, they got a lot of kills done with what seemed to be already a done round. And they were so quick on the flank before the offense had even jumped out the window. So I'm really liking how quickly Monch has been able to adapt to Mephisto and follow along with the calls going on.
That's the thing, though. They're doing some good work on the flanks, but they're losing their teammates too early inside the site. So after this timeout, we'll have to see if they want to be aggressive on the extremities, but when they're actually getting pressure, you have to play a little bit more soft. And you already see, look at how that Yoru's already falling back towards that spawn. The Brimstone's already faking and rotating over towards that B site. I'm talking about a fake because it's a fake by Envy, but you're definitely seeing that Curly are actually giving a little bit more respect here on that aggression from Envy, and they want to try to fight black as a group.
Oh, that silence, the calm before the storm, and both showstoppers exchange. I like that, Carly. We're giving more pushback, forcing NV FlyQuest to invest more and more, including the clone, the Boombot, whatever else it is. But Benji is a menace in the shadows, getting away with a double kill before Thea hunts it down. NV FlyQuest can only rely now on Thea. Spike in hand could teleport out, but who would await her is Zhou, and she doesn't know what could await her on the other side. But Thea has blossomed so much as that young player who was scouted so long before. Now that confident caller, NV FlyQuest trusting in her and what she believes to be possible. But Michaela, what a shot.
Yeah, nice little 1v1 there to end it out, and didn't even need some support to really hold out that site. Michaela is somebody who's been very, very vocal for the team on the side of crew as well when they were having to run towards that GCC and at Lowell Park. That said, when you're looking at how they're also playing outside of that rocket to fight into showers, they know also that NV FlyQuest have been staying as a group, right? Lots of these 4-0s, or should I say 4-1 splits on sites, or at least 4-1 with a lurk on the other extremity of that map. So when you're starting to hear a little bit of that util coming in first, you have to expect 2 or 3 players coming out of that, so they wanted to gamble that showstopper to fight. It worked out for 1 kill, but the rest of them played passively to really, wait that first wave of util coming out from NV FlyQuest and really catch them off guard when they tried to come through. So that timeout comes to fruition for the side of Adam, and now the gun sticks out, should be an easy kill for Joe.
Oh, you would think. You caster curse the heck out of that. And that's
that makes
the
it
off
full
down.
HP too.
Yeah. Good old band-aid there, but still a ton of ults for Carly to use in this round, despite the 4v5. Everything goes back to square one. NV FlyQuest definitely not liking that there's an op on B.
Yeah, they're kind of split across that because they've lost a player so early. It should be easy right now for Envy to take, but as I was mentioned before, they're not playing soft site.
Oh, and that's the beauty of having a Brimstone. This is just going to be such a good ult to lock down a site. NV FlyQuest had the fake. The re-hit is still successful.
Spike planted.
Only the orbital strike used there from Carly. On the flank, though, here comes Michaela. Benji waiting for the time to pinch in. Right at the corner is Exter. Oh, quick shift. Benji readjusts. This is good, but you need to see Michaela have an impact here, and tough to dance against Poppin like that. 5-2 now for NV FlyQuest.
I could still see that the setup was quite decent in what they were trying to do there for the side of Carly towards that B site. Because you're trying to play into this crossfire setup and also being in range, at least from the A side, to support with the orbital strike, to have your opponent scrambling a little bit on the executions, you could just try to pick them off guard. That said, what opened up on the side there for NV FlyQuest was actually the ult coming in here from Exter. And that actually foils the plans of how you're trying to set up your defense to smother that push on the side of the attack. So maybe a little bit of a miss of a hitting tab to see what was available for these ults here for the side of the attack. And now it should be easy farming for the side of the attack one more time as they're going to another anti-eco.
One enemy remaining.
Unfortunate timing on the swing, but now you're just feeding the beasts of NV FlyQuest. Liking what I'm seeing out of them, though. There is some pushback. If Carly can keep their distance, they just got to also be consistent on these shots. Benji will be on his way. Aya watches out. This is starting to become a pretty significant lead.
Yeah, it's not too bad, though, from the side of, you know, the LATAM crew over on defense if it continues that type of scenario where once you have weapons, you win a round, or it goes back and forth where you're back into an eco as soon as you lose a round. But if you're able to still end this at a 4-5 round on your side, you're looking pretty comfortable here once you're going to be able to switch sides. We're talking about the composition here for both of these teams where you are looking to be explosive for the side of Envy. They are going to be able to do it, but they're not going to be able to do that as much here on their defensive side, especially on the attack when you could do the same type of inserts and use these fast rotates from the TPs. So it's really important here for the side of NV FlyQuest that they have to maintain their dominance, and 10-2.5 would be quite decent for them. But anything less than that, it's still a game on the second half.
That's what's nice about the fade. Oh, where'd this guy come from? Exter with a surprise and breaks this all open. The double kill, turning the round in NV FlyQuest's favor after they got initially spotted, but Monch never go down. She'll never surrender. Had to be shot through the smoke. It gets NV FlyQuest established for the plant. Joe be maybe trying to save the op with the low credits that they have, while Benji looks to do damage. Get closer to that orbital strike.
I still like the exit, and that's that rank play style of you know, the rankers of Exter and Poppin. Even though Poppin got caught off guard, when they go for the timing of him popping his ult from the Not Dead Yet on that Clove, and he still set a TP to play that little corner that's usually supposed to be set for a defender side of the defense, and Exter still gets a kill out of that because of the info they get from the ult from Poppin that just pops him on the radar. So that's a nice little exec to punish back on what should have been an earlier advantage on the side of Carly on that B site. Now you're forcing the last two players to save, and now you're also showing your hand that you're opping now within the next round. And NV FlyQuest, they have that utility to be able to push them up that line and not really get and give good value for Joe on the operator for another round.
You've had glimpses of this op being anchored towards B, so I wonder if that's going to affect how they go forward. But these are also two teams that have taken the time before traveling to Mexico to scrim. Both Jazzy and Munch have claimed that in their interviews, which is always a nice starting point to have more time to really learn how each other communicate, how they play, and form friendships where you're able to ask something of someone else on the team. Joe. Very daring, are we? 31 HP, lives to tell the tale. We got the dimensional drift involved, and Exter shows face. Cards are on the table now. How did Carly respond? Lurking ahead, hearing something. Exter knocking at the door before anyone even seems to be home, but Benji punishes Exter. That was a risk he was willing to take. Now the doors are closed, and Carly, we're all just grouped up waiting for what the call is, how they're gonna try and break into this. It starts with the Boombot, Mephisto with the Bucky, hoping to dance at close range. Confirms that onto Poppin. Space, real estate for Carly to work with. The rest of MV FlyQuest will play time, will play the distance. And Jazzy is revealed now the position into Octagon. Ev even still has a flash. They want to make sure they have some presence. The spike is planted in front, so they'll always be able to see that diffuser. And Joe will be able to maintain that operator. Not able to get the defuse.
That was so interesting on how they played that retake there for the side of Carly. You had the ult that was available, from Joe the whole time. And when you're looking at that minimap, Thea wasn't really in a place where they wanted to pit out towards that spawn. She was still watching that flank as it's her responsibility that has been for the whole of this half. And that is also potentially the reason why you're not seeing her as active within the group when the desk was mentioning that they're trying to give a little bit more of that IGL responsibility over to Thea instead. So she's staying a little bit further back so she get the right reads and the right calls. And then it gives you a window for you to rush through here with Joe on the ult, especially if Joe is stuck with an operator. Everything's being smoked out. You're going to get zero value here as your Yoru. Try to get the information for your team. But unfortunately, that synergy didn't come through, and it ends up being some easy wins on that pulse plant for the side of FlyQuest Envy because of Ev's final flash that they still had there on that sky.
Gonna be another pace change with now Carly using both timeouts, and you see them as the rounds go on, as they're getting warmed up, they're trying to be more proactive. They're contesting showers, forcing more util out, popping out towards Octagon on the long side of B. But then these duelists, man, on the FlyQuest Envy side, they have just had this Lion Crew's number.
Just trying to salvage that last round here coming through would be quite a nice for the side of Crew. Now, is that for them too, Crew Lion using both of their timeouts within the half, possibly here? So they're understanding here that a lot is being focused on NV FlyQuest with this comp on the attack. And if they are able to salvage the last two, they'll be in a comfortable positions once they take their attack set themselves. So it starts off with the pit that they hold up towards that short A side, but unfortunately they lost also that TP into showers.
And Monch is gone, no Viper's Pit. This is the type of Envy FlyQuest play style that has been pieced together. They fear nothing, not even a Viper's Pit. Now they just need to extend outwards, take some more space. And lurking around is Joe, but with an op, this is an awkward spot to try and peek through. Michaela's gonna give them a heads up, and even in terms of those kills, but oh, Benji just missing Thea there.
We'll catch them.
Oh, Benji's on the flank, and this is now gonna be an issue for Envy FlyQuest. They're all huddled up into U-Haul, just trying to play time, play their lives, and Carly looking to evict them, and Edster takes fate into his own hands, and Joe can't even switch weapon. He's only good for one. The op drops, and it's 9-2.
Yeah, it's a small, unfortunate scenario there coming through. Again, getting great value off that flank. It wasn't really that he missed Thea, but he just didn't want to shoot to give his position away to let the team know that, or at least to let Envy FlyQuest know that he was going on that flank. So he calls that out for the Opera Joe to come back towards that showers once he goes for the backstep on short. And he thinks coming in here from the pine tree on the other opposite side of short, he might be able to surprise an opponent there. But there's still one watching that flank. There's that reflex shots that came through, and there was no value that was taken on breaking a little bit of that diversion on that short A side, and you have a perfect pulse plant scenario hold for Envy FlyQuest one more time. So last round of the half, the dog is going to spot Mephisto, kind of stuck, force the TP most likely, or forces out the showstopper, but this is a nice bait being done by Envy FlyQuest to start.
Ooh, Exter respecting that ult. Everyone tucking away. Got a lot of good resources out of Carly, but Joe still gets the first blood with the charge, and Ev is something else. Seeker's out. Double kill. The B hit is there, and Carly, especially Benji, has to buy time. Has the orbital strike to play off of two. Decides last minute to throw it out. Forces Envy FlyQuest forward. They're on the hunt, and Joe has no way to escape. But the spike is still on its way, so Munch could have some timing here. Look at this read from NV FlyQuest, hearing, seeing trouble afoot, and that's the 3rd kill for Ev.
A small mistake. Michaela missing the Prowler down towards Long B after the showstopper. Didn't really clear that right side of that little corner of the closet at the fountain. So that allows Ev to get 2 really nice kills with a rifle right after. So very well done on that side. And then, of course, the TP right after. You know where that last player is at. You pinch munch, and then you get the victory coming through here for FlyQuest NV. But it's time to pay the bills. Let's go ahead and take a little break, and we'll be back and resume here the second half of the first map between FlyQuest Envy and Carly.
(10-2) for NV FlyQuest at the half. Remember, guys, this was the closest match yesterday in the group stage. 13-11 for FlyQuest NV on split, by the way, without running initiators. So you knew like this team is capable of running anything and doing anything. And man, they have leveled up today.
Agreed. We're looking back at the veto process of this series, because I was predicting going through this game that it was Carly that was going to get this series win, because somehow you would try to get Pearl going into the series. It gets banned out at that point for NV FlyQuest, but Haven is still a very strong map for the Latin side. So they still have an advantage right over here to potentially bring this to that 3rd map of split where you'll have that revenge potential.
Oh my God, Jazzy front and center back into her duelist shoes. Man, and she is not budging. There is no stopping her in showers. Carly got to take a different route, a fork in the road. Now trying to make it very difficult to traverse, but Monch, oh my God, the 3rd, even when her teammates try to take her kill. Now that's a round I was not expecting, from a 5 versus 3 to now we're all even. Ev's in trouble though. 2 in showers. Benji 1 shot away from falling. And Carly now have to re-clear elsewhere. And this, they got time to do it, but Poppin could be on the chase to cut them off.
Toxins going up.
You're going to hear all of this, though, and to rotate from Poppin. So it will be easy. I think you're trying to cut it knife out at the same time, but also just going to have to wait for Ev to meet up with Poppin so they can really get that timing through. Oof. Advantage is back for Envy.
Now Carly being as careful as they can, but not careful enough. Envy FlyQuest, good rotations, Monch under pressure. NV FlyQuest kick off the pistol and now make this an uphill battle for Carly to get back in.
It was so winnable for Carly in the first place, though. You did mention a 3 versus 5, that it was a great defensive hold at the very beginning for Jazzykins, but then suddenly the shots just went cold on their side, and then, you know, the side of Crew and Line, they had a chance to really fight back at that point. But until you have no more smokes for the Brimstone, you're thunder footing into the site. Easy for these picks to come through for Poppin when he's already cut the rotation through. So Very nice piss around, convert it now for the side of Envy FlyQuest, and they'll be in a good spot to continue forward now. And that gives it a chance now to listen in to Envy FlyQuest to try to play this anti-eco.
One HP raise.
Can't see.
One HP raise.
Mollying close
Shower.
people.
All shower. Bingo, all shower.
Bingo,
One HP
bingo.
raise, one HP. So good!
Spike down.
Oh my god. You are feeling it, Mr. Krabs. Holy shit.
Hi, Outlaw.
My match MVP might be up for grabs. Oh my god.
Well, if you enjoyed 5 seconds of comms after how lightning fast that round was, oh my god, it's so wholesome.
It also makes me laugh because of the bingo call. Because when I play in a 5-stack with my friends, they're like, what the hell is bingo? What does that mean? And bingo apparently came out from like the pro scene over of like the pro 10-mans in Europe, where G2 were like just plugging out there, playing the 10-mans, and then to realize that the bingo call is when you've noticed the position of all of the single players, so you don't have, like, you just start calling for the rotates and whatnot, you know what I mean? So very cool that that happens still now going into the tier 2.
Well, we're about to go into
Map 2?
the next map very soon. Because, man, FlyQuest Envy have hit the jackpot. This is decimation. Was not expecting from a 13-11 scoreline between these two teams to a 13-2. After Carly used both timeouts in that first half, just were unable to put a stop to, well, the run it down style of Envy FlyQuest.
Especially when Envy FlyQuest had a very slow start yesterday, not having the best of successes on Pearl. I think they played it twice and unfortunately fell through on both of those maps out of the 3 games that they played. Split, they had the game here against that very team that we see in front of our eyes where they won 13-11, but now they definitely come back with what we know that Envy FlyQuest could bring is that aggression, the teamwork, and also the firepower from this team. So very nicely done for their side for the first map to really win that against the map pick of Crew Lion.
I was really wondering how the personalities were gonna mix on this team. There's some loud ones. There's some like kind of just even comparing the pop into Thea IGL style, which Jadesk highlighted yesterday, more calculated to something more chaotic, but eventually melting together, where they're sharing those duties and where everyone's been able to adapt to each other over just a span of a day. I am so impressed by this team. That's why I predicted them, by the way.
It's not over yet, though, because I think that second map, even though it's going to be FlyQuest and Envy's map pick, as I mentioned before, this is a very strong map as well for all of the players around the respective rosters that they've played in the past, right? Either it's 6K, either it's Crew or whatnot. It's still going to work out on their side because it's a 3-mapper. Joe's going to be able, or 3-sider. Joe's going to be able to get some good value with the operator for sure versus what he was unfortunately not able to do here on Bind. So it could still really go into that revenge match of map 3 on Split when we're going to be able to return.
down, and Dots again actually goes further aggressive, but Michaela there, and there should have been seen, but still handles it to perfection!
The only one up and a bit to hold on, and then no!
Let's give it to him as well. Double ace for...
You got the time even on this one? You can't even stop. I don't think she's got the time. She does! What is that?
Yesterday was all fun and games, but it's time to lock in today. And FlyQuest took that seriously. 13-2 on Bind to be kicking off this best of 3 and looking fantastic within this series. I mean, looking back at this, we got a sneak peek of all the teams yesterday, right? We kind of had an expectation of what to expect. And let's flip that upside down because 13-2 versus Crew Lion is crazy.
It's insane also because we just had Lace here, and she said that that half was going to be 12-0. Fine, it wasn't 12-0, but it was 10-2, so she was close enough, and we were kind of joking about it, like, whoa, what are you saying? But she was kind of onto something. It changes a little bit because we saw a Crew Lion go on this map yesterday, but starting on the attack side where we talked about Joe playing with his Yoru operator, constantly finding these openings, constantly punishing a few of those players that were kind of playing by themselves towards these extremities. But this time around, it changes a lot, and it was an Envy that took control from the beginning. They really came with their different playstyle to what we saw yesterday. We had an Exer that was much better at finding openings, at being disruptive, and also at a team being clear of how they wanted to punish everybody else.
And I think that conversation that Lace was talking about them wanting to play a little bit more loose is what really leans into that, right? They definitely look a lot more comfortable, a lot more like they're playing like themselves here as well after all of the adjustments that we saw coming in day one. But it's also just crazy, I think, how well this composition on the side of FlyQuest was made, knowing that they were kind of expecting that operator to come out on defense on the side of Crew Lion, expecting the fact that, okay, Ev on that Sky is going to be insane as far as like just denying some of those lines that you're going to expect Joe trying to get set up on. Everything just went right here for FlyQuest.
Yeah, this was just such a phenomenal win. I mean, looking at those post runs and everything, like this is just, Dan, I just have no words. Like this was just amazing. And I think too, it really shows the synergy the team has built up, because that was something that was talking about with Poppy yesterday was, well, the first game we were just learning each other's names, and then you just give it 24 hours and this is what they're doing.
Insane. And I mean, also understanding what side they were wanting to go for this map, because this is Crew Lion's map pick as well, and how they were going to take advantage of a few of the things that we just talked about. It just looks so good, it looks so clean, and it feels like they really figure out what this playstyle should look like. I don't know if it's going to play out the same way in Haven. I feel like things can really change, but just the differences that we talked about yesterday, even mentioning FlyQuest, Winthrop, and Asar, and the things that they could do that maybe yesterday were not shown, but today they could do. This is the first indication of it.
I mean, I don't know what to expect for the rest of the series, but if we're still having some pop-off performances like we had in this first map, I don't know, this could be a pretty strong case for FlyQuest. And when we're talking about those performances, have to first talk about Exer, because Exer was someone that was in a lot of the conversation beforehand, talking about the Yoru, etc. And looking like today already in comparison to yesterday, like yesterday was good, but today already?
I know, it's kind of crazy. It felt like every single time that we were seeing Exter take in that Yoru ult, he was finding so much impact with it. Every single round we saw that being utilized, whether it was just the information scouting, him still being able to pop out right in front of somebody's face with a shorty and manage to secure that pick. We were really seeing the Exter that we had grown to know throughout the challenger stage of this year really come alive in this series, Dan.
It was incredible, especially because we mentioned how it was yesterday. It was all about Jazzy finding those openings with the operator, especially when she was playing that other duelist. And this time around, it changes a little bit where Exer is not only the first man going in, but he's also providing so much support for the rest of the team with the flashes, with the ultimate as well, as you talked about. So that slight change, that it might honestly not be as common, because throughout this year when we were watching Envy, it was often Kinsera actually the one finding openings. So in the same way that we saw it with Jazzy, so switching it up a little bit just made a massive difference, and it's something that I really want to see for the second and third map.
And I think it's so cool that we've seen that development for Exter as well. Like the fact that he was able to, I think, do this from day one to day two because of the adjustments adjustments that Envy made during the regular season. He was that more supportive player to start things off before eventually taking on that like first and main role as that entry duelist as the season went on, making it an easy swap. But it also helps when you have a Sky player like Ev finally coming alive. They had a little bit of a quieter day yesterday, but Ev was absolutely lights out. This kind of takes me back to the first time I saw Ev back at that Complexity Closey Clash back in 2023 when they were an absolute lanimal, and the assists that we're being able to provide. We're talking about how Ev was able to break up a lot of those crossfires that were being set up, those trap plays from Crew Lion, and then also just making it a lot more difficult for Joe to get comfortable posting up on that operator. The impact is crazy.
Yeah, I mean, you're talking about a Yoru that's annoying with all of these flashes, and you have a Sky that's just popping off these 14 assists and the 15 kills or something. Like, Dan, this was crazy. And it showed in the impact, too. Like, there was really not much Crew Lion could do up against this duo.
It really came down to the side executes and how much not only Ev, but also XR, as we just talked about, were helping out the rest of the team to take a lot of space. When you see the way that they're trying to take elbow, the way that they're trying to take backside, is pretty much these two back and forth. So the team is feeling good, is feeling confident. The vibes are up, and that is what we wanted to see for MV FlyQuest. I feel like yesterday, yes, they looked good, but I mean, the map that they were able to win, it was very close. It was a 13-11 where they finally were able to deny that comeback that was happening from Crew Lion. And the other matches, I feel like they were not really a showcase of what these individuals really are. So today we're seeing it.
I mean, yeah, the vibes have to be high. You just took Crew Lion's map off of them in such a strong fashion. And Ash, they're going to their own map pick now. Something we didn't get to see out of Fly Envy yesterday, but I'm really excited for.
Same here. This is a map that both of these teams are well known for as well. And it's also a map where we saw Crew Lion go pretty close toe-to-toe up against SRWU. Yeah, they had a very strong initial half in that matchup, and we saw SRW be able to like kind of close that gap into that second half, but we know how comfortable this team is. I think that Jazzy was talking about it yesterday too, thinking about, okay, when you have those players that are going to try and go on those op lines, you might want to take them to Haven because there are more of those gaps, more of those lanes that you have to look to cover, and you can try to thread that needle a little bit more and find ways to isolate that opper.
And at this point, too, with the fact that we are seeing Haven coming out again for Crew Lion, this is now a known quantity. That's not something necessarily we've dealt with up until this point of the tournament, but we know a little bit of what this team has to offer here, Dan. And for Fly Envy, like this is a complete mystery.
Yesterday, when we were talking to Alexis, she mentioned that on this map, dealing with Munch was an absolute nightmare, and her game plan was, hey, can we maybe start avoiding where Munch is going to be? But this time around, it might work out just well for MV FlyQuest because Crew Lion is going to be starting on that attack side, and Munch, even though she was great at finding timings, once again, when it came down to that second half, it did take them a little bit longer to close it out.
I mean, looking at this agent select from MV FlyQuest, this looks very just comfortable across the field. Like I'm looking at popping back on the Sova, who is doing good on all these other agents as well. I mean, it's always going to be the Yoru. But across the board, like I'm really excited about the Jazzy Jet. Like this Ash, I think is really set up. But Crew, again, they looked very, very strong when we saw Haven. Even if at the end it wasn't bulletproof, but still to be able to get that run to start off was absolutely fantastic.
Yeah, I'm really excited to see the double duelists go head-to-head in that one because this, on Haven, it comes down to that push and pull, how you're able to reclaim a lot of the space that you look to give up in the early round into the mid-round, and a lot of that comes down to usually the duelists on the side of MV FlyQuest and Eggster and Jazzy looking to take that space, whether it's over towards a lobby or into mid.
Well, the vibes are definitely high for Envy and FlyQuest. Fantastic first map in the series. Time to see if they can close this out in a 2-0 or what fight Crew and Lion have as we head into Haven. Let's find out with your casters. Back over to Lemon Kiwi and Van Silly.
Thank you, Sierra. I'm so excited for this Lion crew because, like the desk said, their first match against Winthrop Shopify Rebellion, man, Mephisto and Joe popped off both with 6 first bloods each. Like this was their playground, and they're back on that same double duelist.
And with the double duelist setup that they're doing here for the Lion crew is that they could also play double up setup as we saw them do here on the defensive side. So that could be a pain point to play for NV FlyQuest, especially when it comes down to, you know, the latest patch where you're having a lot less timings on your refreshable utility. So just playing a Sova single initiator might be a difficult task to deal with once you start taking here your attack side for NV FlyQuest. So I think it's a very similar fashion to what we've seen for this team on that map of Bind. Have a very strong start on their first half so that they can have a strong cushion to really adapt to the playstyle should they start losing some rounds here against the Lion Crew on the second half.
This Lion Crew wants to achieve more in these early rounds, at least on the defense. You saw them trying to be proactive to bait out that util. And then since you pointed out the Sova, trying to bait out that Owl drone early, get the defense nervous could be an important point. But when you have these puggier teams, keeping it simple, stupid is also going to be the strategy to not overcomplicate things when you're playing with new people. But it's attack side leading towards the right, and Munch was that threat that the desk had pointed out, that the players were noticing. But right now she's on the offense, and they're all funneling down short.
Poppin's gonna get caught.
One down.
Easy
That's gonna
as
open
that.
up the site.
And man, he was a standout, but so was Eggster. I feel like the more he mogs, the stronger he gets, right? He was a top fragger last map. He gets to live and even up the odds. But this time, the Lion Crew have time on their side. Jazzy's gonna drop and beautifully coordinated to at least get the trade. But this Crew Lion, it just had more warm bodies left at the end of the day.
That was the only thing. You throw a smoke here inside the cubby, and or should I say towards the Acon, and you can't really get good value on Poppin at this point. And you realize that it stays very quiet, and he even kept his recon dart for the longest time. So he was expecting that it was going to be some sort of fake no matter what, or a pop through the smoke to fight towards that long A side. But even the setup in itself for NV Fly, they played a 1-3-1 to just put a lot of focus into fighting on middle. And that, like I said, when you're caught off in your rotation or caught off in your position, doesn't give a chance right now for the rest of the team to get in good positions to fight back to hold the A side. And even the flood retake doesn't work. And maybe that's what Poppy wanted to do here from that pistol round. When there's no smokes to work with, then he gets value.
Well, that's a change-up too. Poppin's not going to let you run him over. A big surprise, and this was one of the strongest maps from that NV core. Came to Ascension in their Challengers run. Now Crew Lion left to re-clear and be worried about at what moment could Poppin pop out again.
Side smoke too, so they're definitely trying to waste that util, and look how it already came out. The recon that already came through. They know the flood came back on that side, and unfortunately, the insert from Benji couldn't get that kill. There's an advantage now for Envy to fight back.
Benji's not even going to tuck away after that paranoia. He was hungry, and NV FlyQuest had already rotated over. But this Lion Crew want to get cemented. They want to get the ball rolling. They're really matching that fire with fire, finding this new confidence after getting obliterated on that previous map, talking to their coach and taking this map like the series has just started. Now they get to play from main, and Jazzykins 1 versus 3. Not going to be very possible when the Prowler already reveals her. Could have tucked away towards the left, could have been at the back drum. Michaela won't be budging either. The anti-eco easily going this Lion Crew's way.
And thankfully, even if Benji misses that shot here towards that B side, he only had a pistol and already gained enough space here for his teammates to move up and close that gap and really flood into that site once we saw that jet dash come through on the side of Mephisto. So very well done towards the end to manipulate the map on the attack, even though they're at a disadvantage to start on the side of Crew Lion, as Poppin got some great value off the investments of his Sheriff, getting a 2-piece himself on that defensive side. And now they're looking to get some orb control, long A control at the same time, push forward the jet line so that the Euro could TP back and support towards that C garage spot. So as soon as this happens here and you clear out towards there, now you have that forward position and you're in a great spot now to play a buddy system right into that B and C site.
And be FlyQuest, not wasting any time, taking up space, trying to own it where Jazzy is inserted. Not gonna hear much, but able to escape. That's enough information to work with, especially when Poppin still has drone and recon.
That was close. And that dart gets shot right away when there's already a smoke and only one person shot it. So you're still going to set this paranoia on the side of enemy FlyQuest. Now with that util, everything's being used on the A side. People are going to start peeking out for information. They might get caught here for enemy FlyQuest.
And Benji's been listening in on to C as well and having the setup going, pinching in. Ev tries to surprise. Too many targets. This is the version of Crew Lion we've been waiting to see. One that will not roll over and cower. Now Envy FlyQuest are being humbled, and this bonus soon to be converted. Jazzykins at 7 HP, hoping to just keep this Vandal.
Yeah, and she got insta-dinked when she had that line on the A side, which shows her 7 HP, so there's nothing that she could do at that point. And you have to give it for Monch. When you have the timing from Envy that drops outside of that window, there was a beautiful flash that came from Thea from that C side right into that line. But as peeks out and you know, missing a little bit of targets, there's still one person that didn't get affected by a flash at all, and that was Monch, just staying back towards that double doors. Here's the shots, comes out, makes sure that she could save her teammates and not give a chance here for Envy FlyQuest to go for that crossfire setup and that dub for that C side anchor hold, because again, they had great positioning at the very start when they held out the macro on setting up that D. Benji finally picking up the last kill onto Jazzykins, and he himself also being a little bit selfless going into this roster for the team, because he's usually a Senti player back into the challenger side. He's going to give that responsibility and leave that responsibility onto Monch, who's playing her comfort role as a Senti player for Crew, so that he could just fill up as an Omen, as any type of controllers, but still play that type of lurk, the same type of lurk role on how they're playing these slow attacks on a side now of Line Crew.
Especially playing that Omen, you have to be that playmaker, and being able to be trusted, to be solo, to be patient. It's really paying off. This Lion Crew and Egster spotting some trouble ahead, now really stuck, but can send some help forward, create that crossfire, and not give in to the will of this Lion Crew. We're working the map a lot more.
Yeah. Joe, I mean, with the pressure that they're adding there too, and they're getting that orb on the side of the Yoru, and there later on, so it's just going to be the mid-round call for the side of Curly, and walking up towards that B side, breaking the turret would probably be the next step, and I love that timing. So a 6th sense coming out from Thea to throw that smoke towards that front, bait out some shots, and the turret stays up there, so that smoke kind of protects them. You're hesitating on the side of the attack to really cross that line because that smoke is so deep on the outside that it still allows Envy FlyQuest to hold their position.
Shadows traveling.
Similar forward insert, Envy FlyQuest. Always been favored in terms of space, but man, Lion Crew are favored in the duels. Monch is able to convert that first blood. And for them, hopefully an anti-eco, and Chazzy with the double swing. Now there's trouble on the flank, and this Lion Crew have to be careful and decide to just turtle up and create a fortress within B. Maybe try to come out through garage behind Envy FlyQuest, but Ev senses something afoot and is going to try and disengage. Ev will get the hunt down. The time is of the essence, and I think just weapon upgrades would be the ultimate silver lining for Envy FlyQuest. But went out kicking and screaming instead. Yeah.
Yep. But still, you have to see how beautiful it's being played on the attack side so far now for Lion Crew. All that space that's given for the side of the defense, you're playing turtled up. You're not really playing aggro information on this side now, since you're just building up here or should I say econ on your side, of course, because you only had a Marshall to work with. But they have to be a little bit more proactive to really try to lock down these lanes, especially when it comes down to only having the Sova, only having a drone to help you on that mid round instead of 2 prowlers. And at this point, you're starting to see it. Extra's looking out towards the garage right away. He's going to peek at that spot. Sees the aggression on the A side is popping, and they're going straight for a split on the A site.
Good initial damage from Poppin on a signature agent, with even the Hunter's Fury in hand, as Exter takes so much pressure out of Envy FlyQuest without even needing to lock eyes with this Lion Crew, and Mephisto knives are out. Interrupt converts to. And they will not fear this NV FlyQuest team, no matter what the score was from the previous map. Nev will get spotted by the turret. The element of mystery gone. Michaela will need to double swing with Monch. Timing critical.
I mean, Benji's contact. They're just going to let Benji watch her first. The other two will swing out. It's very, very well orchestrated now for Carly at this point. And just the entries, too. Jazzykins trying to support the team. They had the perfect read on that side, and they gambled for that stack on the A side and just to fight their position on that hold. But you see the updraft coming out from Mephisto. It catches players off guard. I'm pretty sure there was a support from the Omen Paranoia that didn't really allow for players to really spot where Mephisto was pathing towards the A side exec, and he gets 2 easy entries for the team. And they're able to move in for a plant and hold that nice pulse plant towards the end. So you definitely see that as we're still watching face cams, this has to be a timeout now being called by FlyQuest to literally try to come back on their defensive side. They really haven't had the opportunity to bring up that economy to get that operator out for any of those players. Although, as mentioned by Lace before, they don't really have, Exer on the op. So you're really focusing that onto Jazzykins instead, which then it makes it a little bit difficult because you saw what happened a couple of rounds ago, Lemon Kiwi, when you actually had that forward line from Jazzykins right at the entrance of that A site. You have nothing but to be able to dash away, so you're already using all that aggressive utility just to get away, at the line towards the end. So it's very tough, especially with how Crew Line has been operating around this attack side, and hopefully they could have a chance here to maybe allow Exter to get those forward positions instead.
And aside from that last round, like, the defense has been putting the KJ turret in mid, allowing them to just build players towards the perimeter, the extremities, and still not coming out ahead, just taking unnecessary risks, going through smokes, but also knowing when to keep their distance. Especially when you're throwing out shock darts and Exter throwing out shots from top of heaven at A. Despite all this control at the it's been able to just overpower them once they do decide to pile in. Now when you have the nightfall, want to make sure before you invested. The gun's sticking out, and Ev couldn't confirm it. Now Mephisto looking to go and clean up, and Logs popping goes unspotted, and Tits is against fire against Michaela. And somehow this defense comes out ahead, but Benji will even up the odds, and this garage aggressive push from Munch is going to destabilize any comeback, any re-clear on this NV FlyQuest squad.
That's so nice. So many good lurks coming through here from both of those players, the Omen and the KJ. Now you're forcing the Omen TP to get information, but you're not going to get value out of it until this Paranoia comes out, though.
Well, this is ballsy from Egster, tries to isolate the one, but needed to be executing that so quickly to get away with murder like that. This is a flawless half so far from Crew Line. I'm so impressed.
Yeah, there's just so much that you could talk about within that last round, right? So you have you're like a Swiss Army knife with this roster on this map, and that shows how and why they're so strong on Haven here for the side of Crew Line. You have now 2 players that can lurk around the site. One that's going to plat, the other one's going to lurk between the Omen and the KJ. But also in that previous round, it was kind of set up for Zhou to try to get some information on that A side with the operator. They could still throw a dimensional drift for a fake on the A side and TP back towards C. So this is still something that could happen within the later rounds because they still have these ults to work with. But you're going into a round where you're hoping to just go for another contact play and pop into the A site with the Nightfall, and somehow just spamming through the smoke, you've lost at least a dimensional drift information.
That's the trend popping. First blood, now hoping to chase him down with the Nightfall. Fisto dashing in, not as deep as usual, but still gets the double kill right at the corner as he advances. Nothing can stop this Lion crew when they want a sight. Despite that first blood, need someone to help Poppin', and it's Jazzykins that emerges with knives and op in hand. And Thea, Paranoia. Tough site to try and retake.
One enemy remains.
Kayla doesn't have any tools to suppress them, but all you need to do is talk with your gun. Benji is even gonna get an angle behind them. Thea just wants exits, and Benji is done waiting around.
Laughing, jumping phantom kill for the last one, but man, now you're seeing how aggressive you are, going from alert play now to helping on the, I guess, triple entry at this point. I know Joe, even though he died early with the operator on that Yoru, it could happen in the later rounds. He TPs all the way up towards heaven while you have Mephisto fully blinded on that second to get that second kill still on that hell side, because he actually saw his opponent before he got flashed. But still some great entries coming through here from Mephisto at that side. They're not giving a chance for FlyQuest to really, or FlyQuest Envy rather, to set up at all into the A site hits. The amount of times that you're just plowing into the site, no opportunities. But now, let's see how Carly's going to do. See if they can bring this to an 8-0.
Tiene que salir.
Claro, pero no den 1v1, no den mucho ellos. ¿Vale?
Cuidado, cuidado.
Vamos a llegar a la
Cuidado.
Buena.
Tome tag.
Solo fishing.
Cuidado que pueden estar avanzando.
Queda abierto en B.
Solo juntémonos y vamos a ejecutar una punta, boludo.
Uno más B. Uno garage, uno B. Madro B.
Toma una bala, debe de ser. ¿Vamos B? No sé, está el Soma B.
Vamos B.
Sí, nos matamos. Es que hemos un... Bueno, sí, metámonos.
Espera el dron, boludo. Voy a dronar.
Hay que aplicar garaje. Flash derecha.
Es mío.
Bien. Me desvío contigo, me pis.
Cuidado acá. Creo que estás ahí, boludo. No sé si escuché algo.
Vale, bravo.
Open, drop that all, bro! Don't be selfish!
All the producers are laughing, but I don't know Spanish, so I'm sure there were some words being spoken. Yeah, you know what? They look like they're having fun. They're yapping at something at their opponent, and man, Mephisto, everyone is looking so fluid, so confident, so good.
The only thing I understood was Vamo Bay, so they're going to finish B, and then I think I heard a C in there, so when there was only one player remaining, it was the KJ. They thought that she was playing the C site, but you saw from that minimap on that previous round that FlyQuest tried to change their setups because they were getting just overtaken from the double dives of Crew Lion over on that A site, so you're trying to add a little bit more utility on that side of KJ to help instead. And it's still, once again, another great read and calling here on the outside take on the attack for Crew Lion. They're able to bust out into the site, avoid that util, and catch FlyQuest and Envy off guard into the defensive position. So now, very similar scenarios as that first map. The team that's losing, which were Crew Lion in the first map, now it's Fly Envy that's calling both their timeouts in the first half.
It's red alert. It's giving map 3, in my opinion. And even Monch yesterday said, like, they just have such a good understanding of the game as a team that they're able to all contribute these ideas and kind of keep it simple, but also know how to elevate their performance each and every day. And, well, I guess every map, and they're clearly showing that.
Here.
Now your mid control has just been taken away from you.
Yeah, exactly. You're pushing down. It's been rarely done here for the side of Envy FlyQuest. They just want to get rid of the turret right away and now insert some players. So this is actually a nice little change coming out here for FlyQuest and Envy. We talked about how they are playing so passively and just getting overtaken when they're trying to anchor towards that site. You need some forward position. So they're able to take down at least that B site, play soft side on both A and B, as you can see right now, because they have that double ult that they could work with the Hunter's Fury and the lockdown. So taking full control on this side is going to help them out for the retake now.
They're expecting that pace change after a timeout, and it's all or nothing. You to at least just get the morale going. One round, it's a lockdown to lockdown Hunter's Fury to try to take down the KJ ults, and Munch a double kill to stop Envy FlyQuest in their tracks. Only one lockdown remaining, everyone. Oh, the Jet got caught, but it's all a ruse. It's a bait, Nev. We'll still clean up. You're trapped in here with us.
No way.
And what annihilation. The defuse halfway. Ev still has one to go. Won't fall for the clone, but the clock will be what takes them out in the end. What a clutch from the Lion crew.
Dude, that was so close, though. Somehow that was winnable for the side of FlyQuest Envy. That was like a 2 versus, what, 4 or 5 that it was almost converted on that side. And it looked like, I was like, what the hell is going on? They went for the lockdown on the attack side. You're countering out on the defensive attack, and then everybody's still trying to fight into the C site before actually waiting for the lockdown to get any value. And I see what they were trying to do in the end here for FlyQuest Envy. You're forcing out the lockdown to be eliminated with the Hunter's Fury, and you're also using your own lockdown, so you're forcing players to recross towards long C, so you're trying to cut the rotations across, but they've lost all of those duels. And thankfully on that 1v1, Joe is able to save that round for Carly, because Poppin and the lockdown got so much value, both Poppin and Ev.
Poppin does not want to be anywhere nearby with the dimensional drift, and it's too late to escape. But Exter at least won't make this flawless for Crew Lion. Hopping to the top though, the flank unsuccessful. Lion Crew have such a good understanding of how they want to take the A site now that Poppin isn't all up in their business. Ev at 5 HP. Doing as much. Whoa! What a shot jumping out! Clearing Mephisto. That was impressive. What else can you do though? Monch giving a lot of respect to this, wasting Ev's time, hearing the flash behind, and it's the shorty to the face.
Did Carly watch the VODs and the analyst desk before they started the second map, and then heard Lay say we're gonna win 12-0 in the first half? Because this is well on the way now for the LATAM team to actually have their 12-0 attack side half on Haven. This is such a masterclass. Look at all the information that Joe's getting through the dimensional drift to allow the Omen from Benji to get so much with the paranoia. Again, another area where you can't really lock into sites. We really didn't really throw a smoke into the sites to add the extra layer for the anchoring for MG FlyQuest inside the A site. So you can definitely see here, not necessarily frustration, but definitely a lack of an adaptation going into these hits after hits after hits.
Mephisto gonna make his route shorter. Being able to dash in to C with knives, but quick peek from Jazzykins eliminates that lurk. So limited options now for this Lion Crew. But they've been first-blooded, and guess who's 10-0? But wait, the door has been shut. Exter's front and center. Exploration continues. The Lion Crew are not slowing down, cutting through the enemy like butter. Mephisto is put down to the ground, and Joe has the clutch at 1 HP. Jazzykins is on top of it.
Had the crosshair run on Jazzykins as well, and almost goes for the connection on that headshot. That could have been a one shot that decided to hold there for that half, and Jazzykins, when she's finally able to be with the team on these hits, gets so much value for their side on that defense. There's great delays being done. You're seeing that they're staying much as a group on top of that. There's over-aggression coming out from the side of Crew Line, and it's understandable. You are winning, or were winning 10-0 at that point. So you're fighting towards that spawn, and Jazzykins is able to outduel them all. Very nice little round for Jazzykins, and I'd love to try to see NV FlyQuest try to get her a little bit more involved, but instead they're forcing her to fall back into spawn because of this ult from Benji.
Benji going to the, there's quite a split as Lion Crew poke the cell, the fake over at A, throwing out the Prowler. They got the duelist Sakyapado, and Benji gets the ball rolling. There's no one there to stop them, but they don't have sights on Garage, so that is what NV FlyQuest have to work with.
I mean, the utils are being placed too in the pulse plan. You have the alarm bot watching the Garage walk up. Yeah, Nanoswarms, at least that gets broken right away here towards that spawn, but yeah, that forward position by Mephisto with the shorty.
Joe will check the flank at the door here from Poppin. Even be able to wrap through Garage, shooting bodies. But wait, Thea could have had that moment to respond to that. Nonetheless, this is just another day at the office. And you wouldn't think of that after what you saw from map 1. This is a complete 180. They're being buried alive.
Yeah, 11-1 half. One more round that they had over against NV FlyQuest on their bind, where NV FlyQuest are at 10-2. But yeah, definitely a masterclass attack side here for the LATAM team. Very difficult for adaptation on the side of FlyQuest NV, and hopefully they have an opportunity now to do so. But we talked about how that double op could be very, very tough to deal with now that they have to take that on the attack side against them going through here, Lemon Kiwi.
Excited to see what happens in that second half. We've had very one-sided halves in both maps, but how will this end? It would be quite the legendary comeback, but we'll find out after the break. It's 11-1 for the Lion crew. And depending on how this pistol goes, we're going to get a speed run into this map 3, Vance.
And then just the classic closest game that they will have on a third map if it continues this way, right? Because it was a 13-11 last time these two teams faced off against each other on Split yesterday in a round robin. And it's only poetic if you have a dominating result for the map trades for both of these rosters, and then you have a banger of a third map. But before we even get to talk about that third map, let's finish off that second half now. So we just talked about here, the attack side now only has this Sova as a solo initiator and not too much in a util kit to help out. So you are going to leverage or try to leverage Exter and Jazzykins in a very similar fashion that Mephisto and Joe did. Just go for pedal to the metal around the util, open up the site, overtake now the anchor being launched into the C site, and then just hold your line.
TNB FlyQuest wasting no time. Dash in, but not checking that left side. That's a critical gap to leave open, and it completely ruins the offense for NV FlyQuest. It's done and wrapped up just like that.
And that is unfortunate, because when you're looking at the combination of the recon dart and the flash TP on the back of the C site, it is actually two teammates that have played with each other for the longest time under the rankers and then under NB, right? So there was a little bit of a missed time when the TP already came through with the flash before the recon even hit the wall. So it became such an easy kill for Monch. You get no backside control for the execution of the attack, and then everybody's just able to flood in because you can't do anything for the rest of the rest of the exec. You've lost so much. The other ones are so far behind because they're still throwing util, and now it's map point for Carly.
Quick check. The Outlaw, no connection. NV FlyQuest running it down through all sides, and Mephisto's still able to adjust, reattune as NV FlyQuest hope to get looks and glimpses and wait for what their lurk can create. Ev found in mid. Now NV FlyQuest have the troublesome task of re-clearing.
It's going to be so tough now for NV FlyQuest, because every single one of these rounds, they're going to just have to force bind, especially when you get a plant into the first round. Your economy is going to continue to stay quite low, but you're also losing players, and now the spike in the process. I don't even think we need to talk about an uphill battle anymore for the attack side.
It's just over, yeah. Some desyncs in that play style of how quick NV FlyQuest are going to leave their spike behind. To make the most out of their initiator util, what little they do have, which I'm just glad NV FlyQuest are playing initiator. Jazzykins will be left in the dust, and so will the rest. 13-1. Oh, now we're pulling out the fun dances. Okay.
Yeah, a little
Map
bit of a
3 ahead
bolster
of us.
celebration there. It's a little bit nice, but you know, they talked about vibes on that side, Lemon Kiwi on the Analyst since yesterday, and the vibes continue, especially when you're able to have such a dominant victory of a 13-1. And getting this type of results when it was handled to you and handed to you on that first map of Bind, this is definitely looking like a happy two happy teams rather who are going to battle out on split.
Imagine that. And that was a split that FlyQuest Envy didn't run an initiator on, as I mentioned. The double duelist, at least you'll get to rely back on that. But this line crew, what a comeback from that 13-2 loss on Bind to a 13-1 decimation on Haven. We are being treated to some entertainment during the off season, y'all. I am so excited for what's in store, so stay tuned. We'll see you after the break. But Michaela there should have been seen, but still handles it to perfection.
The only one up and a bit to hold on, and then no!
Let's give it to him as well. Double ace for.
The time even on this one, you can't even stop. I don't think she's got the time. She does! What is that?
such a decisive first map in the series, but Crew Lion wasn't about to go down that easy. 13-1 on Haven to enact their revenge and take us into a map 3. Also here for a little bit of revenge, or even just to clear his name. Welcome to the Analyst Couch, Moves. How's it going?
Hey, I'm 6 feet. They allowed me to get in here after I passed the height test.
Actually, I don't think they let anyone under
I
6
think that's
foot.
why
Look
you're
at us. I don't think anyone over 6 foot has entered this room.
I think they had to make an exception for me. They're like, okay.
Right.
No, it feels good. No, it's a fun event. I'm glad to be here. I told them, hey, get me on the analyst desk, and it's going map 3, so we have some time.
Nice.
Perfect. How's everything been? Because have you you've gotten to play, obviously, gotten to see the teams. Talk to us about what you're thinking of the competition.
Well, I mean, for us, we were trying to figure out what roles we're gonna play because they put me on Omen on the first map. I'm like, yeah, I can play Omen, and then I'm like, maybe I can't play Omen. And then we tried maybe put me back on Chamber, and then I had to play Cryo on Chamber, and I'm like, yeah, there's leaks or there's levels to this. And I think towards the last map we're like, okay, Dodo on Chamber, me on Clove, let's just run it. We'll have some fun. And then for the other teams, everyone's playing really good. Everyone keeps 13-1ing each other, so everyone can beat everyone.
In a more general note as well, how has this last couple months been for you? Playing collegiate, playing challengers, going to Brazil, playing Ascension, now being here in Mexico for Spotlight. I mean, run me through beginning of the year. Did you think this was going to be the case? I mean, it's insane.
Even when we started the year, I remember the first time that we were like, damn, we're actually kind of good at the game was when we beat Cubert in the first split. We're like, damn, we're top 3 as a bunch of university students. We're like, okay, maybe we got to take this seriously. And then, like you said, we made Brazil, and we're like, all right, this is a lot of fun. Brazil was super fun. That was the most 3 fun weeks of our lives. And then after that, we all came home, and we're kind of like, all right, we're done.
Did you have class when you go?
Yeah, I came back, and I came into one of my classes, and they're like, oh, Mooby's back. And I'm like, all right, cool.
Mooby.
Yeah, they're like, oh, why is your name Moobs? I'm like, I'm not getting into that. But, all my professors and everyone at Winthrop was super accommodating. They're like, yeah, no worries that you missed class, as long as you do all your homework. And we're all done now. It's the end of the semester, and, it's like a last little trip before the end of the year, and it's been a lot of fun.
Yeah, nice. I think also you get to see Mephisto and Joe again, right? How did you guys have a little reunion when you guys saw each other at the hotel?
We saw them in the hotel, and we're like, oh, what's up, bro? Good to see you. And it's also it's one of the best things about going to all these lands is people that you wouldn't see or you see them in ranked, but it's oh, I'm never gonna meet them in person. And even seeing all of you guys, right? It's that's the best part about all these lands is interacting with everyone. But they walking into the hotel. I'm like, oh, I saw you guys in Brazil 2 months ago. I'm like, okay, cool. We get to see each other again.
It's so cool.
And maybe get to play against them tomorrow. They're still in this.
Yeah.
And you're talking about all the 13-1s happening and just these crazy maps. Why is that so? Because we saw them just pop off here on Haven.
I think everyone kind of has their favorite map. Kind of I think with the BO1s, it's kind of hard to get your preferred maps. So some of the maps are closer. But I think Crew and Leon, they really like Haven. I think that's their map. I'm surprised with the 100 Thieves bind yesterday. But I talked to Cry on the elevator. I'm like, yo, bro, be honest. Why are you on Viper? And he's like, in his most monotone voice, he's like, oh, I just wanted to play Viper.
He just wanted to play Viper, by the way. That's Cryo.
So I think everyone's just having a lot of fun. They've kind of figured out what maps they like playing. We kind of have our maps that we like to play. Honestly, I thought we'd be better on Abyss. That's one of the maps that we liked a lot on Winthrop, and then we just got absolutely rolled on it. So, hopefully we'll redeem ourselves on some point.
Abyss is such a 50-50. You never know.
Yeah.
It's always so one-sided, and then you never know what's going to happen in the second half. Yeah.
It'd be like that sometimes, right?
It's okay. It's okay. I pied again. Who cares? I pied at Ascension, I pied here. It happens. You just got to brush it off and
Everyone's
and
pied
remind
a game.
the entire chat, that you did it twice.
It's Twitch
he did it to himself, so.
Yeah, that's true.
It's Twitch chat, I'm sure they're all spamming W's right now, and they all love me, and they're all really kind to me. And
Yeah, for sure, 100%.
They're right now debating whether you're 6'1" or 6'2",
I look pretty tall on the broadcast.
You don't have a lot of competition between me and Dan sitting next to you, bro.
Yeah, but that's on purpose, Maybe?
Right.
No? All right.
I don't know if it's doing you any favors, necessarily.
At least I get to hold a cute plushie.
I'm really happy for you.
Thank you so much.
You might be able to steal it, but don't tell production that I said that.
He looks really angry.
He's just chilling.
Dan's trying to instantly get you fired, by the way. You come and join in as an analyst, and she's telling you to steal the set.
I'm a fan of,
You dug yourself into such a big hole.
If it's a cute plushie, it's a cute plushie. And, they're hard to get sometimes. So
Dan, how many cute plushies have you taken from
unfortunately,
set?
too many. They're all on the floor. I don't want to talk about it. But I never steal them.
Just borrowed them for a while.
Exactly.
See?
Exactly.
We're
Moves
just trying to
gets it.
get everyone in trouble. Lace, we're trying to get her to tell all the trade secrets before heading into the match. Now we're trying to convince you to steal the set. Like, this is...
It's been a controversial day.
I'm gonna take the
It's been a
box as well.
The box.
Okay.
Yeah. Take it
Are you
home.
gonna take that through like security? Though?
Don't worry about it.
Okay. No problem.
They won't have any questions, that's for sure.
Don't worry.
Actually, I think that this is the one part of the set you're allowed to take.
Okay.
You're allowed. You're allowed.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
But Valorant, friends. It's not
Yes.
just about stealing sets here. We got some Valorant. We got a game 3 as well. Do we think it's going to be another 13-1?
What map is it?
No.
It's
We get
split,
a run
which
back
is
a split.
it's a split that was
Yeah.
the closest map that we had
Uh-huh.
yesterday at
Yes.
13-11, where Crew almost came back, and everybody has been joking about the tech pause, whatever. But I mean, it was really close. It was really close. I feel like it could have happened a full comeback. Now, I mean, I don't know.
I was going to say that, Sarah. But what if we got a 13-0? We got a 13-2, a 13-1, 13-0 for the last map. I don't actually think it's going to happen. It would be funny. But I feel like we are going to get another banger. Like, I honestly want to see Split go to that overtime. It was so close, like Dan was just saying yesterday. And did you manage to catch that map at all?
We were watching a little bit of it, yeah. And honestly, I always think like when it comes down to Envy, like Xer is always going to be like their X Factor player.
Mhm.
Like we were watching him, and like he somehow always gets 2 kills, no matter what, like
Yeah.
in a round. So I think it will always come down to him, and I think they'll probably close out the map and win.
Okay.
Hey.
Do you think that we're going to see the same comp being run back by them, though?
The no initiator comp?
Yeah, the no initiator comp with Extra, or not Extra, with Poppin on the Sage.
Yeah, I think Split's one of those maps where you can kind of make it work. I think Sage right now is in a really good spot with her slows and her wall. And the way that Extra just plays, it's so unpredictable. It's so hard to deal with that, like, you'll think, like, oh, they have no initiator. They have no way to make any plays. And then Extra's just flashing and peeking you. It's, like, so hard to deal with. It's so annoying. So, I don't think the initiator matters that much to them.
I'll be really curious about that because Jazzy commented that it was kind of a little bit of a pain point for them. Like they're still
They just had
able
to
to
run
take
it
the
down.
win.
Yeah.
They just go run it down, But this is elimination now on the line. We're getting serious. Yesterday was fun and games. Today's
Oh,
serious.
No, we were always serious. Everyone was very
Well,
serious.
I don't know if you want to say that though, but like,
You guys did lock in for the last map.
yes.
Yeah.
Now then, you were serious. If
No,
not,
last year's all the time. It was just like,
oh,
they're just so good. Like, we were just like,
oh.
Like-
Well, I don't know if that's the. You know what?
I'm humble enough to admit that we got rolled.
Yeah.
And
We
I
were all
pied,
serious.
And then
Yes.
we had a little team talk for like 2 hours. He said, guys, we're better than this.
Mm-hmm.
And then we won a map.
And then you did it. Yeah. Today's the win.
Yeah, I'm
We
so
love
proud
it.
of you guys.
Thank you so much.
It was a good shout. It was a good shout.
That means a lot.
Yeah, but we got a little bit of time before our final match. We're making sure that we have an opportunity to really be able to talk to our guests here. So, anything else? How you're feeling about your upcoming match? Because I mean, you guys had the talk yesterday. Do better.
Mhm.
You guys did better. What about going into today?
We're screwed.
Oh.
No, I'm kidding. I'm
Okay.
kidding. No, it's going to be a lot of fun. I think we're very comfortable with like the roles that we ended up with, just putting Dodo on Chamber, Like, I wanted to play Chamber. We were talking about it. It's like, I'm very comfortable with it. But we don't really have a smokes player. And I'm like, well, Clove is like not really a smokes player. We're just going to run it down. Through. I think I was swinging through every smoke on Clove yesterday. And I'm like, just going to keep doing that. It'll probably be a close series, but it'll be fun.
Actually, now that you're here, I'm remembering yesterday we had a game where we had a question of who was the insta-lock. And for some reason, you were the answer. You were the insta-lock between other people. But we were saying there's no way his moves because this guy's so flexible. He's like willing to play anything. He's always switching. What do you mean you're the insta-lock?
Well, okay. If it's a team environment, and I've said this for like my entire 4 years at Winthrop, like I started Winthrop as a duelist player, then I went to initiator player. I did a little bit of smokes, and now I'm on Senti. But if I'm playing ranked and I see Spider-Man 442 on my team,
Bro,
I'm
You're
locking.
insta-locking.
I'm insta-locking.
Okay.
I'm like,
You know what? Fair enough.
I would rather lock the agent that's most influential and lose the game and then say, all right, it's my fault, than let Spider-Man determine the game.
Right.
Okay. You know what? Fair enough. It sounds like the same strat as you, Dan. So, like, we can't really
what
criticize
What are you
here.
insta-locking here?
Depends on the map. If I'm feeling like really bored and I've lost like 300 RR, like probably like Arena.
So
And
we got
he gets
3
it.
insta-lock
And he
arenas on one analyst desk.
There was only one
help,
right
guys,
answer, and you said it.
Like it's either Chamber, Reyna, or Clove.
Okay. Honestly, those are really good. Those are really fair. For me, I only do that right now, but yes.
We gotta have
I-
some flexibility.
No.
Okay, no problem.
I mean, when we're looking at the games that we played yesterday, I feel like you were in every single game. There was a question about you, or like
It really was, yeah.
There was always something. It was
Yeah.
like There's another one too. There's like favorite subject is history, and we talked about the Roman Empire. And sure enough, we all got that one wrong because it's lunch.
Okay, well, I was like memeing, you know what I mean? Like, I was just trying to be as like witty as possible. Like, if I actually had to think about what my favorite subject was, like history would definitely have been up there. But like the
Yo, sorry. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying, though. It was technically a lie. Anyways.
well, it wasn't a lie. I was just being funny. But like, I like history in the sense of like I like learning stuff.
Okay.
But I hated school, probably just like anybody else did here. Like I love university. Like university is way more fun.
That was a good save.
Yeah, I love Winthrop, and you know, like I love the school, and shout out Winthrop for everything, and yep. Anyway, but like in terms of high school, like I hated every class. I just like, you know, I was just going home and playing other like games all day. So.
Oh, that's fair. I think that we were talking about maybe playing another game while we're waiting for the next map. I'm waiting to hear a little word back from that. I know they had some fun stuff queued up as we're waiting for all our players to get ready. And I was just told a resounding nope. So just kidding, everybody.
No fun for us.
No fun. I did say at the beginning of the day we're not allowed fun. So production, look what you did. He's so sad. No fun allowed. It's serious.
No fun league.
Yeah. 13-0 for the last map is what we predicted.
Okay.
For who?
Hold on.
Yeah, what was your prediction?
Yeah, we want to know your predictions.
Do we know who's starting on defense?
I don't know. We did see it on screen.
We
2
did,
seconds
and
ago.
I forgot.
Let me double check.
I'm gonna say 13-7 Envy.
13-7 Envy Fly.
Envy.
Okay.
Maybe 6 rounds. Maybe it was 7. I don't know.
All right. We determined yesterday that the whole 6-7's why you guys were losing. You can't.
Oh,
you're gonna
I
curse
didn't even
the
think about that.
Yeah.
It just slipped out. I'm so sorry.
You're gonna curse the team, man.
That's tough.
We're not gonna hit that emote anymore. It's retired. I'll hit some other emotes, but 6-7 is retired.
It's retired.
Yeah, you guys won after you stopped using it.
Yeah,
so.
we had a genuine talk. We're like, okay, I think it's over.
I think if you have like a 12-0 half, where you're like, surely.
No.
Oh, what is
you
it?
should.
Yo, we're talking about hitting emotes? Okay.
Wait,
Oh, he's so funny. He hit the L dance after. I was like, yeah.
I saw that, yeah.
Oh my gosh.
No, if you're up 12-0, you don't say, all right, we're up 12. La poo poo.
Okay.
Attention spot.
Sorry. If you're up 12-0, you don't say, all right, we're up 12-0 and just give up. Oh, wow.
We got a pop in ISO. Amazing.
Wait,
They're cooking.
They
I
are
like it.
actually cooking. I'm here for it. Poppin was saying yesterday he wanted to play the Jet, let Jazzy on the Jet, but they're letting him loose. Last map, he's on that duelist.
I asked if he was gonna play duels. He's like, but they're cooking. They're cooking.
Does this change your prediction moves, or are you even more confident?
No, I think I still stay by the Envy pick. I do like the Sky more than the Fade, just for the pop, just the double flash with Yoru. The dog too, just actually being able to see things. I mean, the Fade's also good, and I'm pretty sure that's a comfort pick for Michaela, if I'm not wrong.
Yeah, she's been playing a lot of that Fade.
Yeah, and the double duelist, obviously, double dive on crew is also going to be strong, but I think the ISO's an interesting pick. I've never seen Poppin play ISO, though, so I have no idea.
Yeah, I was going to say, I was like, I wonder if he's going to do his best Kane Zera impression here. But honestly, when I really think about it, the Poppin ISO kind of makes sense when you're going up against Crew Lion, too, because you know that no matter what side he's on, Joe is going to be on that operator. Attack or defense, so having that shield to be that first point of contact could be a huge difference maker here.
Yeah, 100%. The ISO's like a direct counter for that op, so...
I don't know, this is going to be a fun one. And of course, elimination now on the line. We got a comp switch, but we also have a Crew Lion that was frying on the last map. Moobs, thank you again so much for joining us. It's time to get serious and head into Split and back over to your casters, the very serious Van Silly and Lemon Kiwi.
We are being so serious over here at the caster booth in 2 very separate locations of the world. But no more fun allowed, fans. There's only 1 grand final ticket we can give to one of these teams.
So I have to take the silly out of my name.
Yeah, Van Serious.
Van Serious. Let's go. So let's be serious. What I'm thinking about here, though, is I do like the changes coming out from NV FlyQuest going into the last time these 2 teams played against each other. Because when the desk talked about NV FlyQuest not using any of the initiators, it makes sense because you're starting off on a defense. You're playing a Sage, you're walling off, you're forcing players and funneling players to get against you. But now you're starting off on the attack, so you want to change things a little bit. A very similar vibe and look and feel of what they had on Bind before. So trying to play through smokes, double flash out, and be very aggressive. And now you have a double tap shield to add on top of that to help on the execution. So this is going to be a new test now for Crew Lion. to try to study and overcome in this match.
Oh, I was going to say the possible twofer for Michaela to kick things off, but NV FlyQuest will be silenced at the beginning. And remember, guys, these are pub teams, so the structure is going to be all out of sorts. And look where NV FlyQuest are, mainly Exter. While Poppin's going to do a Kane Zera cosplay in another round, but the rest of NV FlyQuest will hope to set up. But with the limited members that they have left, it's going to be hard to hold any space. So they want to get ahead of the game, and waiting for them is Benji. And he's like, I told you they were going to be there. Double swing confirmed by Monch, but a paranoia is now thrown into the mix from Thea to capitalize on this, but the gun did not do what she wanted.
I just love that during this one-on-one duel, you see, what was it? It was the Omen, right? It was Benji just looking back and like, hey, do you have this? I'm just looking at you. You're just doing your 1v1. You can win this. And then eventually she did. So he didn't need to swing out for that trade. But it's kind of funny how they just didn't make sure that they confirmed the kill by going for the double swing after. Outside of that, though, we just saw here that you're trying to play contact for a lot of these players around the side of FlyQuest Envy. Unfortunately, you're getting caught off guard. And the duel in the middle, it makes sense. It didn't work out into your favor. You couldn't really get the trade. You did some damage at least onto Michaela, but after that, once you force that rotate over, the corners weren't being cleared. You didn't have the buddy system to really try to go for the contact play towards that back of the spawn, and that just foils out all the plans that you're trying to do here on your post plant hold.
Love that every time this Lion crew wins a round, my ears get blown out. Like they're happy to be here, not feeling the intensity of, you know, a semifinal. A lot on the line. Spike left behind. This is exploration time. A default. Ev trusted with the lurk and is able to convert this time. Really struggled on the Haven previously to make the plays solo. But this time, really is going to confuse this Lion crew on where they need to stretch to.
It'll be a small reset. Everybody's going to meet up with each other so you can get the top off onto Ev. That's Jazzikin's responsibility. That's going through as a Sky, by the way. So not going back to play the Rays on that side, but they are going to try to sell this fake. You see both the ISO and the Sky moving over on that side. The pop flashes will happen. You're just waiting for that. But because of the smoke that's being thrown towards main, you had to 3-2-1 the walkout at that spot. So you do. Everything's good. This might guarantee at least a plant for FlyQuest Envy for the second map.
Flying crew really fighting down on that fake, but the jig is up. Benji has to go out kicking and screaming, and now it's a deadly game of Ring Around the Rosie. The two-top is insane. What a shot. What a stop to what looked like soon to be an open sight for the NV FlyQuest squad. It's all up to Poppin. It was part of selling that fake over at A, and now with 7 seconds left, it's all over. Back-to-back rounds for the Lion crew.
It was supposed to be an easy plant because of a 3v1 swarm into that spot, especially with the gap that was closed on that first swing out from the pillar, looking into B main from Benji. And then suddenly took a couple of shots for the first kill, but then as soon as he connects to the third, look at how clean the third kill is. So, okay, not too bad. The second one, this should be easy. Then somehow bends that bullet and curves it for the third headshot. That was just insane on the hold from Benji. On a solo B site. So no extra economy on that side for NV FlyQuest for that second round, but at least they still have economy to work with on the third.
Oh, just caught out in the open. Fantastic flash from Megster. NV FlyQuest realizing they need to invest a bit more in Michaela. Oh, the stocks are going up for this initiator. Fantastic, but all the action's happening elsewhere, but you're making the job easier. Especially with Exter already being injured. They on the high ground. The setup is there. Flank on watch. Poppin versus Monch. Michaela hopes to overtake the high ground. Like the idea here from the Lion crew, and Monch gets the perfect timing against Poppin. Slowly dismantling of this post plant.
One enemy remaining.
Lion crew now have to advance through, and Monch has already been discovered earlier. All they could do is jump out, so no bonus converted today.
It was supposed to be a nice round, though, for the side of Envy. That was supposed to be a little bit better than a flawless, if not finishing out the way that they did. It was still some good damage being done, all thanks to Michaela. because that's 2 players swinging out towards that A site. She's holding that solo. She wins both of those. And then suddenly, right over here, they're just missing a little bit of timing here on how they wanted to swing for that fight. They didn't expect for an early swing, I guess, from the side of FlyQuest Envy that Michaela was going to come out towards that Hell. So surprises 2 players, makes it very expensive for FlyQuest Envy within this round. Look at this buy.
Oh, and look at that first blood. Poppin was a huge part of that. The previous map, although the scoreline wouldn't tell you that story. Shield towards the right, but Benji, that lurk, you gotta be careful of what he could be up to. Just across the board, the way that Flying Crew trusts in each other to pull off these solo plays, and Michaela is still a menace. Will ward everyone away with the Prowler. And no revenge for NB FlyQuest.
If there's no timeout, this has to be a call, at least from Thea, within the future rounds to just add that pressure onto the A side. As they're playing a little bit more passively and just leaving that gap. Michaela has been disrespecting it and getting great value on the last 2 pushes. So that might force a little bit of a slower default now.
What an angle. Munch at 10 HP still gets value. You love to see it. 2 versus 2. Top of heaven. Menace flash out. NV FlyQuest tuck in. Keep safe. Now wanting to watch
30
screens.
seconds left.
Kind of bait out this engagement. And Jazzy finds the angle, and it's just Joe. But will it be Joe W? He's got 11 HP. And Jazzykins, who cares what role she fills? She still frags.
Still gets to plant 2 to force out the Seekers, or to have the Seekers available for round number 5. Love that you're consistently just fake planting at this point, just to try to flush out your opponents. You're knowing that Joe's going to be low on HP. It's being called out. It looked like it was going to be, once again, a great hold and a great start for Crew Line within that last round with how well they've anchored up the A site at the very beginning, but the inserts came out towards the end. The backstabs there coming out from Eggster made it very difficult for the players rotating back from that B site, kept them at bay on A after. And that was an important round that was needed here for FlyQuest Red. Either of those teams losing that round, we're going to go on to an eco within this round here. So now it's on the side of Crew Lion to go for the Shiko with 1 stinger in the hands here of Mephisto. And they're trying to go for a little bit of that fight here on that side. That disrespect is still coming out from the side of Crew Lion for pushing out towards this A site. And that funnels everybody into Mephisto with the stinger, though.
Lion Crew just hoping to bail each other out. Not giving up on this walk up in the garage. Being aware that the flash could be deadly, and Poppin', that plot armor stays strong. And NB FlyQuest even teleport in. They're wasting no time. Lion Crew will be around the corner with a Viper's Pit, but how much you really want to invest in... Oh, wait! Wait, these sheriffs are doing work! But it's a pretty significant dent, but is this salvageable from Monch at 26 HP? Finding an alternative, a different path, but has been spotted by Jazzy. No flash, no paranoia. Just the power of friendship to keep NV FlyQuest afoot.
Straddling a little bit here. Let's try to make sure that we can top off Thea with the heal instead of trying to secure the plant.
We're gonna catch them walking out. I thought Jazzy saw an high ground, but maybe imagine they would have rotated after being spotted. Monch, the patience really paying off, and that's why she was the rookie to watch out for at GCC. What a performance, and hoping to go for the clutch, but against the vet of Jazzykins. He's already in prime form in this map. Swing and a strike. That's all Jazzykins needs.
And you're once again just clinching into the scenario of that 1v1 because of how good these sure shots came through from these GC players for the side of LATAM. Crew Visa just owning it up there with what once again should have been an easy and cleaner round for the side of FlyQuest and Envy. But they've made it very doable. 6 bullets left into that weapon when she picks up that Vandal, and it definitely could have been in their favor. But thankfully, Jazzykins is able to save that one more time for the side of FlyQuest Envy. So that said, that keeps the economy quite low for the attack. They get the plant, yeah, whatever, but you know that in these lower buy rounds that you have from Crew Line, they've made it very expensive every single time. for NV FlyQuest so they could really much stay in this game.
Yeah, the way that FlyQuest Envy can scale up is quite scary. And this is now getting really, really close. This was the map that we've been destined to see. None of these 13-1s, 13-2s. Want a close and clean game, and we're getting just that after now a more extended series. And this is for the Big Cheese, for a chance to go to the grand final tomorrow. See, the coaches are also taking this very, very seriously. No more time for games.
Yeah, you know, especially when Adam is calling for these timeouts and he's talking to the team, there's always going to be a novel, pages and pages of notes that's going to be just splurted into the ears of his players. And it starts with them looking for that early information. Look at the amount of util being thrown towards that B main just to hold and lock down that spot. Because they know right now that it's always been soft for the side of NV FlyQuest on that A site in the beginning. You're just making sure here they can fight toe-to-toe in that spot. And then for that reset, going back into the mid control. So a little bit of a checkpoint that is in favor of the defensive side. Now you're looking for that minute mark information. The first Prowler comes out from Michaela. Wouldn't be surprised if she throws the second one at that minute mark. And once it gets confirmed, you start playing here for that retake into the A site.
I like the line crew reinforcing Benji. On the left side, as you pointed. Prone, and it's NV FlyQuest stopped in their tracks, thinking it was looking open. Now they have to try and wrap around through the high ground.
Here.
As the spike gets set up at the front too, is Eggster. Ready to converge into screens. The dog is going to reveal shots from both sides. The flash, Eggster just keeps them anchored. And the double swing is out. Eggster takes care of business before Mom's trades. Thea in a 1 versus 2 on the high ground.
Planet for her.
One enemy remaining.
Launch and Benji is left to keep the and it's just a prank. There it is. Thea clutches.
We're all trying to figure out what's going to happen after. Once we came back here, we were playing a little bit of a slideshow going through, and then in the end, I don't know if everybody's talking to each other. I wonder if the whole server was actually lagged out, because that's why they're all laughing. So it ends up being the Omen being behind the Omen and execution on that side of Thea to be able to clutch that 1 versus 2. Like I said, it wasn't really planned for her. And it looked like, once again, NV FlyQuest was going to shut down that flood retake attempt at the very beginning from the side of Crew and Lion. But somehow you just have 2 hero players are always able to come back and make this very winnable on their side. Has to come down for another clutch, and it comes down to the victory for FlyQuest Envy.
Those timeouts. Nothing has changed for the Lion crew. Playing for those retakes and able to scratch the surface on the entries of NV FlyQuest. Now you've seen glimpses of what this plan is, and it's a lot centralized around the perimeter of the map. You see that there's a lot more garage aggression from the defenders to invest more. Now it's the right side of the map that could be exploited.
Yeah, and I gotta say, I'm gonna give some +2s and some credit now to the Omen player on the side of Crew Lion. The way that Benji's currently playing the anchored site on the B site and the value that he gets here off the paranoia are actually quite big. The only thing is, unfortunately, there's a little bit of overcommitment on one end or a miscomm on the side of who he's trying to flash for, that they swing a little bit too early as to get picked off. Because remember when I think it was Eggster, right, that was holding towards that flower pot, and you go for the double swing from both extremities into the entrance of the screens. They didn't play that into perfection for their side because they bumped into each other, which became an easy spray for Poppin. But instantly as they fall, Poppin gets fully blinded from the top of heaven from that flash from Benji. So if they waited a little bit more on that timing, Poppin's fully flashed, you get at least a guaranteed kill and maybe one person still alive here towards that screen, so you could actually have a better flood retake into the site. Same thing happened towards that B main when you actually had the bonus round, Mephisto inserted with the stinger into that B, into the B long. The paranoia came across when you heard the double tap, but he swung a little bit too early before Poppin got hit by that paranoia, so that he actually gets no value here with that stinger. So it gives a chance for Envy to really go for that death ball into the sights. So if that communication comes out a little bit better here for that timing, for the synergy for the side of Crew and Lion, they're looking quite primed to have a strong defensive half on their side and to keep this game very, very close. But I think this is what we expected anyways. I mean, Kiwi, the third map was going to be back and forth. And if it's not for clutches from the side of Jazzykins and from Thea, it would have definitely been probably like a 4-2 for the side of Crew Lion.
Headshot, cameraman.
Missed me. I get to dodge bullets.
Okay, nap time for for Poppin, but
somebody get him a microfiber cloth. He's gonna need to clean that monitor now.
Also, this is so cursed, so deja vu that the tech pause, these two teams on split. I'm 90% sure. And Poppin had said in the interview that they came out stronger after that tech pause. So maybe FlyQuest Envy, I don't think need too much help since they're ahead by 2, but
crazy, eh? That it happens on the third map, or at least on split, and it happens between these two teams, and the game is going to stay close back and forth. So let's see what happens. But I'm just trying to. Do you want to cast as rock paper scissors?
Yeah. Camera person.
So wait, when you're pointing that one towards the air, is it the French way? Because I remember when I was playing rock paper scissors in French, it's roche papier ciseaux. But then if you do that one letter, it's allumette. It's a match. So it could burn the paper too. So you could actually like burn the paper and also cut the paper. I don't know why we invented that as a kid.
Lighter?
But... Sorry?
What beats the lighter? The rock, I guess?
Well, it's a match. Well, yeah, I guess a lighter or a rock gets smashed by a lighter, or a match gets smashed by the rock, right? I don't know. Doesn't a rock ignite? Can a rock ignite the match? But it can't burn the rock. You can heat it up though.
Yeah, just smash the person holding
just dumb kids.
the lighter.
Maybe we never should have added the match. Just keep it at 3. That's how it's done.
Now you're hoping to hit those headshots just in the server as well. And we got all the mascots, the Labubus. I know Alexis had the moose plushie out. Soon, but I'm being the second time it's happened to these exact two teams.
And also early in the day, so it's not too bad, right? At least for these two teams. So I'm down for it. The first 2 maps went by very quickly too, because we had a 13-2 and a 13-11. So I don't think that the energy is tired out yet within the server. So they definitely have it the patience to resume this as soon as possible.
Well, you know what would also build anticipation? Okay, well, Jazzykins fighting someone, but also sending it to a break. We'll tell you the winner of this fight after this.
Hello, everyone. As you saw, a couple of game issues occurring. We are in the midst of solving them right now, so we are going to be taking a little bit of a break. Opportunity, get a snack, chill out, go take the dog for a quick walk. We'll be back soon with more Spotlight Series Americas.
fuga, vai. Fuga, vai. Então fuga, vai. Não tenta bater de frente. Sabe que lá tá fazendo macete. Desce até o chão. Ela tá doida pra colar com a gente. Fazendo macete. Ela tá doida pra colar com a gente.
We are back, y'all. Thank you so much for your patience, honestly.
Look at that. They're still plugging stuff.
We're just making sure Jazzy's fixed up because she looks like she lost that fight to Thea just now. We did say we were going to update you on how that brawl was going, but now we got to settle it in the game this time.
Yeah. They both look defeated because one, Jazzkins definitely is just staring into the void, and then Thea is still setting up her headset. So, and then meanwhile, we're looking at Crew Line just looking across the stage, being like, "Yo, guys, hurry up, man."
I blame the Labubu. There's something about that thing that is cursed.
He has to blame Moobs. He's the one that mentioned it on broadcast. So
that's true. He is 6 foot, and you know what 6 represents, right? So
7.
Okay.
Damn it! I said I wasn't gonna do that.
You
joke.
said it, dude.
They got me. Dude, I blame this time. I blame Tenric and
Marks. Yeah.
That's it.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm Brayton Ron so much. I'm forgetting names too.
Honestly, SRG brought that into existence. Like they started mind controlling their team.
That one was kind of funny though. What Elixis did. It was kind of funny. But yeah, we're gonna get into the game. Thank you for your patience, everybody. TLDR, if you're just tuning it now, or if you blocked everything out in the first 6 rounds, it went back and forth. Now we're going to round number 7. There's been a lot of moments where Crew Line were very close to winning rounds on these ecos, and it always came down to like 2 big clutches on 1v1s from Jazzikins and from Thea for them to take this 2-point lead. So now we resume. It is back into an eco for Crew Line, and they still have a chance here to do an impact and keep the economy low from the side of FlyQuest Envy.
Oh, there's like 3 around the corner, and Mephisto still got away with that. But now Silence, no showstopper, just kill contracts and kills for Poppin. Being able to pop back out, tucked in, Benji greets them with open arms. And with the assistance of Michaela from the top side, Slying crew trying to shut the door on this round and Poppin against the world. The wall had it coming, I swear, but a 3K, the plot armor up. Now that's been cracked. The reload, the mind games, and a almost ace for Poppin, but Joe shows up just in time.
Poppin would have been an insane highlight reel for sure for Poppin's side there for FlyQuest Envy. But everything else outside of that, you have to commend how Crew Line played that. Outside of the smoke, the crossfire that they set up, the bait that they played was just so nice. And once again, it's the shares, the ecos that start off the rounds here for the side of Crew Line. The first pick that came from Mephisto right into the B main, and they're able to eco it back. I was just about to mention before the action happened, because of those rounds where, you know, on a low buy from Crew Line, they always kept the econ quite low for FlyQuest Envy. So despite it being a 4-2 scoreline and it just got ecoed, look at how low their economy goes into this round here. No plants on their side too, so they're forced to full eco.
The multiple shots heard, trying to take care of that Prowler from Michaela, and that's where the off at full attention and absolutely decimated, trying to get through A and the wrap through the ramp. Not gonna work out too. And we are all tied up after the tech pause.
And is this what we want to see right now? Because as before we went to the tech pause, you've mentioned Lemon Kiwi, that Poppin mentioned in his interview when they won yesterday. Is like, oh yeah, after the tech pause, we felt like we kind of lit up, and then they just dominated for the rest of the game. But now it seems like the tides have turned here, where Crew Lion, after the tech timeout, gets an eco, gets into converting a very clean anti-eco as well on their end, and they've tied up this game. So yeah, win one any other way.
Well, I want to hear what this Lion crew is up to. Let's listen in.
Trono a la Sky, boludo.
Era solo
Creo que pasó
turista,
una rampa.
No pasaron. Ya van a pasar, ahora sí van a pasar.
¿Es B?
Sí, creo que sí.
Voy a esperar. Vale.
Hay que podríamos hacer cuando peleemos el bello, dejarle la pipa a la punta al otro lado y lo peleamos full con bundle nomás, ¿vale?
Guys are getting content and we're learning a new language. At least for me. I know most people in America are bilingual, but sounded hectic, but still successful.
Yeah, and it looks like the comms came from Michaela a lot too, especially on that 2 versus 4. Caught into the position of where that Sky and the Viper were at too, towards that A main. And you saw, unfortunately, despite those calls, Monch, as she's walking down here towards that mid, came out with a knife instead of really trying to look through the sewer. She could have cut some rotates and continued to make it expensive here against FlyQuest Envy, but we go from back and forth rounds and now back and forth from low buys to low buys converted for both teams. So yeah, this is a very fun first half that we're experiencing so far as NV FlyQuest are selling this fake into the B site. As they find the information, instant TP. And then we're going to move to scale into the A side right away.
Oh, the Prowler is going to grab the behinds of NV FlyQuest on their way in, so they is going to hang back just in case there's a wraparound through ramp. Even going to double up with Poppin. Front Viper's Pit. This is going to be quite the space to try and puncture through for Lion Crew. Now Joe's going to pop their own dimensional drift and just assess the positioning. Who's within the Viper's Pit? Who could be elsewhere? And well, Thea goes unaccounted for, and Exter takes things in his own hands with the Judge being the bodyguard at the front. Wrapping around subtly is this deadly raise to bring down the Viper's Pit. And Mephisto, they have just swung this in Lion Crew's favor. The defuse, the double sack, Thea's there in time.
Very nicely played by Thea. Makes a lot of noise, gets spotted by the Boombot, yet is still able to convert 2 kills to save the round once again for FlyQuest Envy. It seems as though they weren't even really flustered on the side of the LATAM team when that ult came through from Exter on that B side, because you already had a TP set up towards screens. So you had a great job being held back here from the side of Joe, so you can't push on the side of Envy, and you could counter them into the pit with your own Euro ult. It came through the drop in that pit, getting some good damage, but those playing into the elite lurks and the backstabs in the end converted round for NV FlyQuest. Back in the lead by 2 rounds, everything. Momentum reset once again from Crew Line, as they are once again trying to spot for some information in their low buy. Back and forth we go, continuing the low buy versus big buys. Very rarely do we see so far since we came back from the timeout, or at least from the pause, that we've had equal footing in terms of the economy for these two teams.
Like that insertion from Joe and the smoke from Benji when you heard the outlaw from NV FlyQuest. So gonna start at B and at A. This is a trend that Lion Crew are starting to mark. And look at their reads. They are set up, ready to greet this. The Seekers will guide NV FlyQuest into the site, teleporting in with the Yoru, and Exter is found early. Thought they had time to set up. And the Nightfall reigns in on this offense. They were just more focused on the high ground, and Poppin gets the job done. And now within the site, coming through ramp, NV FlyQuest could be getting out-rotated here. And that was a real chance for Benji to strike. Now it's Joe's turn, and a headshot, almost a second. Damage being done, spotted. So many cutoffs. This time it's Mephisto that'll check them at the door. And the pat down and the Thrifty in favor of the Lion Crew.
Back and forth we go. Another Thrifty. If any sponsors are watching right now, you know what to do. The next time that League of Ace is putting together a Spotlight Series or Challengers, you could know for sure you could go for a sponsorship for Thrifties here, because we are definitely just trading things out for these two teams. There was a little bit of a whiff from Benji there at the beginning that we saw on that A ramp that was trying to cut the rotates over, when he's been so good in the first half. Or the first part of the first half on defense on that B side. But thankfully, Joe was there. Mephisto's still there, connecting those shots. And now they close that gap by 1. A final push for the half for Envy on the attack. A split towards the A side with the TP. And Michaela is able to at least open things up first.
That was a good idea from Thea. Spikes being left behind. Another awkward round from NV FlyQuest. Just feeling like this was a stronger site. And not too strong of a showstopper, but one guy who can clean things up is Poppin. 1 versus 2. Said he can play with any type of teammate and any type of play style, and this is a familiar situation. When the round seems lost, how you can get it back. Joe and Benji are already knowing this rotation. We'll have a little bit of time for Poppin to set up. Some loud footsteps going to the high ground. Poppin should be expecting this. And almost faltered to the clone he heard at the back alley. And doesn't matter, Joe had the cleaner shots.
Yeah, unfortunately not as clean this time for Poppin, who had first shot free reign on the first 1v1. And that will now allow Crew Line to really tie up this game. So I thought that things calmed down for this side of the LATAM team, but they finally found their footing. And Everything's going to get decided in the second half. A clean slate into the series. There's no double elimination, so whoever wins this one moves into the grand finals. The other, unfortunately, is already going to stop their run at the America Spotlight Series. So we'll see who closes this out, who moves forward after the break.
Tied scoreline going into the second half, and only one team can advance to that grand final. Everyone's settling in after the tech pause too, and it's time to end this, fans.
Yeah, and this is still going to be a big question mark for the side of FlyQuest Envy because, you know, they've changed their composition around. They've built a comp so that they could try to get more rounds on the attack, and unfortunately, we're able to capitalize onto 6 rounds. Really, this time around, though, on the defense, they still have flashes to work with, which they didn't have last time around, so that would help them for these type of fights.
Jazzykins waits for someone to capitalize off of that flash close and affecting Mephisto, but it doesn't matter. Lion Crew just synergize well and clutch under pressure. That's what matters. Beautiful opening to this pistol, leaving Thea in a 1 versus 5.
Min-maxing. Even drops the spike, allowing Mephisto to pick up the orb, go for a plant, and get a flawless in the end for Monch. And look at the HP across the board. Only Monch after that fight there against Thea, but everything else was super clean on their side on the pistol. And apologies, small correction, by the way. I was talking about how they didn't have flashes from the side of NV FlyQuest. They were still playing with extra as a Yoru, but they didn't have the Jazzykins with the sky flashes and the heals that could really help out in these moments where they could aggress a little bit more here on the defense, especially with the fact that if you were playing a Sage in the first place anyways, you did have that heal, but they having that dog in those flashes for the double fights to make sure that you could lock out some areas probably is what they're trying to cook coming in this time around on their rematch against Crew Lion in this third map.
Joe with that same Marshall Baez back on bind. The support at a distance, but with the Viper's walls in the way, can complicate things and definitely nullify his impact. But allows for more subtle rotations towards ramp after sensing that flash from Jazzykins. Not something that Lion Crew want to mess with. They're getting ahead of the game. Oh, Joe, right in that space. And Extra waits for the moment to come out. No flash in hand, just to use the clone. The Prowler is chasing after the clone, so that's one way to take care of that. Double flank starting to form. A lot on Mephisto's plate, while hoping to not be caught out by someone pushing from screens. And oh, the spike! Lion Crew being huddled up. Benji takes full control. He's just better with the Guardian, man. He becomes faker with the Guardian, and I don't know with any other guy.
I was about to say, yeah, the 180 tap onto the third one too. It looks like on the side of FlyQuest with the coaching staff, they couldn't believe it. It looked like it was very doable for that side, especially when Monch got caught off guard watching it from the cafe spot right into main, which is quite impressive that we're kind of leaving that gap because you're not playing anybody that's playing a full Senti to find information here for the team. It has to be the responsibility of the Viper, and you know that with the execution, nobody was really inserted towards middle for Elite Lurk. So to keep that gap open and give a chance for Envy to come back, I would understand the frustration on the coaching side because they felt like they almost had it.
Oh, Joe teleported right in front of Ev. Ballsy play. It does get traded there by Michaela, so there's layers to this Lion crew and how they're hoping to support each other. Now Solo's left on the extremities, seeing what else they can draw out of NV FlyQuest now that Lion crew have made their first move. Michaela's gonna be tested again. Yeah. Oh, the drop down. Shaky aim because of that from Mephisto. Ending at A seems to be the case. And a raid boss, that's Exter, a top performer for this team. Knows his stage like the back of his hand. It's gonna keep everyone from Line Crew so anchored. Jazzykins could be pressed. Thinks she's got a sense of security because of these smokes, and Benji is wrapping around with the Bucky with the spike. That could be a dangerous spot to drop it. You hear the rotations from B. His Lion crew are very stuck on how to bail themselves out of the situation. A 4K for Egster there.
Great patience for NV FlyQuest. Not trying to rush it through to try to fight into heaven when they spot it where Michaela was playing. They just wanted to make sure that they don't have the disadvantage of going up the ropes and just playing go for it and getting their heads popped off as they move up. They know how clean the shots have been on the side of Michaela on this map so far from that first half. But it ends up being Egster picking up 4 kills in that side, anchoring the A site to perfection. And now that's a bonus round that wasn't really converted on the side of Crew Lion. Not too much damage being done, so economy is going to be good for the side of NV FlyQuest for this round and the next.
Oh, big ol' hug, still traded. Poppin', kind of like what he did on Haven. Likes to condition the team to expect the unexpected, to keep you on your toes at the extremities of the map. Beautiful. And the spike is dropped. A huge play, and the clone gets shot. Exter has a heads up. There's trouble around the corner, and Joe has to salvage this. He at least tries to pick up the spike and silently walk away. And you can't say the same about Benji. Tried to make his way into B and open up things for his objective player. Joe has to address what the only thing he knows, which was a player to his right, quick to turn, but not enough in the tank.
Just got to give it to Jazzykins on maintaining that pressure and pushing it away as they caught some players off guard and got some good mid control for the side of Crew Lion. And as she falls back and goes for a flash, and then it blinds players, forces one to retreat into Mail, which allows Poppin to swing out right on the top of heaven and have an easy 1v1 against a half-blinded opponent. Crosshair placement was in there, pick up the kill, and continue the defensive hold here on the top of heaven, not allowing the flood to come through. Now they tie up that game for the side of FlyQuest Envy. We talk about the defensive half here by having these double flashes from both Poppin and Jazzykins, excuse me, is good enough to hold the defense on that B site.
The Lion crew are getting shoved and cut off on their entries, and it's chaos, but that's exactly where Poppin and Exter like to thrive. With the high ground earned 2 options ruined for Michaela. He's trying to just get a lineup, nice lucky headshot, and the jig is up. Penny has fallen, and Exter confirms the 3rd. He is on a roll.
Yeah. No shenanigans this time around too, and no conversion for the Eco or the Thrifties on the side of Crew Lion. I don't know if he was hesitating a bit for that kill. I feel like he already had his dimensional drift. I could be mistaken on that one, but it almost felt like they wanted to try to keep the last one alive so that Ev can move forward to pick up that kill. Because now you have kill contract available for the ISO for Poppin. You now have the dimensional drift available as well for some retake plays. Because remember, these type of combos you can have with these ults, it's very similar to how you could play a Hunter's Fury with a Yoru ult. You could do exactly the same thing here to do the Yoru with the kill contract to open up some space. And by that space that's taken away from the ult, it allows the Yoru to even TP out in that area to surprise even more. So I think that's the conversation that would happen, that would be going through right now for the side of Crew Lion, as it's being called by Adam, Coach Adam once again.
Glad you mentioned the teleports from the Yoras because it's been fun to watch the different styles of how you accelerate into the site, TPing in, and sometimes getting caught off guard by who you're standing in front of, or trying to play the mind games if you're on the attacking side and quickly flipping to the other side of the map. Seeing like the more time that these players compete together, the more complex their strategies decide to become. And only a round lead for this defense.
Don't give them.
Duelist line up on the right with a flash to enable. Jazzykins has been able to fill any role, even more known as that breach player recently. She'll pair up with Poppin to go for a kill contract if they were to sense some trouble. But Lion Crew is trying to sell that fake towards B, and Exter is going to call that out. Lion Crew don't want to waste any more time acting this out. Teleporting in, Benji gets ahead, and Poppin with the shield! He ruins all of their plans! And Lion Crew just try to get access to the high ground. Some advantage to work with, despite not any warm bodies to keep this going. What a round from NV FlyQuest.
Signature rankers right there. It looks like it's very puggy in a sense, but all of that is because you have such good players that could do these type of plays. And that's getting Poppin ready for after you go for the dimensional drift from Exter. As he clears out towards B main, he realizes now that Zhou TP's away towards the A site. There's one a site exec into the A site, so they already anticipated the A site hit. And Poppin says, okay, well, I got double tap. Let me just get into a position and spray behind a dimensional drift and get some kills. And he does that highlight reel just like that. And now, unfortunately for Crew Lion, to continue into this path of buy, save, buy, save, buy, save, back into an eco, but also back into potentially what could be a tech pause, because I doubt you would call a timeout here for the side of FlyQuest Envy when you just won a round like that.
You don't want anything to hinder those. Whatever issues are going on, Exter continues to impress. Yes, it was a slow map for NV FlyQuest previously there on Haven, despite kind of how strong they are. Back to meditation mode for Poppin after what we saw.
Yeah, and actually it was even Exter at the beginning too, no? Before they start the series.
I think so. Yeah.
It's just maybe an Envy thing. You know, we saw on one side, Lemon Kiwi, that for Envy, they close their eyes and breathe. And for Jazzykins and for Thea, as you see on the screen right now, they were doing shoulder pops, you know, stretching out the shoulders, doing the shoulder rolls to loosen up. So I like how every single one of these orgs have different types of stretches and ways to calm down their players to keep the mental focus within these games.
It's been so fun, and I'm glad that no matter the results, like, I'm still seeing everyone smile, not because of tech pauses, but even when you're down like 13-1, like, people are still laughing, screaming over winning a pistol. And, you know, worst case, I guess you get to go explore Mexico some more, which everyone's here has been asking everyone how they found it. And even Lace was like, oh, when I thought my season was done, now I'm in Mexico. And that sounds like a really great place to be in December.
Yeah, 100%. Especially for us in Canada, or at least for me in Canada, where the snow came a little bit early than anticipated, and we're actually getting like even January weather is at the beginning of December, which kind of sucks. Also, it's sad that unfortunately we're not there in Mexico, but at the same time, I'm also very happy that I'm cozy in the heating of my office, casting these games, so I don't have to freeze my butt outside shoveling snow.
Yeah, chat, he's so mad right now.
Oh yeah, as I'm smiling, you hear me smile through the microphone, but also clench my fists in my pockets. Man, I wish I was there with the heat.
But also, it's such a big map for just everybody on NV FlyQuest. There's something about these tech pauses where they almost do better at. They're very, I'd imagine, a very tilt-proof team. I think everyone's kind of approaching this in a very chill way, but ranked really does shape you to be a very resilient person. And then you come into this with whatever issues or different people that you're not used to playing with, and you're able to help them out, you know, complement the play styles or the plays that other people are making, while also just not being afraid to ask for things. This is
kind of have fun within the server too. We're just shooting it. Make some people laugh or do the mental warfare of like, oh no, we're in game. I am going to be super competitive and I'm going to. I mean, so
Mr.
far we're
Fix
looking
It.
at him and the screen's still frozen for me. So
Coach Joe, I'm not good with faces, but Mr. Fix It,
yeah,
get in there.
he's checking the servers, so maybe. Yeah, I see some hand movements going on to the mouse pads too, so that's a potential. But
Well, we got Winthrop
definitely-
here. Surely somebody majors in IT or something, right? We got the collegiate
Definitely not
boys.
history.
That's so true. Lunch is apparently a subject. I want to major into that. Which all those segments ended up being just like Moob's Q&A. It was all just the only guy volunteering for media segments, which, you know, maybe that's why Winthrop Shopify had a training and the media segments. I think they're also going to be a team that looks better today.
Yeah, I actually, you bring up a great point as well in terms of slow starts for a lot of these teams. I mean, one of them, as you've just mentioned, Winthrop and Shopify Rebellion and Moobs, you know, was just talking about it before, where Moobs is being also very modest at the same time, because he said, oh, I could play Omen, but then during on the desk with Dan Dryad, Ash, and Sierra, actually I'm going to call her Sierra Dawn, he mentioned like, yeah, I could play Omen, but then said, oh, I can't really play Omen. But one of the first times that I've noticed Moobs and seen his potential was when he actually did play Omen on Ascent and probably had, I think it was like a 1v4 clutch. He was like one of the first ones that I've noticed that were doing drop smokes too on the Omen to spot feet whenever he's doing these plays. So he definitely knows how to play controller. He definitely knows how to play Omen. He's just being very, very modest going through. So it's probably like one of those areas of like, I haven't played Omen in a long time, so let me just take the safe way out. But he's definitely doing a great job here filling in for what seems to be the most comfortable roles for every single one of these players on Shopify Winthrop University once we get a chance to see him in the second Bale 3.
Yes, what a great time, Thea, to have some snacks. Everyone at home, you should do that too. Okay, don't eat those, actually.
Yeah.
I don't know.
You don't want to do a 2025 Tide Pod challenge.
I would have eaten those, but I'm actually going to go and Google what snacks are in Mexico, and I hope that you guys enjoyed this break, because we'll see you on the other side. I just ate a hand warmer and it didn't really work out, but I'm back here with my best Bud Vans, and I promise you we're going to finish this map right now today.
What does that taste like? Is your throat warm?
Yeah, you know, I'm ready to cast. No, it's super helpful. Look what my caster taught me.
now you can actually drop some fire lines.
Oh, okay. No, I preferred when you said 6-7.
I'm going to say 8-10 instead for the scoreline as we're back here from the tech pause, and lots of pressure on the defensive side on middle. So it seems as though you're trusting really on both Thea and Papa and the extremities, especially when you still have the kill contract on that side.
Ooh, okay. Cheeky first blood. Envy FlyQuest holding the line, but Line Crew, can they actually achieve this high ground without leaving corpses in their wake? And well, now the rotations are coming in from B. Line Crew are getting converged on. It's not looking good, but there's a bunch of sheriffs.
You get contact too on flat, so you know that somebody's there. Especially now that you've dropped launch, so there's not really too much that Mephisto could do. And again, it's just to add one more time a little bit of what Envy's currently doing here with not only Popping playing towards the extremity, but consistently both Joe and Extra as Yorus are consistently placing these TPs back towards that screen. So you have now like the Euron defense that could add a lot of pressure on or extremity on middle, and you have delays now on the top of Poppin instead of the fade over on the A site from Crew Line. So it's not as easy, I guess, to trust only one person to hold up towards the A site. But at least Envy, FlyQuest are doing that to perfection because of how quick Extra is on these rotates and how they work together in tandem with the undercut and just the sprays that they have. It's very tough right now for Crew Line to get these entries in the line of scrimmages towards the A site.
Yeah, just pushing past that Viper's wall, the constant switch and positioning from Exter or whoever is holding within the site. And the only boon for Crew Line has been trying to go through ramp, and if they could remove Jazzykins, that would be a huge part gone from Envy FlyQuest when you have not as many flashes with just the Sky and the Yoru. Maybe that's enough, but Exter has gone from screens to tucking through the corner to being doubled up with someone else. It's so hard to read what FlyQuest Envy are up to.
And we're up to the crossfire setup, a change actually in positioning. You do have Poppin playing towards B main instead. They're trying to go for that capture into the ult once again to just cancel out Mephisto's showstopper. Thankfully, the pathing is different, but it allows... No, he still gets a kill from the grave.
Revenge is sweet. I can't believe Mephisto got away with that. And now the Lion Crew, well, that doesn't seem to be a step in the right direction. Despite the one kill, at least Ev won't be able to Viper's Pit and kill Contract Throne from Poppin, kidnaps Benji. How is he gonna do? He just watches him playing with his food. And Poppin doesn't even react. Match point, series point for FlyQuest Envy.
And I didn't have a chance to say before it all started. So the positioning, the changes that they had, that's Mephisto loving to use the showstopper on this B site within this matchup, either on defense or on attack. So you're trying to go for the scale. You're trying to stop the showstopper on the entry. So great on Mephisto to understand that and path from Male instead, but just did not expect here the player to play behind the boxes of Ev. He's able to take them down here before they drop, but the rest is just continuing to be Poppin and Exter. Both of them dropping over 20 kills in this last map of the series. And add another one to the tally. And another one.
And another one. Okay, DJ Khaled, but wait.
I was going to say, it's DJ Mephisto too.
Okay, the twofer. Love to see that. Iron Crew need anything and everything they can get. Trailing behind. After having that 6-6 half, this is very deja vu from being almost able to come back to being silenced permanently, being down a person with no ults, but at least a paranoia away from Mephisto to satchel in. First time playing together, but it's do or die.
And it was the biggest fight that was needed there for Monch back towards that A site. If she could have won that, it opens up the A site for them to rotate over on that spot. Now instead, you have to play into silence, contact play the whole time, which gives an advantage for somebody playing in an off angle to at least get one and make it even more difficult for the side of Crew Line to be able to close out this round. So another smoke to try to fake towards heaven. They walk towards screens.
Poppin knows.
Poppin's already waiting, yeah. Grab orb, ult. Okay, that's good. It's over.
Stone cold and doesn't even need to blink, but if you blink, you miss it. 13-8. NV FlyQuest have ended it, and they're going to the grand final.
Big play coming out there on that last round. So dogging for information, moving forward to pick up the orb, confirming the last two players are nowhere near that B site with the Seekers. And Envy, they turn it around from a slow start on that first day. Well, not only Envy, of course, but Envy and FlyQuest, and they turn it around from one night to the next. And you're seeing now that the changes even in comps that they're bringing into today, the extra aggression that they want to bring on their attack sides too, seems to be paying off, because now you're playing into comfort worlds and also into a comfortable play style of Poppin and Exer. And you gotta use that to your advantage when you're definitely playing with these players on your team.
And you heard it from Lace on the Analyst couch, I guess,
yeah.
that they were cooking. They were spending a lot of time together, throwing in ideas, and Lace is also an incredibly smart player, so she hope to see her play, of course, but in that sort of assistant coach position, they really came with a good game plan on split, seeing a lot of that double duelist, figuring it out, and even Jazzykins stepping back from the duelist to fill out in the initiator spot. This is such a well-built roster. You got the calling from Poppin and Thea, and it all worked out in the end.
Yeah, especially for Jazzykins' side, when you just mentioned that she flexed into the initiator. That's really what she was also doing throughout her career. She went from playing like Raze Jet, Star Entry Duelist into like a Sage to support C9 White when they're playing together, then goes into playing Collegiate and then playing Sentinel roles into Initiator. So definitely a player that's been practicing and been around in terms of the experience that she brings throughout the 5 years of Valorant that she's been playing since in the first place, when, you know, Game Changers was even called for the women, for the FTW back into like the summer of 2021, I'd like to say. Could be wrong on that date, but it was definitely a long time coming here for Jazzykins. Always nice to see her back in the server, and also helping out now NV FlyQuest to push them over to the almost finish line, but at least they make it to the grand finals.
Yeah, and I wonder if Jazzy's going to get to face her former team of the 100 Thieves that are awaiting us in the next match. And such a team with so much talent, so much potential. We were wondering how those play styles were going to clash. How were the personalities going to mix? But hey, these are all players that have been chosen because of their flexibility. And we got to see like the rankers kind of go back to that ranked playstyle, which worked out beautifully. And so much support on this team and opening up to as they spend more time together, and the trust that you build over time has been so cool to see. And they get to go to the grand final to face the winner of our next match.
Yeah, that's it. That's going to be a fun one to watch as well. Another team that kind of turned it around from the beginning towards the end, and that's Winthrop University / SR Shopify Rebellion. They're definitely one of the teams to look out for, especially now that we're seeing Donut on this chamber. But just to talk a little bit more about the last team here, NV FlyQuest, I also have to mention and give a little bit of a props to Ev as well. We talk about big minds in terms of IGLing experience for Poppin and for Thea. But remember when, you know, you kind of had like a roster change for FlyQuest Red, Ev actually took the reins for calling for that team as well for a short stint before Thea came back. So there is definitely a lot of good players that are not only very good at shooting, but it could also understand these type of different play styles. And that's exactly what you need when you go into these type of competitions to the Spotlight Series, when it's all puggy. You're mixing a lot of players, you're mixing a lot of styles, and now you have to think on the fly of how you could actually bring yourselves across that finish line to win these maps in these series. And you know what? That's, again, more props to this team for FlyQuest Envy to turn it around from yesterday to today.
Yeah, I'm such a big fan of Eb because, you know, Canadian is cool and all, but the responsibility of being a Sky on Bind, a KJ on Heaven, so much to juggle. But we want to go and check in with Sierra because she has a post-match interview. Let's go say hello.
Thanks so much, you two. I have IGL extraordinaire, the wonderful, the beautiful, the congratulations. You're finals bound. grand finalist as well. What's up? How are you feeling?
I'm feeling great. Honestly, we had so much fun today, and I think that's the main reason that we won. It was just everybody putting in so much effort. It was amazing. It was so much fun.
It was a lot of fun to watch too. I want to start right away with that map number 3 because we're kind of curious. What could they be cooking up? What are we going to see here? And we get to see popping on the ISO. We get to see a switch up from what we saw yesterday. Talk to me about that.
Yeah, we're just playing it like as we go, whatever we're feeling. We want to be comfortable is like the number one thing, and Poppin is clearly comfortable on like any agent he plays. So, yeah, all of us are on comfort agents, and everyone's just freaking fragging out, making plans together. We're just trying to focus on really playing together, and I think we did that.
And I talked to Poppin yesterday, and we talked about the decision for who was going to be IGLing and that decision being put upon you. So then I want to know your take on entering this too and just being able to play with an extraordinary squad.
Yeah, I was so excited to play with Poppin, like, because I knew I was going to, like, learn from him too, IGLing-wise. And I feel very grateful that, you know, he's, you know, letting me take the reins with IGLing, like, especially on attack. But, like, he's doing so much still. Like, it's a team thing. You know, we're all making plans all the time. But, yeah, it's great. We're just trusting everybody's call, and it's working.
It really has been. And you've been talking about how much fun you have been having, the team's been having. What has the best part of Spotlight Series been so far for you? Put you on the spot.
I love just seeing all the players. I think it's so cool to just have, you know, the camera on everybody's talent. I love just seeing everybody here. It's so fun. That's it.
And everyone's really been able to rise to the occasion. Last but not least, there's a grand final tomorrow. How are you feeling about that confidence level going into it?
Definitely extremely confident after today. Yeah, Crew is such a good team, and, you know, being able to beat them, especially like 13-2 on the first map, I was very impressed with us. So I think it's only going to be better going into tomorrow.
We certainly can't wait. Thank you so much. Enjoy the rest of the day, being able to rest, relax, and prepare for tomorrow. As for us, I mean, NV FlyQuest, they are finals bound. Time to see who else is going to be joining them, though, as we still have one more matchup on the day. 100 Thieves going up against Winthrop and Shopify. Two teams that impressed yesterday. We got to see right away 100 Thieves out of the gate. Winthrop Shopify that had the vibes and able to unlock the key to victory later on. But now, heading on over to the desk, I wanted to hear your thoughts, especially since we have a guest with us.
We have Poppin here, and Poppin, look, I wanted to say, when we saw you picking the ISO, I was thinking, oh, maybe he took notes from Kane's-Era, but I think Kane's-Era took notes from you with the way that you were playing. That was insane. How are you feeling after the ISO play?
I am feeling ecstatic right now. I mean, after that performance, I feel like I can do anything. Start flying out of nowhere. But no, ISO. Back in the day, I don't know if people have followed me for like a while, but I spammed ranked so much. I hit rank 1 multiple times, ended rank 1, and ISO was like one of those agents. When it got buffed, I was like playing it every single day. In my stats, they were probably better than Kane's, better than anybody's.
Okay.
I like insane KD. So when I came into this match, I'm thinking, last time we played Crew, they're opping a lot. They like the Outlaw. They played against 100 Thieves. The exact same thing was happening. They're spamming these scope weapons. What full counters that? It's the ISO.
Yeah, and it worked. And it worked perfectly. It felt like, you know, how it happened yesterday on Split. They were trying to make a comeback, almost making it happen. But this time around, it felt like you guys had control of the series throughout. You mentioned that was kind of the solution, the ISO. But what else do you think worked better from yesterday to today?
What worked better? I would say, in general, yesterday, our comp was more of a defense-heavy comp, and our goal, like, for that game was to just dominate on defense. And I think we did pretty good. 8-4, not too shabby, right? And we slowed down on attack, and just due to that fact that the comp that we chose was so defense-sided and we started on attack for this game, we switched up our comp, which it really just gave us, like, way more options to play the attack, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it was crazy to see just the turnaround with the team. I'm really excited to see you guys play in the finals tomorrow. I'm also hoping for an Envy that we get to see you return it to an ISO reduce at some point, just for the fun, because that worked out really, really well. But we got to find out who you're going to be playing against tomorrow. We have 100 Thieves going up against Winthrop University and Shopify, 2 teams that yesterday as well, like 100 Thieves right away were causing issues for everybody.
Yeah, I mean, yesterday I was talking to Moobs, and they said that they just switched their entire mindset to just like having fun playing like ranked.
Yeah.
And I think like that mindset, it really could do good. And I think they could definitely come out on top.
Is that the secret for this tournament, you think? Just like being
fun.
really loose, running it down, playing ISO, whatever it is?
100%. I mean, we're playing with people that we don't really know that well.
Yeah.
So the best way to play it is like ranked. Like we've all played ranked before. And I mean, that's our mentality on Envy. It's our mentality that we've had since the beginning. And I think that's just like the best way to play, especially when you're playing with players that you don't have like much experience playing with.
Makes sense. I mean, you want to be able to like pug it out, just play a little bit more loose and go with the flow so you can be adaptable. When it does come down to this matchup, we know that it was a rough map last time we saw them, to say the least. The 13-1 loss there for the side of Winthrop and Shopify. When it comes down to maybe even like the veto that comes through, is there something that you think that Shopify and Rebellion and Winthrop could lean into for that map pick ban to try and find the most success up against like this potential like double op that we see coming through?
I think that definitely bind will be good for honestly both teams, especially if Cryo decides to switch to the chamber.
Yeah.
I think it was like he did play the Viper yesterday, and things didn't go well. Let's just say I didn't see his stats, so he might have played well.
Were you surprised by the Viper?
Honestly, I think anyone who is good at the game can play anything. So I'm sure Cryo could literally drop a 30 on Viper, and things maybe just didn't go well. But yeah, I think just in general, Winthrop is going to be playing a lot more loose. They're going to be playing with like a lot more ranked mentality. So anyone could really take this match.
I'm really intrigued with how this one's going to be going, because if we're talking about teams having fun and that being the key to success, then 100 Thieves must have been having the most fun yesterday, because they were just insane, and being able to see Cryo on the chamber was just incredible as well. But Winthrop University and Shopify, like during the tail end of the day, they're kind of talking about how they're going to be saving things for today. And then they decided to just like unlock that potential at the very end of the day as well. They're like, we're not even going to wait for this. Like they did really good.
Yeah, I mean, I think they did. I think in this like type of tournament, anyone could come out on top, and it really just depends on how people are playing on the day, and maybe a little bit of luck involved too.
And even on that side of Winthrop University, you're very much familiar with these players throughout the year in Challengers as well as Ascension. What do you think makes them so flexible as well coming into a tournament? Like you said, you have to play like ranked, but everybody has to be able to, you know, play different things, adjust to different things. What do you think these players have as well that can maybe give them the upper hand in that sense?
I mean, the number one thing is like flexibility. I think a lot of these players, any of these guys could play anything like we've talked about, and I think that is one of the most important things in a tournament like this, being flexible, being able to play like any agent, switch your comp like on the fly, like we did on Split. And I think that either team could technically do that, but overall, if I had to choose a team right now, I'm going with Winthrop just because of this like new energy that they have. I think they could definitely come out.
Who do you think is going to be the most dangerous player in the server today on the side of Winthrop Shopify?
Dangerous player? If we're putting Donut on the chamber,
yeah,
I think we found our most dangerous player.
Real, so real.
The Dodo against Cryo Chamber is like what I need to see today.
Yes. It's going to be so iconic.
Yes.
I've never needed anything more. I mean, I love that we get this type of tournament too, because Poppin, you were talking about like those who know about the ranked and the ISO and all of this too. And Donut too, like if you follow Donut for a while, like we've gotten to see the chamber before, and we just know that she's cracked before. So I love this type of tournament because it's really kind of flexing just the skill through these players like throughout the ages as well.
Yeah, 100%, 100%.
And for Alexis as well, we get to see just a lot of skill. I mean, Alexis just fries out there. You want to talk about assist queen? Like these flash everything. She's deadly.
100%. Yeah, I mean, every single player on each of these teams has put in so much time into the game, has so much experience with like many different agents. It's definitely going to be a great match.
Yeah, I absolutely cannot wait. Because Alexis, too, I mean, we got to hear a lot of like the great vibes yesterday. Maybe a little bit of superstition for the match that we're not going to be running back today, because we've talked about that with Donut Alexis. It is cursed. But Dan, when we talked to Alexis, like she just had such a vibe, such an energy. Like you're talking about electricity brought for the server for fun. Like Alexis is right there. We love Alexis.
Yeah, absolutely. She is incredible. I think the vibes that she's bringing is something that is completely unmatched in general. It doesn't matter what tournament, doesn't matter if we're talking VCT game changers, we're talking about challengers. I think she's so cool to watch in many different ways. We always know her for being that support player that is, willing to risk her life, willing to give all that util for the rest of the squad. But also, as of recent, we also get the chance to see some of those individual plays that make her such a great player. So I think she's absolutely a key piece on that success that the team could be finding.
And we talked about Donut, and we were talking about a Donut, like, gonna pick its crown, how cool that's gonna be. But someone else that we haven't talked about is Melia, because Melia was also frying. I think that we got so caught up in talking about Cryo that like we kind of put Melia by the wayside. But like, I mean, Poppin, look at this. Like Melia's out there putting up the best numbers.
100%. Melia was playing insane on Pearl, like just playing on that Jet, dashing in, going crazy. I have like never seen a player play Jet like that in a tournament. Like just literally full confidence. Running it down, dashing in, swinging wide on everything, full confidence. And that was like, even for me as a player, like playing tier 1 teams, that was like insane for me to play against. And it really caught me off guard for sure.
And
yeah.
Sorry, you were going to say something else.
Oh yeah, I mean, I was just going to say, like, I still remember it was like flashbacks. She dashes in, no smoke into the open, kills me, and then, I don't know, I think extra traded, but like, it was insane. Unbelievable.
And it's so funny to hear you kind of speak about her in that way when you have players like Kane Zero on your team too. Like the fact that a player like Melia can still like catch you off guard, I think just says so much about her and her play style. And it kind of is that really perfect contrast, I feel like, between her and Cryo, where Cryo plays a little bit more measured, a little bit more safe in a way. Meanwhile, you have Melia just like creating all of that chaos that helps the rest of the team capitalize off of it, on top of the fact that she's just fragging out like crazy.
100%. And I think that is exactly why their team is doing so well, or was doing so well. It's because of what you just said. Melia is making all the space, allowing Cryo and Asuna to just both play their perfect game, taking the gunfights that they want to take, taking their time on the angles. And yeah, Melia is just like a great duelist to have on your team.
It really feels like we can highlight each one of the players in this team for like many different reasons as well. And I feel like another one that you just mentioned is Asuna. He's been insane on the KO. When you were playing that match against them, were you caught off guard by all that, the perfect like flash timings that he was getting, the knives as well?
I mean, for me, I didn't get hit much, but I'm sure that he was doing like some crazy stuff with his flashes, because this guy always has infinite assists on the KO.
Yeah.
I mean, something I want to go back to, because we've talked about so much of these strengths for these teams, but you said, even though we're talking so much about 100 Thieves and like what they can do, talking about Winthrop University and Shopify Rebellion having this one in the bag. Talk to me about that. I want to hear the facts and logic behind this, because you said that with some confidence too.
Yeah, 100%. It's just that I think on any day, it's the team that's going to be more confident and play best. And for today, I think what I was hearing from Winthrop specifically and SRG, like when I was talking to them, they're like very confident in what they're going to do today. They're just going to go out there, have fun, and just dominate everybody.
What do you think changes also so much from yesterday? Like your team, for example, that was getting some losses as well, and also the side of Winthrop University and Shopify that were struggling a little bit. You make such a switch up from yesterday, and how much are you really able to learn from what the opening matches were to today? Like what do you think makes the teams that were struggling a bit more today potentially be the ones that are shining the most?
I think that the biggest factor is the ability to think about what happened in the previous day. So we're just literally going over as a team, thinking what happened, what went wrong, what can we change, what can we do differently today? And we literally just went over everything. What worked well, right? We're going over all these things, thinking about what we can do to win, like where we can find gaps in the enemy's like utility, in their defense, in their attack. And these things really did help us. And especially finding like number one, I would say, is finding what we are good at on defense, which clearly was not Haven. We did not do anything on Haven. So honestly, for our future, we're just gonna try to find play maps like Bind, like Split, like these maps where we can play together, fight together, and yeah, just like trade out. I think trading out's like the most important thing. And one more thing I want to say is on Split, that was like the most ranked game I've played before. I was literally just like full locked in, almost calming nothing. Like I would have like 1 to 2 rounds where I calm like an ult round. But Eggster actually came up big. Eggster was like making plays, doing like dead calls, telling everyone to like set up properly, smoke this, flash that, get your ult orb. He was doing an amazing job this game, and that's something I don't see like often out of Eggster, but when he does it, I mean, he just wins us the game with like stuff like that.
I think Jazzy said it yesterday that the last 3 rounds on Split, Eggster was calling when it was like trying to close it out or something, and it was like her getting the operator to on B as well, and then just being very patient, waiting for the players to swing.
That one was actually me.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
But yeah, when Eggster shows up, I mean, he really does call well.
I mean, how is that for you then? Because we've seen you just in this IGL role being responsible for it now, and you're just talking about like, I just got to know calm and lock in. Like, you don't
Yeah,
get to
for
do
sure.
that.
Yeah, so what happened in that game was I kind of put Thea on a comp that she's never called with before. So it's kind of my fault because I made that comp. It's like a full defense side comp. Then attack, you have to do specific things that I don't think she's really done before. So that's just why I took over in the end of that game. But with these like comps that we're running now, really focus on things that work for her to call well and us to play well too. Because if you're calling with a comp that you haven't called before, like I'll just give an example. Me, if I ever have a breach on my team, I have no idea what to do because in ranked, no one's playing breach. I don't know how to call. I learned how to call from ranked. So that's why we almost like never run breach in our comps. But yeah, it's definitely a lot harder when you're playing with comps that you haven't run before.
I mean, we got to talk with Thea a lot about like the comfort going into this too, and I think that has just been so key for the team. But like, I'm kind of curious about this series, how we're going to see, because we've gotten a lot of insight for the win through up Shopify end of it. But I feel like, too, when 100 Thieves was like the raid boss beginning of yesterday, right? Like they were taken down at the end, but it was a team that right away, like they were talking about the level of comms that they've had. They were talking about Amelia and Cryo just going crazy to where they didn't even have to flex much. Like the individual prowess this team had, too, is crazy.
100%. And I think that could actually be their downfall because if even one of them is playing bad, you never know what could happen. Like Melia could have like a bad day. I think like I was highlighting the playstyle a lot earlier, but there's 2 sides to this coin. Melia could dash in and one tap them with no smoke, but they could also die.
Yeah.
If we're just instantly, if we're like holding our gun out, killing them, even like if it's very unexpected, like this type of playstyle, it's very like kind of like a coin flip play style. And I actually play like this too in ranked a lot. If I'm playing like a duelist, I'll just run it down and sometimes I'm dropping 30, sometimes I'm getting destroyed. So I think that could happen today for sure.
There's definitely some plays that you can make that, you know, if a player's having a good day and the other team is kind of struggling a little bit, you're able to get away with anything. But also sometimes, you know, you want to play it safe for like what will actually get the win, whether the team is having a good day or not. So it feels like a lot of the teams, the more that we got to see maps yesterday, the more comfortable they got with that instead of, you know, solo peeking, everybody kind of being a bit more aware of how they wanted to play as a team. And because of that, how much do you think that the IGLing changes in a tournament like this one? Because you were mentioning, you know, what Thea is doing, what you're doing as well, what Eggster is doing too. But it also has to be like, hey guys, let's, you know, make sure that we're having fun, but also we're all playing together, making sure that we can win.
It's a tough question. I think that it's a very hard balance to find because it's very hard to like call seriously and like play in like a serious fashion with having fun at the same time.
Yeah.
And that's like a balance that eventually you find on your team just like with more experience, which is why it's so hard in these like kind of pop-up tournaments where playing with teammates that we haven't played with before. And it's just something, yeah, like the more you play, the more you'll find that balance and eventually you'll find like the perfect center of having fun and playing serious. But the most important thing overall is that everyone's listening to each other, everyone's trusting everyone's calls, even if it's like literally anyone on the team calling. Everyone's just trusting each other. That's the most important part.
Yeah, what has your experience been like, I guess? Like, because I think when we think about Envy, it kind of leans into what you were just talking about, right? Finding that balance. Like, even interviews that we had with Eggster during VCL, him saying, like,
I didn't know it was happening. My teammates were giving me troll comms this game and all of that. What has your experience been like finding that balance after you just talked about how hard it can be to find it?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, my experience so far, like, it's been definitely tough. I think I was a little bit too serious on day one. So I've toned it back a little bit today, trying to have more fun, trying to just like play to win, but like make some jokes at the same time. And also that's, I think, one of the biggest reasons why having Thea as the caller is good. Because when Thea's calling, she's like very fun with her calls.
Okay.
When I'm calling, it's like, go A, go B, right? And yeah, so just finding that balance so far has been good. We're slowly getting there. It's definitely been better over these games, and I think tomorrow we're going to play this BO5 and hopefully dominate.
Do you feel confident about it?
Oh, 100%. I'm 100% confident in every game I play. Even if we're going to get dominated, you know, we got 13-2'd.
But then you also, you know, we'll see how it goes. We still have to figure out who you're playing against, though. And we got your take on who was going to be meeting you tomorrow. But what about for the rest of us? Because we haven't quite gotten to see who we think as the desk is going to be making it. Looking at our predictions, who's going to be coming out on top. This one was quite indecisive, but Poppin, you have a friend in Ash here, also going the Winthrop Shopify. Me and Dan, we both went for 100 Thieves here.
Yeah, I'm here for the recency bias only,
Bro.
100 Thieves look crazy. Yeah, they're gonna win it. But honestly, I mean, obviously the last series that Winthrop Shopify played, where it was the one that they won, and that's when they talked about having more fun and stuff. So I feel like it should be the same vibe as we just had for opening series with you, Poppin, where it's that team that was maybe struggling a little bit more yesterday, looking a lot more dominant and more confident and kind of understanding what they have to do. So it can go either way, but I'm going to stick with 100 Thieves.
All right. And then Ash, we got a Winthrop Shopify.
Hey, I mean, Dan might be going for the recency bias. I'm going for the strat book that they were talking about, right? Just the idea of, you know what, make everybody kind of allow them to fly under the radar during day one. As we head into our map picks here, we're not going to be seeing the bind that you actually talked about earlier, Poppin. How are you feeling about this lineup of Pearl, Abyss, and Split, considering everything that we've learned about these two teams over the last day?
I mean, I think both Pearl and Abyss are going to be amazing matches. We're going to see the Dodonut versus Cryo matchup here. And I think Infiltrator as duelist is insane when it comes to like Abyss and Pearl. He's going to be dashing in or TPing in, whatever he decides to play. I think these two maps are probably the best two in terms of entertainment-wise we're going to be seeing here.
I think it's so interesting, too, because this map of Pearl was the opening map that we saw for 100 Thieves yesterday. And this is when Melia was going insane on the Jet, when Cryo was also insane with the Chamber. And then Abyss was that map also that these two teams played against each other that Winthrop Shopify was struggling with. But it's also the map that they decided to go with this time around.
Ooh, getting into the agent select. I mean, we have hyped up this Dodonut and Cryo Chamber head-to-head, but the fact that we've gotten to see these two teams before, this comps that we've gotten to see, but I mean, Poppin, like, talk to me about these comps, because across the board, I'm just seeing a lot of fun to be had, but they also just look so solid.
100%. I think both of these comps, you can just run it down, but we've already seen from 100 Thieves, these guys like to play super slow, take their time, slow clear things, and I think that is what we will be seeing from them today. I'm very curious to see Winthrop, though. I think that they can do either style, playing slow, playing fast. So if they like start running it down B or running it down A and winning everything, I wouldn't be surprised either.
I'm really excited, I think, especially for the Alexis Asuna head-to-head here on Pearl. Like, both are such insane KO players. Like, Alexis KO on Pearl is so iconic, but Asuna, when it comes down to the synergy he has with Cryo, it looks unbeatable at times.
It really does. I think that this first map, though, is going to be a banger between these two teams, one that we're about ready for. Poppin, thank you so much for joining us and all your insight on your team and these others. Let's get started with our very first map here in our second best of three. It's time for Winthrop University Shopify going up against 100 Thieves, and time for your casters, Lemon Kiwi and Van Silly, to take it away.
Thank you, Sierra. Yes, we have the history makers of Winthrop Shopify against the standouts, the showstoppers of 100 Thieves. But yesterday's encounter was a little ugly, but Winthrop Shopify just need to turn that one round into 13 preferably.
Or at least 2. Let's start with 1 to 2
Yeah.
if they could do
One
that on
step
that
at a
side
time.
for Winter University and Shopify Rebellion. But definitely, as we've seen the changes and moves mentioned on the desk before, when Donut took the reins of that chamber, especially on this map for their last match of the day yesterday, Donut was looking amazing. Everybody was trying to swing against her, double swing, ping pong swing. She was hitting every single shot and she couldn't stop. So this is, again, I'm super excited as well for the mirror matchup between the Donut and Cryo, but it's for the rest. I do agree with Poppin where he mentioned that 100 Thieves with this comp should be scaling a little bit more slowly. I think it's because of those recalled smokes. You had the Prowlers trying to find some information into the mid round, and then you could try to pop flash to get more value onto your Jet. But hopefully we're going to see the opposite where, you know, you're just going to try to get that Melia, no util needed to open up sites.
A quick start too, and Donut said after that 13-1, after they were done trauma bonding, lore dumping, that they just figured out the double duelist wasn't working out. Donut falls back to the tried and true chamber that she hasn't played in years and just approach it like ranked. And that's why you have the Clove instead of an Astra. And that was specifically chosen because of that. So
Here's
now
a test, though.
all lined up for B.
Moves hurt the full rotate across, and Donut's getting position, but I think she recalled her TP, so she has to play this spot.
Oh, she will continue to play that spot, but even the Prowler, but she's safe behind the pillar only for so long. Not the sturdiest of pillars, but round the corner. Got the KO, Alexis. No flash, but you got Aura. Maybe that's all you need. But 100 Thieves within the smoke and finally encounter some competition. But Melia, this is her playground yet again. The 30 bomb that impressed everyone. One of the few aces in the whole tournament she got in her very first game. I'm so impressed by Melia.
Yeah, Melia owns on how she enters site and also how they also played the pulse play. I mean, they are so aggressive, they don't care because their aim is very fleeky and good. That said, it almost felt like there was lack of utility on the side here of Winthrop University Shopify Rebellion to try to flood back into the site. So they tried to go for the 3-2-1 swings inside that smoke, and 100 Thieves treated that like mini gulags around Moob's smokes and just took everybody down despite the first blood going here for the side of the defense.
Oh, what a flash! And finally, Winthrop Shopify are rewarded with it. Great setups yet again. And man, the red carpet soaked in blood. Look at Winthrop Shopify continuing. At least able to recover the spike after an exchange. You'd figure there'd be finally some bark back out of 100 Thieves with the better weapons. So now 100 Thieves have to re-clear through this. You thought they were gone, but the threat still lingers. And it's Governor up close with the Spectre double kill. Leaving Slandy. That IGL we know and love. To call her own shot. Actually having to recover that spike. Still some util left, even Alexis, but you know, you don't want to flash your own teammates. You got the stacked up squad. Winthrop Shopify open to deny the anti-eco, and it's just that easy.
Yeah, unfortunately couldn't get out of the hit from the Prowler. So she was still near her side. It couldn't get Governor here on that 1v1 because she had great isolation from that season on the ground. But you called that great flash, and it was indeed a beautiful one from Alexis, all the way back towards that back of the default shed. You can't turn away from this, so it pops right over the wall. You can't turn around. Players have been moving up at the same time too, so they go for the instant trades, and they didn't even need to trade. There's some great shots came out from Moobs. Playing Clove like he was playing Chambers, share shots for the kill. Just very nice that 100 Thieves are not ready for it. And might be another one of those games where we're just playing thrifty to thrifties, just like the previous series. And now it's the dash down from Melia and already forces the TP away, and that's orb control for the side of the Thieves.
So much information from Governor. Being able to play the agents he's known for, the Sova or the Fade. Getting early information on the 100 Thieves means at least Winthrop Shopify won't be surprised this time. It's a 2-3 split. 100 Thieves just happy to get the orb.
And that's a slow, methodical play. Get that. You could make some noise. It's okay because you already got spotted by the knife of KO at the beginning of the round. So now you go into the mid round. Keep one player inserted. Now the Prowler spots you, so you have to keep now Governor inside the A site. The action has to be pursued now towards Art. You have to create the diversion on that side so that Melia could go for the backstab in the end. And it's on Cryo, the slow walk up and a contact play to try to get the entry into Art.
The hero rifle of Melia. So you even got props from Poppin. How scary this Jet can be, but Moves takes out 2 before dropping. That's really impressive in itself. But just classics and vibes. That's all 100 Thieves have after losing their star duelist. I was trying to hype up a little bit, but no weapons in sight to really pick up either. So having the re-clear out is gonna be tough with already Cryo and Asuna. At least the duo they're used to playing with. Having the group back up. A little difficult with Asuna not having much to work with. That's the mind games against Governor, who stays steady and stays locked in for the 3.
So we start off the piss around here with the mirror matchup of Donut and Cryo, and it's Donut that gets the first pick. And you're starting to see here that you could level the playing field despite Cryo. You know, how prolific he is on the operator, how prolific he is as this chamber when, you know, you're starting to see a meta that allows for you to shift more towards that chamber in the past year. And they're still getting challenged by a lot of these players that really never had the experience or opportunity to be able to play against players like Cryo. But now I'm starting to understand what Frost was mentioned before, the newly appointed head coach of Global Esports, ex-coach of Talon, that wanted to pick up Donut in his main roster in the first place for Talon because of the talent that she brings. No pun intended on that one. But Donut is definitely going to keep your eyesight on that one. I almost thought that was through the wall.
Oh, Donut at least had to bring out something more appropriate for the battle. Still has the op in hand. That's what's important. Supported by Alexis. They've been through thick and thin, the GCC together, and even through the wraparound. They just have each other's backs. Donut converts 3, and Slandy does not want that smoke. Wants to regroup with Melia. He's going to try and go for an early timing. Prowler keeps Slandy rooted in place. The plant is going to be very difficult, but with that pick from Melia, it's now doable. But Moves shows face and just tackles everyone to death. That's what being 6 foot will do to you.
But I just love too that the matchup that we're seeing, excuse me, the matchup that we're seeing so far between these two teams, the players that you want to highlight are actually the GC players. Donut and Melia are doing excellent jobs right now to, one, defend on one end, and the other one opening up sights on the attack for 100 Thieves, and also even getting backstabs the way that they are. But you saw Marceline swinging out right over here. That's not the type of plays you want to play against a player like Donut. You have to be as a group. If you're going to sacrifice your life like that, you need somebody to ping pong swing with you to try to at least do some damage against Donut and not give her a chance to pull out the headhunter, because you saw what happened right after. Instant headhunter kill. I love as well that Winthrop University and Shopify Rebellion actually flip the map over and take full control of Long B, so that you kind of just keep 100 Thieves pinned no matter what into a pulse plant inside that B site, and you can't even play on the outside. So once you're going to be flooded in against, you're basically just trapped like a rat.
I wonder if it's on purpose, kind of the duo ships that we're seeing from this Shopify Winthrop side. You have Cryo and Asuna kind of doubling up together. And then on the other side, Donut and Alexis swinging together. I know when you know the timings of your teammate that you've been with for so long, I think it makes it easy to be more fluid around the map. And these are teams, you know, compared to the last match, both teams had actually scrimmed before coming to Mexico. I don't believe these two teams have scrimmed before getting here. So all on the fly.
Hey, Prod, since we're in a tech pause, can you have a ref head behind Moves and make him do that magic trick again, where you basically just clash the two ones together and one fist becomes 0, the other one becomes a 2? I know that Moves thinks he's so cool being able to do that, but I could actually pendulum it. I'm currently doing it. I know you can hear it.
Oh, God.
But I want to do that with him right now. The next time I get to see him in person.
I think he's making the moose. He's making the moose twerk. Is that good enough? Alexis is.
Oh yeah, I guess that's good enough. That's keeping literally Moose with us here on screen. So
see,
yeah. If you guys know the lore, at least Alexis is dating an ex-Luminosity player. I forgot even what other teams that Moose played for. I think at some point played for Cloud9 is actually.
Yeah.
Short stint with in the VCT. So that's why you have a little bit of a Moose plush on the desk of Alexis, so that she could carry her significant other wherever she goes. So it's pretty cute. Seen a lot of that in terms of plushy relationships between the couples. Aspaz does that with his wife too. But that said, Podcast is done. The lore is over. Let's go back into the action. It's with the University SR in the lead by 2 and more battles towards the A main side. And the dash forward is beautiful, but no contact.
I like that Winthrop Shopify are going to contest that orb. They're not going to cower. They're trying to change things up. They can depend on Dodonut with the op on B. Nightfall to try and force that fight, but nothing to come of it.
Almost feels like they were trying to do the Nightfall to just scare off 100 Thieves as well and not allow for Marceline to upgrade into this weapon of the Phantom that was pushed up by Infiltrator in the first place. Now they're able to get orb control. They could get double orb control, which I'm super fine with because look at how close they are into ults. You're 1 away from into Asuna, Slandy, and Cryo 1 away from a Tour de Force. So it would be cool here if you could bring it up for Marceline or for Cryo, because if you lose your bodies and you lose your lives within this round, you have a full ult round across the board for 100 Thieves on your actual gun round. So let's dot our I's, cross our T's, break that util on middle. But actually, it's a pivot back towards the A side for a fork split into A, pincer maneuver instead of going for B side orb control. So they want to play the power of numbers and trade out for the contact play.
Almost deja vu of Moobs getting a double, and maybe he'll get a chance to do just that. Popping the ult, there's some support, gets away with murder. You have to address the problem. There doesn't seem to be a solution. Wow, what a round.
Moobs is playing the ult of the Clove as if he was playing a Euro-dimensional drift. Just comes through the ult, jump spots, goes around the corner, and pulls out the shorty for the kill, and really catches Asuna off guard as Asuna was just trying to hold the line, thought that he delayed enough with the molly, his Fragment Grenade, and his flash to keep Moobs at bay. But in the end, it becomes that player right over here that gets the time on the bad step as well and converts a very nice anti-eco against 100 Thieves. And there's a reason why, too, that I wanted to, you know, predict this team. They look absolutely on fire since the rule changes from the last matchup yesterday on this very map, and the comfort that they have in these roles now seems to be paying off quite well.
With this Euro in the picture, Infiltrator's able to get that first blood and forces 100 Thieves to have to re-clear through that with the threat of an op ever looming. But Donut is going to be on the opposite side. Cryo's waiting for someone to just peek into him, but it's Dodono with the win. Now you gotta screenshot that kill feed. You're never gonna be able to let go of that.
I mean, more people are gonna have to start screenshotting Dodonut because you could definitely see that she has what it takes to compete at the tier 1 level.
Yeah, after being with SRG for a full year, she has filled in those shoes and she kicks hard. Incredible at GCC, but Infiltrator has been a top duelist in Challengers for a reason. Beautiful shutdown of 100 Thieves.
Yeah. For me, it's always going to come back to that. The first time Infiltrator played on Winthrop University, going into a game of Lotus, just went absolutely nuclear on the raise on Lotus to win some matches in OT. But still lacked a little bit of that consistency throughout the season to be that star duelist of being like, oh, okay, well, if I see, you know, for example, Infiltrator playing a Jet or Infiltrator playing a Raze, I know that he's going to be a tough player to play against. But now, leading in towards the end of 2025, Winthrop University starting to see that he gets successes. The win that they had against Hubert Academy, the run that they had towards Ascension, was also thanks to how selfless Infiltrator has been, not only to make these type of plays, but also to create space and getting good value of, even if he doesn't get kills, he's done enough damage and slowed down enough for his teammates to come out and close out these rounds. So very, very nice to see how he's gained that experience and using it to really propulse Winthrop University into future potential victories going into their next year.
Now 100 Thieves possibly taking a time out here to talk about that gap that was left behind. And now Slandy able to understand that, kind of that going unwatched. Infiltrator walking away with a multi-kill. If you give Winthrop Shopify an inch, they take a mile. They will punish you if you have any lapse in map control. It's now, what, a 5-round win streak for Winthrop Shopify and a big turnaround for that 13-1 loss that they experienced yesterday, which they took on the chin. They were laughing, giggling away. Alexis making jokes about the 2 kills she dropped. Like this, if there's anyone I want to listen comms to, it's that team. Like what a fun bunch of personalities, like thick and thin.
For sure. Go back at the action, I think. Yeah, an anti-eco.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, that's fine. It's just garbage time. And another round 2 where I guess what we tried to do, at least if I'm looking at it from the aspect of the attack side, is we did try to do a little bit with Blade Storm, maybe with the Nightfall. I don't know. Unless that was a few rounds ago and I just blocked it out of my head. But we're going to focus on the next round after this when you actually do have this. Actually, they actually did use a duel de force. So it has been around that they're trying to go for potentially some sort of aggression that gets fully thwarted by Witham University SR. Because look where the X's are and look at where Witham University and SR are currently positioned. They're looking straight up to counteract the full ult rounds and reset the 100 Thieves momentum that they're trying to build here when they add these ults in the round.
And you heard from Poppin on the desk that this Winthrop Shopify team capable of really amping things up, playing slow, playing fast, and that's what's got 100 Thieves on their toes. And, well, I was going to say on their backs, too. There we go, finally. So 6-1. This is quite the one-sided start for Winthrop Shopify, especially when you're able to keep the op in hand for so long. Dodonuts kind of describe playing Chamber as just a duelist, but you play by yourself, and it's kind of been a very comfortable role for her too.
You could definitely trust her in that role for sure, and that's the advantage too. This is why you're able to see so much aggression on this A side, free reign, not necessarily free reign, but okay to use so much utility to fight for that A main space. That's free orb control on that side because you have so many bodies to prevent that push. Just because you could trust Donut on her opping lines. Look at even how she's using different positions from that minimap. She's played top boxes on default. She's played top of the screens on that left side of the site. Now she's playing out in the open towards all the way back of what I like to call museum, because I think it has the word museum at the back there. But it still allows for her to play out in the open in an off angle and TD back towards that back of the site.
100 Thieves were comfortable taking mid after pinging 3 off the knife on the right side, but not sure if the Prowler from Winthrop SR detected much. Might have been just short. Now 100 Thieves with these insertions. Going to see if Winthrop Shopify going to do these walkdowns. Find the timing, a risk beyond the smoke. Thinking maybe you would just have to dual moves. Has been spotted there before, but outnumbered and outgunned. 100 Thieves themselves behind. Double swing, a little messy, but the firing squad's better on the 100 Thieves side. Now they look to wrap towards A.
That's a big round for 100 Thieves. I think this should be a W. You still have KO ult. I don't think you're going to need it at that point because it's hard to retake with the op on the side of Donut and Alexis, but there's still 2 flashes to work with, and they're trailing. They're in the lead by a lot, so going for this to keep the economy low, I respect it.
One enemy remaining.
Expecting this too, to just break that 6th round win streak.
I would let you live.
And it ends in 100 Thieves' favor with a 4K from Asuna. Something to just get the round and the game going very soon.
Just a little bit of NC on the side of Shopify Rebellion Winthrop University. Because to a similar fashion where you're playing different positions with the op light on that B site for Donut, so you're not allowing players to really guess where you're at, and the off angle and the off positioning allows for you to get an advantage against your opponents. But on the other end, it's also infiltrated with the TPs as a Yoru. You can just walk around, get these picks, TP away, so you're trusting your other duelists to really open up these little fights. But they were antsy when they didn't notice that 100 Thieves were actually playing as a group for the side XX.
Back into the action. Null command already activated. Winthrop Shopify in trouble, moves, hoping to get timing and a surprise. And Asuna locks in, reliable as ever for the multi-kills. Now tucked to the right side. Governor with the Odin, trying to really shake things up. The plant still goes through, but this retake, it's gonna be really good. Starts with the picks. Marceline keeps their distance. Paired up with Cryo. Oh, Marceline has to watch the left side. Tristan with the 1 versus 2. And she'll deliver.
Staying tucked in was the perfect play there for Marceline. If they actually swung back out towards that right side because they actually shot some util in the first place from the top of the stairs and stayed at that spot, it would have been an easy kill for Donut. Both of these 2 players breaking util on the attempt of a retake for the side of Winthrop University Shopify Rebellion, and they did an excellent job holding that post plan. That's both Cryo and Marceline doing a great job there, because everything else was looking pretty good to kick things off for Winthrop when Governor was still playing inside that pit with that Odin.
See if Donut will still be able to teleport out. Kind of going for those early peaks. That's something 100 Thieves have been very worried about. Now it's Melia with the op. Oh, the turn and burn, and Melia just needs a band-aid. Still at 70 HP. Will hold the line while the rest of 100 Thieves hope to converge in her direction.
That had to be a flick kill too, because she was focused on looking into that right side of the B site.
Moves happy to be the sacrificial lamb, but this time will not be resurrected. Governor is able to take position. Trades will still favor 100 Thieves, but if you can get the op down, if you can make it expensive, don't let 100 Thieves get too much momentum rolling after the back-to-back rounds.
Definitely the case, though. I think once you finally had the economy rolling on the side of 100 Thieves on top of the ult cycles that they could do, they're starting to look pretty unstoppable on their attack side, especially when these fast-paced death balls. And as I think it's just a change of tempo, too, that had to be called moving forward within these rounds. In the process, you need hero plays for them to win. But when they started flooding with util around big ults, especially the Austin around a couple of rounds ago towards the A site with the KO ult, it really thwarted now Winthrop University and Shopify Rebellion on these type of plays that are trying to make to surprise their opponents. I think if anything, though, I can't take anything away from that type of play they're trying to do towards Long B, because it worked out in their favor. It's just a nice flick shot from Melia that's just like, oh, well, nothing we could really do here when the op shot from the jet hits you like that.
100 Thieves not liking what they see from this A side, hoping to get the orb for Slandy, and the op present in middle. And being allowing a walk-up Donut slowly. Contested, and when Governor got the orb, has the Nightfall. Keep pushing in, but doesn't really have any teammates to fight this through, just hoping for the pick and the fadeaway after.
Yeah, attack side ops are rare, but Melia is putting good value into this. So many first blood on their side for 100 Thieves since Melia was able to wield that.
A lot on Donut's shoulders, and well, that weight's been removed swiftly. 100 Thieves now taking over, forcing a save now out of Alexis and Governor. We'll get to talk about how they can use this Nightfall to fight through A properly.
I'll have to move down to the last round, and the best weapons that you have moving into the next round are important to keep for both Alexis and Governor. The rest of them are broke as a joke. Mooms invested into a rifle too on the top of the art side before he got picked off by the op of Melia at the entrance. So it looks like Winthrop University Shopify Rebellion are kind of tasting a little bit of their own medicine when you're trying to contact play and move forward without util, and you're doing that against an op. You have no information of where the op is currently positioned at the beginning of these rounds, so you're kind of just guessing and hoping that you roll the dice and it rolls and lands into your favor, but it doesn't. And they lose all their weapons in the process now on top of that. That's not going to be a good last round here for the side of the defense, and that might be the opportunity now for 100 Thieves to tie things up at a 6-6 scoreline.
Still some ults coming up, so that's what the defense can at least be looking forward to. If they want to do that cheeky walk-up that Winthrop SR did a few rounds ago, which we only got to see half of, but that was against an eco. So if you're worried about the op, you could try and traverse through mid. It's shorter sightlines, a lot harder to fight through for a sniper. Now free A orb, as you would expect.
Here, face
And
your
leave middle open, and now 100 Thieves don't want to waste time. Nightfall's exchanged, so it's a stalemate, especially when you have the clove smoke standing in the way. 100 Thieves, I guess, get lucky spamming through, and the Prowler will reveal moves. You should expect that, but not the Judge, and not Donut also being there. 100 Thieves, though, still have more than enough in the tank to get things set up. Be suppressed for the moment, which has them a little nervous. But Winthrop, Shopify have two flashes and a dream, but split from each other. But it could be a pain sandwich. Alexis is traded though, moves, waiting for his moment. Right now, what we're waiting for is a 6-6 half.
Yeah, too easy to read on the entry there for 100 Thieves. It was just nicely done. the knife gets enough for the radius to know that the infiltrator is playing close towards that wall, right? It's not a knife being thrown towards that back of the site. So when the ult from the Nightfall even gets tethers in there, you have to know the infiltrator is playing a judge into the smoke. They spray into it, get the easy kill, and that opens up the site. So good reads, great adaptation, great way to come back within this game for 100 Thieves to tie it up 6-6 because it will look so one-sided at the very beginning. What did we have? Like a 6-0 scoreline, a 5-0 scoreline before we tied things up. So it's very nice to see so far.
That was nuts. What a turnaround. Yeah, from 100 Thieves. And now they'll get the jump on defense. And we'll see how that economy builds up towards the ops, which definitely made a difference. But first, we'll give our players a break. We'll see you after the halftime.
mess you made. Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe. Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe. I think we need to go our ways. Don't you see the mess you made? Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe. Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe. I think we need to go our ways. Don't you see the mess you made? Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe. Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe. Don't you see the mess you made? Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe. Yeah, I'ma hit
Welcome back, everyone, from the halftime. It is 6-6. Now 100 Thieves jumping on defense. Winthrop Shopify gonna show us what they're made of.
All right, get ready, chat. You know what happens after this round.
Oh, darkness.
Well, after Pistol, what the scoreline will be, but yeah, definitely I'm ready for it because I'm basically mouth open like Phoenix, being like, oh, this is gonna be cringe no matter what. That said, though, look at what we're gonna see from Winthrop University Shopify Rebellion within this round on Pistol. So they are going to just fight onto long range distances if they can with 4 ghosts and lots of headhunter bullets for the side of Donut. Not too much util, so they have to continue with the buddy system. A lot potential will rely on a pop flash from Alexis once they actually go into their early map control, especially now that the knife gets no information all the way from that B site, and then you start showing your hand on the B site. Never mind. Cryo's there. You get a kill. It's over.
got a kill and
Try and sell that
information.
fake. Yep.
Yeah. So Winthrop Shopify not liking where Cryo is. Now tucked into was Asuna in mid, and Alexis able to open things up over at A, but the rundown in mid is strong, but the spike is left on its own. Governor's at 15 HP. He's going to be called over by Alexis. Thank God she got that kill. That round was going to look very perilous for this offense if it wasn't for her.
Yeah,
now the
got
plant will be able to go
info
down.
from the haunt and the kill from the Jets, so they know where the last 2 players are at. So you flip the map. You're hoping to play your time. You have a knife and a flash to work with on the side of the dugout. You're hoping that's going to be good enough for Governor to swing out, but they don't know that there's a big fight coming out here from Melia.
See if Governor can withstand it. I think just based on time, though, Alexis should be good. See how antsy she is to bail out Governor. Really good shot at 15 HP. He still stands. Sandy caught between a rock and a hard place. Alexis gonna keep falling out. That spike getting tapped, and Governor gets the finish. The amount of kills, too, at 15 HP. That's insane.
Yeah, just a miscomm towards the end because you saw one scaling down from Art, and Melia thought that, okay, well, if I'm already clearing out towards Art and I see nobody towards that front of the site, it's got to be open, right? Question mark. But man, you got to know that if it's planted, usually like one of the default spot is playing outside towards A main. You can't turn the corner with your knife out. Unfortunately, Melia, who should have had that free kill onto Governor because he wasn't even looking into the flank anymore at that spot, allows Governor to react, flick over with the ghost, and get that pick where it should have been an easy 2v1 against Alexis from that, but you'll take it. A little bit of lady luck on the side of Winthrop University Shopify Rebellion with the inserts that they've had here on their attack side to win a lot of kills where the players are rotating across, not knowing where their opponents were at, and they flip it over on their side for the victory when it shouldn't have been that case.
Ooh. It's the Outlaw? Melia was the only one who purchased a weapon this round, and man, does it pay dividends. Unfortunately, Outlaw seems out of reach unless 100 Thieves want to help with that. And they're expecting more of a push from Winthrop Shopify, just seeing Dodonut, but it's all a fake, and Cryo at least trades. He's always good for one. Now Winthrop Shopify will have an open site.
One's trying to cut the rotates with the lurk from Governor into Art. Doesn't hear any of the rotates in the footsteps. So with that flash, they will have an idea. There's at least some bodies here rotating from the back of the spawn.
Right here.
First blood did go 100 Thieves' way. No upgrades in sight. Just the power of teamwork. And Alexis doesn't care how many are on the other side. 4K for the KO.
Farming those kills, getting close to the Yelt as well, and also the spike planet for the team of WSR. So this is quite nice. Allowing themselves to get very close into a KO ult. Potentially, if they want to try to draft that for their bonus round to nullify Flood util retakes, or if not, being able to utilize a KO ult into a full gun round on the next, should they not be able to convert this bonus round. So very nice, at least, once again, despite them losing a player early for the side of Winthrop University SR, the rest of the team are just able to open up the way that they did. Another death ball now towards this B site. Cryo reads it perfectly to be in the right place at the right time, but unfortunately, no kills.
Reads it well, but his eyes are shut for good. On the other side is Asuna, hoping to delay things. Not get pinged by the Haunt, and still manages to re-swing into open infiltrator. Asuna knew he had to just do it all on his own. Help was too far away. He needed to do something. And the impact has been felt. Alexis chased down from the Prowler. 100 Thieves know there's one on the right, but it was a bait, and everyone's so focused on what that Fade had discovered. A gap was left open. Slandy watches from below, waits for a swing. You always expect numbers from Winthrop SR.
One enemy remaining.
Alexis in a good spot. Keep the spike protected. Longevity matters here. And there we go again. 3 in a row for WSR.
And those kills coming out from Alexis converted the bonus round for Shopfire Rebellion. Winthrop University on top of that, it has a null command now available with the next round. I'm surprised though, when we saw the rotate out from the top of heaven, we saw half of that body of Donut. The idea was there for Winthrop University SR to play that bait. Governor pushes forward to give his life away so they could play the bait to allow Donut to play late round. But look at this, after this pick, Donut spotted by Slandy when they're running out, but they still don't check that corner. At least we saw it, but Slandy didn't. It allows Donut to get the backstab kill and make it difficult now for 100 Thieves to come back in the second half, at least for quite a bit. They're on an eco now, pushing forward, and Governor doesn't get the easy kill, though. He might lose his weapon.
Knife? Yeah, Knife only detects Governor, though, so Winthrop SR just gifted an open sight yet again. And Governor living on, he could be pushed through spawn, and that's a heads-up play from Cryo. To be able to upgrade his weapon because of that and go on the flank. The timing is everything, and Winthrop SR want to take advantage of maybe how split 100 Thieves are. And they address the angles one by one. Moobs is having a field day today on the Clove. Infiltrator will be the tip of the spear too. As long as Winthrop SR keep trading, it'll work out in the end. They're rich enough too that dropping weapons doesn't matter, but things are getting hairy. It's a 2 versus 2. Not even the spike halfway. Now it's truly done.
One enemy remaining. And 4.
Yeah, 4K for Cryo is not too bad. I still like that play from 100 Thieves, even though it's a round loss. An eager round that they have on their side. You talked about the Knife only spotting Infiltrator. So what do they do there for Winthrop for 100 Thieves? They let their opponents just move into the site. You triangulate your opponents. You take down Infiltrator. You upgrade the weapon and get a maximum value out of that weapon. Because he gets 3 kills on top of that with that Vandal that he picked up for Cryo. And he keeps, or at least forces, a lot of weapons to be purchased within the next round. I'm okay with that because it was going to be one of those rounds anyways where you died a spike, you look for entries or whatnot, and you did it perfectly for the situation and the cards that you were dealt for that round. Op now available for Melia too, not that they had enough of that economy on the defense, so this is where it got tough for WSR last time.
Prowler rings in. The Nightfall thrown into the mix. Melia can't escape, has the op, and just is trusting in her teammates to support. And she falls and there's no trades. It's annihilation. Marceline with 2 tucked into the corner. You have to do something about it. But wait, Marceline may have just saved the 100 Thieves. And it's up to Cryo and Asuna to do what they do best. Cryo has to wait for Asuna to get in position silently. Oh, and the timing. Wait, the choke. Okay, Moobs will get a second chance at life, but he's gonna ego chow this. And Asuna keep trying to back away. You gotta take your ones where you can, and Moobs gifted a perfect opportunity. And now will escape in the shadows.
Now you have full information of where he's rotated from, so that gives a chance now for Cryo to reposition himself in this pulse plan. But a huge 1v1. What a nice little round or a nice little fight that Moves won here against Cryo. See, I predict
Cryo's gonna kick himself for missing that. Ooh.
Yeah, sorry, I met Asuna and then say what a round that he won there against Asuna and goes into the 1v1 against Cryo, but the result's still the same. He still wins that 1v1 against Cryo, who repositioned back towards the street. But that said, that's twice now that when it comes down to Asuna trying to go for a pop flash peek, it's actually moved just swinging out with the shorty to get that pick. So that shows into the amount of, probably ranked games or something like that, and you understand the play style of how Asuna likes to play on this KO, and you're just beating him to his own play style, and it catches him off guard twice. And that shows that the amount of ranked games that you're currently playing here as a pro against other pros allows for you to just outdiff them in these certain scenarios.
And Winthrop SR were mentioning how Governor is the IGL, but sometimes he'll be lurking solo, like the way he's splitting off into B. So very democratic system, and Donut down for the count. That's gonna be painful. Moves not with a gun in hand to do anything about that. Dimensional drift getting set up for B. Asuna with the null command too could shut that down. It was all a fake, but it's not working on the 100 Thieves. They've had this well read. They're ready around the corner to A, and Cryo will open it up with the op. Infiltrator wants to pressure this, get into their face. Marceline unexpected around the corner, and now it's a bloodbath just to get established. And Winthrop SR, not even grouped up. The smoke is actually splitting them up, and Alexis is injured. That's all it's gonna take to break apart Winthrop SR.
Yeah, double up setup. When it was a hard time for Winthrop University SR to fight against one op from Melia on the attack side, now it makes it even harder for them to play against two ops on the defensive side from 100 Thieves. So now they have to rethink the strat book around that. And I feel that most teams prepping into 2026 have to probably rethink how they want to play around the Yoru ult. The whole TP towards one side, dimensional drift towards one side and TP towards the other. It seems like it's just easily readable for a lot of these defenders because nobody's rotating on top of that, and you're still brute forcing your way through. Now it's probably one of those moments where you should start canceling when you realize that they're playing so soft and the information that you're grabbing here around the Yoru ult. You can play a different type of mid-round.
4 detected off that knife from Asuna, so now it's hunting season. Melia has to readjust. Asuna will keep that position supported as they posture to try and cut Winthrop SR down, who places smoke down to try and help the approach. 100 Thieves working with very little space. Now to get to change things up with the null command in the mix. Winthrop SR not liking the situation they're in, but Donut's not creating any opportunities, lurking around, but the spike's already been pulled away, and that fake was enough to pull out the Nightfall from Slandy, and Winthrop SR were already heading elsewhere.
Nice timing from 100 Thieves. That swing was supposed to be off the pop flash from Asuna, and it swung to a little bit too early for Melia. You get punished, and that's Winthrop University advantage at the mid-round.
Big moment for Marceline with the judge. It's gonna do a lot of work. Starts with 1. Winthrop SR aren't gonna pile in. Good patience. The smokes are reestablished. Winthrop SR very limited on the routes that they can take. Oh, Cryo, gotta lock in, gotta do an infiltrator. Won't let you second guess. And the plank goes down right in the nick of time. Marceline with the judge it's gonna maybe have some issues breaking in with the judge. An infiltrator is being very proactive right now. I like this version of him.
Yeah, especially with that pick, and now it makes it even harder for 100 Thieves to retake. Slandy and Marceline, no util. You have to play the contact. It will surprise one.
One enemy remaining.
Wait a minute.
Time to jump.
Infiltrator, they know where he is. Back through main. The defuse getting stuck, and Marceline with 3, and that's with the judge. And they break the win streak, and they're starting their own too.
Yeah, what the hell was happening there into the pulse buy when they had the advantage for the site of Winthrop University SR? As they already had somebody inserted inside the pit, watching out towards that spawn, and then right after that, nobody's watching towards that area. It allows the Classic to move forward to get the pick from Slandy to kick things off, and then the judge still gets value from Marceline for the last 2 kills. Like, what is happening here? Okay, it wasn't a Classic kill, but still, why are we not watching towards that spawn? Everybody's looking back towards the first initial area, towards the art, thinking that it was going to be a buddy system, I guess, for 100 Thieves on that retake. But that was a huge fumble that keeps now 100 Thieves in the game.
Some lapses at times.
You want to play? Let's play.
Winthrop SR getting away with the orb. Popping the ult too. Dodonut. Now 100 Thieves. They stand still and they stand ready. Prowler's not going to detect Dodonut. That full sense of security, and Melia gets away the window to strike before the Prowler chopped down. And you even saw what Poppin had to say about Melia's jet. She is incredible.
That's the issue as well when the Prowler is going in and you're a little bit too far behind. You're trying to follow it, but Melia finds that timing for that first and even makes that second pick with the op. Unstoppable with the operator so far, and that's also Spike. And when you invested now to build a false on the attack side and you're trying to go for the pincer maneuver, unfortunately not going to pan out now for the side of for the side of WSR. Just looking for the do damage is pretty much the rest of the round. And you're just going to waste a util on this side, at least for 100 Thieves, to not allow Donut to get value here.
And it's flawless off of a perfect flash from 100 Thieves. Now we're starting to get really warmed up. This game is not over. From a 6-1 lead at the beginning for Winthrop SR to an 11-6 lead after the half. So wait a minute. 100 Thieves are not done yet.
Right there. That was just nice. The pathing, as you can see from the Prowler, they really tried to clear behind that art box in the first place so that they didn't come into any surprises of anybody hiding in that spot. So that's just heads up play from Melia to find that timing before the Prowler reaches them so they could actually get that pick into Palace. So it was very nice to start. Now Melia will go toe-to-toe.
Ooh, Melia clean as ever. And the ult in the back pocket too. Winthrop SR is still going to test these waters. But they think Melia is within the site, tucked away. Winthrop SR have no idea. They do have to watch it. And Cryo gets his one over on the right side. Winthrop SR, they got no other choice. They have to feed the beast. And Asuna will add to the stats. 100 Thieves catching up 4 rounds in a row.
And this will be an eco for the side of Winthrop University Shopify Rebellion coming into the next round. And man, it's been such a pain point for this team playing against the double up. I was talking about toe-to-toe against right over here, Cryo over on this A side. But even if you're trying to go for pop flash swings onto Melia on the other end, they're still finding great off-angle positions right after, not giving up their spots. It's just great opping that you're seeing so far from the GC player going and matching up with the entries from Cryo.
Silencing Melia is huge for Winthrop SR. That opens up middle. They've been able to work the map and have this push and pull. Ooh, and that knife is from the defense. Gonna detect still that middle presence. Allowing now the perimeter to be pushed up by 100 Thieves. Wanting to also keep someone around A so they don't wrap around, and now middle punctured yet again. Winthrop SR head towards B. Dodona hasn't taken a peek at long yet from what I remember. So a lot rests on Asuna, and now he may rest permanently. As Winthrop SR looking flawless in this round.
Damn, huge round coming in. 5 moves to kick things off. A knock kill with the weapon picked up from Melia, then gives it to Alexis to get an entry with the Vandal, and then Alexis even gets an op kill. You have now a roster of 4 at least. Make that even 5, because Governor used to play Jet also in the past with an op. All these 5 players on the side of WSR seems to know how to op now. This should have been a round that was going to be for 100 Thieves to convert, because they had really nothing to work with for the side of WSR.
Ooh, Cryo. Come at me, bro, he says. Oh, with the teleport! Oh, he's making a montage! It's not even gonna matter for the round, but it matters for the morale! And now you're just forcing all these repurchases too. At least Alexis keeps the op, but jeez.
Yeah, this is not good to give all these rounds over on the side of 100 Thieves. And even then, you have enough money for Melia to buy their own operator, but this could have been like, hey, you fed enough orbs, I have a dual default, they could still play a double op in this round. So it looks like you're like, okay, well, this is funny, haha, let's just try to take down Cryo and we're losing our lives, but this might bite them in the end. This might be an opportunity to go for a 12-12 half, because you're still with oppressive weapons on the side of 100 Thieves. Another double op setup, but this time a double crunch into middle with these op lines.
Dimensional drift. Infiltrator spawning the 2 on the left. The Nightfall thrown into the mix to try and hit those pink players. And to decloak at the end, found by Marceline. The wall, the positions are being held. 100 Thieves, don't care what ults you throw at them. But Winthrop SR going down kicking and screaming, and it's Dodonut in a 1 versus 3 with the op against Melia. We're going the distance.
And look at the economy that you have for Winthrop University Shopify Rebellion after now. Right? Those weapons that you could have saved. Cryo, yeah, he gets 1,000 credits, still is able to get an op in the next round, sure. But now you're going to round number 24 with your buy not as good. What changes here at this place is you're forcing now players to just run into the crosshair of the ops. As you can see, Nelia getting so much value in these angled holds. And when you're actually going for these aggressive peaks with the operator, that's where they were getting punished. And Winthrop University and Shopify Rebellion were able to find openings. Yeah, look at this. 3 Vandals, 1 Guardian, a Sheriff for Governor against an Op, Vandal, and Outlaw. They know the economy's low on this side here of the attack, so investing into the Outlaw is actually a great play. And a Vandal on top of that.
Slandy's keeping it safe after both Prowlers shot down. They're just going to choose to regroup with Marceline off the Cosmic Divide if needed. Waiting for Winthrop SR to, yeah.
A rare miss from the op shot from Cryo that gives an opening for Winthrop University to actually go for the pincer maneuver with Shopify Rebellion.
No command from Alexis. No Cosmic Divide. No help coming. Trades solid. Marceline ever so dependable here on the back lines. Winthrop SR doing what they can to retaliate. Even with the Sheriff, Governor will still have his impact felt. Moves is at 23 HP. His flank, Masina, could be everything. Could be an easy one on Governor. Okay, my bad. I didn't know Governor had that dog in him for the first time. That is insane. Slandy still here. Moves. Gonna let Slandy get away with the ace. No, that's denied. The map denied. Winthrop SR back on top.
Wow. And to be able to win that round, Governor only with the Sheriff and gets value with a 2-piece for that round. So yeah, same thing as you, Lemon Kiwi. Sorry for disrespecting the buys that you have from Winthrop University. A haha moment that could have been costly for their side when they were bum rushing against the last man standing, being cryo cells of all players to try to go for 1v1 duels. But it ends up in the end a good victory for Winthrop University x Shopify Rebellion. But it still ended up being a very close game. A very dominant start also, Lemon Kiwi, that we saw from one end of the spectrum here with Winthrop University for Shopify Rebellion. And then you saw a great comeback for 100 Thieves. So a great little taste of this whole series between these two teams and showing that we're going to have, no matter what, a great semifinals into a grand finals tomorrow, no matter who wins tonight.
Absolutely. And just kind of looking at the stats, I mean, Infiltrator with 6 first kills, doing so much, but you also live and die by the Infiltrator. Governor having a very solid game. Love to see him in top form. It's a team that has finally clicked, and you're kind of worried. I had high expectations just for the talent that's on paper, and you're able to laugh it off. But now that the matches are serious, now that there's something on the line besides seeding, this team really locked in.
Yeah, the only thing that I'll take away going into the second map for Winthrop University and Shopify Rebellion, if they want to close out this series, is they have to be wary of this op skill that comes out from both Melia and Cryocell. So hopefully they have a better solution to not make this game as close as it wasn't intended to be with how dominant they were at the very beginning.
And be wary of Abyss, which was the map that they encountered each other yesterday. We'll see what changed, what stays the same after this.
You made. Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe. Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe. But we need to go our ways. Don't you see the mess you made? Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe. Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe. But we need to go our ways. Don't you see the mess you made? mess you made. Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe. Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe. I think we need to go our ways. Don't you see the mess you made? Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe. Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe.
Down and dots again. Actually goes further aggressive, but Michaela there should have been seen, but still handles it to perfection.
The only one up and a bit to hold on, and then no!
Let's give it to him as well. Double ace for.
You got the time even on this one? You can't even stop. I don't think she's got the time. She does! What is that?
The very first map here of our second semifinal series, 100 Thieves going up against Winthrop University and Shopify. Both teams looking to make a great first start to the map. It gets close, it gets scrappy. In the end, it's going to be Winthrop University and Shopify Rebellion to take the victory 13-11 and be up 1 in the series. It was close though, because guys, there was a moment that we were almost going to an OT. I mean, Ash, that was so incredibly close in the end. And I feel like a really good indication of how the entire map just went down.
Yeah, it was such a streaky map where we saw both teams take that momentum for like several rounds before someone's able to make a play on the other side to steal that right back. But the way that that ended as well, it was almost heartbreaking to see Slandy in that 1v3. Like, there was a world where she could have closed that out. We had a little phantom moment that does go through there. But insane for Winthrop to find that final round to avoid overtime on a half buy coming in from them here as well.
Yeah, it was super interesting too because you were talking about it when we were watching it. When it was 6-1 towards the beginning, it seems like Shopify, Winthrop, they had the advantage early on. But then I like the way that 100 Thieves almost found an answer there when they were playing with that double operator since they got to that round 7 all the way to that round 11. Double operator with Marceline as well, either playing with the judge or also playing a little bit up close, trying to get that info early on. It was so effective, unfortunately, and of course, until that very end. And this is something that we talked about early on when we talked about the teams, when we talk about what they play in their separate squads for GC and for VCT Americas, how these two are incredible with the operator. But even when they played this map yesterday, we didn't get the chance to see it as much as we did into the second half, into the defense side. So it was great, but yeah, not enough when it mattered the most for that last clutch and last chance.
What I think was really impressive to me was for SR Winthrop, even if the double op did cause a little bit of issues at time, it was kind of the switch from yesterday. They did get their win to be ending off the day, but before that, it was a lot of, okay, well, tomorrow, we're saving it for then. And we get to see Ash, they're having fun. There's a little bit of running it down, but it just worked so well for them. I mean, this was incredibly close, but they're still taking a win over a team that we had the utmost praise for yesterday in such a fashion. We get the thrifties, we get the advantage on the first kills. Like, they're popping off.
You get a little bit of that taste of revenge as well there for Winthrop SR.
Yes.
I think that, yeah, we heard from Poppin as well, right? On the desk earlier, he was talking about how he was like, yeah, you know, I have my eyes on WUSR for this. Either team could take it, but that mentality change was going to mean a lot. We even talked to Moobs top of day earlier, and he talked about how shifting onto that Clove allowed him to be a lot more loose when he was playing, and we absolutely saw that on Pearl, especially in that first half. Moobs was such a big part of why we saw that 6-1 lead come to fruition. He was constantly swinging those smokes, just taking a lot of risks, and it was consistently panning out because he was absolutely fragging.
is what allowed them to get those early rounds as well and to close it out as we got the chance to see, because it's so hard to do when you have, again, this double operator where it's not even just holding it all the way back on B. It's Cryo getting all that space, whether it is with the Tour de Force or whether it is with the operator 2, trying to get as much space, trying to close it out on the attacking side. So yeah, it makes sense that they were struggling a little bit, but also finally, because of that aggression and that faster hit on A, they were finally able to close it out and put up the challenge that we wanted to see with a Winthrop SR that was struggling a little bit yesterday and today looks so much better.
And I gotta say too, I think this first map in the series was a must-win, because heading into the second map of the series, when Ash, you're talking about that little bit of revenge that they got, it was because of Abyss that was it was a little bit of a rough time for Winthrop Shopify, and this is where 100 Thieves should hopped off. So 100 Thieves picking it up, and not a surprise, but I'm curious with what Winthrop Shopify are going to switch up.
Yeah, I think that I'm very curious, like you're saying, what they are going to go and change up, but less so on that and more on when it comes down to their approach to this map here, right? It felt like we saw Dodona at times getting maybe a little bit too far ahead of some plays, not really being able to like follow up on the utility or being ahead of some of the utility that was being used to try and clear out those op angles that Cryo was trying to hold. And he was consistently able to get those frags because of it. And then on top of that as well, he had so much value, I think, with those mid trips that he was consistently throwing out, very much so allowing 100 Thieves to stack on the extremity stack over towards those sites. And that's what I'm going to be looking for Winthrop and SRG to look to counter, like that understanding of what was going wrong on their attacking side and how they can find a bit more of that success, understanding how they were positioning themselves on the side of 100 Thieves.
But I do expect as well the agents to change a little bit. Just because we had Alexis here and she was talking about how they were figuring out what they were going to be playing, and that ended up with her playing that Astra. And honestly, yeah, struggling a little bit, as she admitted. So maybe having somebody else pick up those smokes to have her, even though Alexis is a very flexible player, in a more comfortable role. It can be on that Sentinel a little bit. It can be also on the KO that we just got the chance to see that was popping off in some of those rounds. To give that advantage to be comfortable and to try to close it in two.
I'm just seeing all of these thumb wars happening, and like Dodonut won hers, Moves won his. Like, this is also the switch from yesterday too. I mean, they're popping off. They're ready.
They're ready.
You win it. You know the saying, win the thumb war, win the VALORANT war.
Is that a saying?
Yeah.
You know, you might be the first philosopher to put that one out into the universe there, Sierra. But you know what? I'll give you the fact that they're keeping their hands warm for this game.
There we go. There we go. I mean, I think that this switch up too that I'm looking for Winthrop and Shopify is this was still in their figuring things out era. And then we've got to hear more, okay, we're going to play the loose. We're going to like play more fun, right? So even if we are running back a map that we've already seen, we now have that little bit more of a mentality switch. We're getting this team get more reps under their belt and coming off of a map that was do good. I don't know. We'll have to see. And looking into it, I mean, talk that, Dan. Agents, they have to change. And sure enough, we will get to see big changes here that I think should work out.
Yeah, this makes a lot more sense. And again, this is a team that could have played many different versions of this composition, but I think this is the one that we talked about with Dodo and how good she is on the chamber is an absolute win condition. Alexis on the KO instead of the Astra that we saw her on yesterday. And obviously Moves that is going to continue playing for the smokes, but playing the fun smokes with that club. So it all makes sense to me, and it's also a little bit of a repeat of the same composition that we just saw on Pearl.
Yeah, and I think that, you know, leaning into those comforts, we're also looking at the fact that it's a swap of sides for how we're starting the map off here as well. It was a different story yesterday with 100 Thieves kicking things off on defense. It was so hard for WU Shopify to try and get anything going with how much they're struggling going up against Cryo's op and the other like kind of trap setups that they had on site here. But now Winthrop Shopify get to try and control that tempo a little bit more with the pacing, having Dodo Knight get to push up on some of those deeper lines.
I mean, a lot of switch-ups coming out from Winthrop University and Shopify. Time to see going into the second map of the series if it will be enough to take down the Demons of Abyss that is 100 Thieves, or if 100 Thieves can take us into map number 3. Let's get to it with your casters. Back over to Lemon Kiwi and Van Silly.
Thank you, Sierra. Familiar map, different sides, but most importantly, channeling the power of fun, which once Winthrop Shopify fell back to just treat it like a ranked and loosen up, they look better than ever.
Yeah, indeed. And now maybe the recipe of success after a 1-13 loss last time against this very team of 100 Thieves on Abyss. Well, you're starting to see Infiltrator not going with the Jet, going with the Yoru instead. I think it makes sense. You kind of need somebody to help you really flash into this sites, as Donut's going to have to take that chamber role anyways, right? And Alexa's adding to that support for that double flash for them to try to get some good site control into these areas. Because you know the changes going into Pearl these days. There's a lot more nooks and crannies to get hide behind. So you got to make sure that you really cover up all these spaces so you can come through and at least to start the 100 Thieves on the attack. It's Donut once again is going to be the first one to get tested.
They came out with the attacking pistol last time, but it was a 1-6 deficit they had to overcome, and Slandy is not joking around anymore. The IGL tax will not be paid today. Marceline, what a swing, what a shot. Governor lurking, low HP is 100 Thieves. The shock bolt thought it was going to be enough. It ends in favor of Slandy.
That was such a nice try because I thought that shark dart, just like you, was going to land right at the feet of Cryo and take him down to leave it on a 1v1. Thought they had a timing too with the shock dart that had to be avoided. They could get on top of the site. It ends up being a very important kill that Marceline got onto, I think that was Donut, into the corner. It allows right now for the rest of the team to really go for a safe plant and just play as a group to swing together on that 2 versus 1. So a good start that was definitely needed for 100 Thieves. He was very, very slow on Pearl in the first on the first map. And Cryo is just making sure now that nobody can take core control. He might have to forfeit this now. He's down to 21 HP. He needs some help.
At least Cryo's consistent with the openers. And man, just not done yet. 100 Thieves are down to Clown. Down to kill too. Can anyone stand up to this? Surely someone can just at least finish off Cryo and won't make this a flawless, surely. But Donut. Hide and go seek, except... Well, you're about to get evicted. The whole squad is... The whole squad's there for you. Flawless for 100 Thieves on the AT Eco.
Especially when the knife that hits the full sight and not even towards Ivy that gets the ping. You do have the idea that the anchor is playing down towards Troll, down towards the default plant. They're able to take down Donut quite easily. It was a nice little attempt to try to take down Cryo at this point, but as I mentioned before, the patience that he brings, waits for his teammates to rotate across for him, and the pop flash on the attack coming out from Asuna allows for the double swing of both Melia and Cryo to prevent that push, prevent the weapon to get picked up here for the side of the defense.
Different look now from 100 Thieves to explore over at A. Okay, moves. Shutting down middle. Orb grabbed Aldrone out. Governor knows what awaits him. And, well, it's a bullet to the dome, I guess. I was hoping to have more of a say about that. Moves. Does he play it safe? He waits for his initiator to get into play. Selects his both flashes. One out. Drop down. Beautiful. Belly at 180s. And Slandy has her back too. 100 Thieves, despite getting shaken up, they still stand.
Spike planted.
Donut will be next to take the mantle. Even when you had Util, it was hard to disrupt the plans of 100 Thieves. But Donut wants revenge, but the barrel sticks out. Slandy is having a game. Holy.
Yeah, so far done a great job in the post plans, but if not, it's also into the entries that you have from your star duelists. I say duelists because Cryo also does his job to prevent the pushes from happening, but the entries from Melia has been so important for the successes for 100 Thieves for the rounds that they're taking as well. That said, though, I think that these role changes that you're currently seeing between the side of Shopify Rebellion and Winthrop University, it makes sense, but also you're playing it slightly differently as well because the responsibility that Moves had for the longest time playing as a chamber for WU was this middle portion right here. Yet, as you're changing roles, you're still keeping Moves in the middle. as he has range enough to smoke wherever he could help his teammates, but also makes it dangerous for him to try to anchor up that spot. As you can already see, he's getting pushed out quite easily, and it allows 100 Thieves to start scaling up here.
Slendy said, I mean, it makes her job so easy as an IGL when you had Cryo and Melia dropping 20, 30 bombs yesterday. Now everyone has to put in the work. Everyone's taking this a lot more seriously. And you have a save that's already got a first blood, and can they recover that weapon? It's within the smoke, so Cryo can't do much about it. Marceline could have timing here as the smoke drops and flashed in. Cryo can't even trade. There's multiple victims now.
And that would allow so many weapons to get picked off the rotate if the last two players are committing to plan into B. So they know they have some sort at least of weapon advantage for the rifles against the pistols that you have from the defense. So I respect the play from Slaney Asuna looking to re-clear this area. As they see the amount of weapons as they ping across that are still on the ground, they know they have the advantage to still duel against their opponents.
Unable to upgrade, not wanting to fall for the bait. Seemed so juicy, but Winthrop SR, if anyone can pull off a thrifty, it's them. They've done it in the previous map for 12 seconds. 100 Thieves just have to be on prevention duty, and they've done it. A thrifty for Winthrop SR.
Yeah, it was such a big flash by Lesses through that smoke, as well as you just see her on the screen with the reaction. Caught two players off guard on the top of middle, and unfortunately, Slandy, who was all the way back towards the connector from A to middle, wasn't really there to be able to support and save her teammates in. And unfortunately here allows the defense to just dethrone the control that the attack had on the top of middle. Look at how it affected both players on top of the staircase. Never saw that coming. That's an important eco round on the side of the defense. That's a lot of economy that gets built up, allowing Donut to invest into an operator.
Ooh, what a ping! And a Hunter's Fury had potential. It parts the Red Sea, but that's all it really did.
Portal closed.
No pings, no damage.
Cutting through.
100 Thieves. Minor setback, or being grabbed. And now an offensive Hunter's Fury. How about a taste of your own medicine? But the army has shown up at the door. Winthrop SR. Oh, we're gonna try and use the spike as bait, and Governor leaves corpses behind. And Cryo just doesn't have the HP to pull this off, including against an up and against the stack. And he has to pick up the spike, so...
Ain't happening.
Gotta just leave with your head held high.
Just hoping that some mistakes are going to happen as soon as this smoke dissipates. And as you're going to try to peek one by one, potentially, just like you did before, you might allow your crowd to get the dub. Oh, nice. Little wall bang towards the end by Governor, but I gotta say, it's not necessarily on the HP that Cryocells didn't have to be able to win that round, but it's the lack of teammates that follow up behind him, because after they're scaling up the Hunter's Fury, he's able to go for, support on his first teammate that died, but then as he's getting pressured, he's TPing away, but nobody was behind him to take that third layer of that push into the site. So as he TPs out, there's no more players in, there's no more bodies on the attack inside the A site, and then they get stopped by mollies, smokes, Astra Util, and you can't really move back. Oh, sorry, not Astra Util, smokes mollies, and you can't really get back into the A side attack. So that just unfortunately didn't turn out the way that they wanted to in the end, and it allows Winthrop University to close that gap by 1.
And speaking of those smokes, I mean, Moobs can't reach the whole map with these clove smokes compared to an Astra, so really stuck at mostly playing middle, but reinforcing A this time. Nice out. And beautiful. It finds its mark. Beautiful shot on Dodonut. Now getting the attention of Winthrop SR. Cover up the gap left in mid.
Might have to come down to trying to go for like a drone or something at the minute mark, because right now you've lost all the information into the map, and there you go. It comes out, middle's open. Now these two players could really focus on trying to anchor up towards this B side and go for a hero play.
There's nothing that can stop 100 Thieves. Moobs is on his way. Alexis has a flash to make a play and set herself up, but just desynced from the team. What just happened? Infiltrator, 3K in the blink of an eye. A heart attack just delivered to 100 Thieves.
30 seconds left.
And now it's a duel. Marceline versus Moobs. At least add the clock as a variable here if we get the plant off safe and just spotted moves leaving.
They shot at the same time, still gets the kill. We'll take it. We'll take it. I was just about to say it gives Marcelina an opportunity to just start pushing forward and catch moves off guard, but instead they both go for the, hey, let's just showdown duel out in the open. Moves walks out of the smoke, and Marcelina once again takes the upper hand. So how the hell did Infiltrator get a 3K spray, though, on the top of that B ramp? Oh, dude, it came from a flash from Alexis before the smoke bloomed. That was very, very nice. And that's what we're talking about, right? You're playing 2 players inside the site. You know the hit is coming. And even if the drone got that pick onto Infiltrator, the ping onto Infiltrator, it's that pop flash from Alexis allowing Infiltrator to spray those 3 players and stay alive here, even though he got pinged by the drone. So very nicely done, but it's still 100 Thieves' round.
Donut pairs with their teammate Alexis work together if they need to flash out, make a play, but Melia is a scary jet to go up against. She's got the respect of everyone as Moves disrespects the push. We'll be back in the equation. No, little antsy for that kill, Asuna. And Melia can convert the ace, and Asuna, well, just takes matters into his own hands. But 5-2 now for 100 Thieves.
Dude, he was being rezzed. It should have been an easy kill onto Infiltrator, who stopped shooting. He thought, yeah, I have him down. I could go for the 1v1 right after. But unfortunately, it became a mini boost situation where you can get a player coming out of like a res or a TP, and fortunately Asuna wins that fight. And it was going to be a 1v1 where it could have been close no matter what, because it's still Melia, I think, that the one that stayed alive for that res. So Infiltrator definitely didn't have an easy fight towards the end, and 100 Thieves were able to salvage that round. That should have been here with the University and SR to take, with how good it looked on the anchoring in the first place from Moves. They're on a Nico.
Hero rifle for Governor. Help him get the Hunter's Fury if needed. But this split, I wonder if Infiltrator and Governor can get this cut off. This could recover a weapon. I'm coping. 100 Thieves caught completely off guard, and there it is. But Infiltrator is a little trapped, but that's okay. Weapon still recovered. 100 Thieves know there's a flank. Now they're going to extend outwards to maybe find this 4th member.
Time to jump.
And even a dimensional drift invested there from Infiltrator. They think this is winnable. Another thrifty for Winthrop SR. Is it possible? With Alexis at the helm, surely. But no, the window goes unwatched. And now time just may win it for 100 Thieves if they can last that long. And now someone can just get on the spike.
It's over.
Yeah.
Oh, what a close
that
call.
was so nicely played by Winthrop University SR. Like, you look at how Donut was playing towards that middle. She had to bait all of her teammates, and she even stayed as far back as she could on the top of middle, so she doesn't get flushed out by the players of 100 Thieves pushing and flipping the map on the post plant. So as you're trying to move up and pick up the weapons, you go for a nice combination on the double ult of the Silva and the Yoru, and then when you've wasted so much time into the post plant, surely nobody's going to be late flanking back from the spawn side, and there you go. Donut gets a free kill onto Asuna, and then allows here Winthrop University and SR to get the 3 versus 1 in the defuse in the end. It's just beautiful stuff. Leaving that gap on middle was a huge mistake for 100 Thieves. Allows Winthrop and SR to come back.
I like this position from Infiltrator. Open to surprise. Maybe catch the op off guard. Flash drone from Alexis. Infiltrator makes the most of it. Had to readjust. Couldn't confirm the second. But removing Melia is that driving force behind 100 Thieves to get them into the site. So it's going to be a slower affair for this attack. Oh, hello there.
I was going to say, they walked past each other too, and then I think he heard one small footstep, went back up the rope. And even if it's drop, went into a silent drop into spawn. So that just shows that you have to be aware of these situations just in case you make the nose on the rope, you're done. And he didn't do it.
100 Thieves are being tracked like prey, and still wasn't enough of an advantage for Winthrop SR. But they get the trade in the end, and just macro-wise, very split between 100 Thieves. Asuna will join, and we'll see if Governor, but doesn't have the HP to brawl against Slandy. And you clear through spawn, and then you'll know exactly where they come from.
Should be a still fade too. So that was huge by Asuna to be able to hear those footsteps. So they both converge against him. They take him down, and now Slam is just playing towards spawn with the Hunter's Fury. So this is pretty much a done deal. Hunter's Fury comes out first. Second one will be the Molly.
One enemy remaining.
Fury will ping the Clove, Moog still stands, and Asuna will protect the Sova. Now 100 Thieves double up the score, looking stronger on their attack early compared to how the last map started. Now they're warmed up. Momentum starts here.
Yeah, I think that both of these teams so far are leaving gaps on mid control, and when it's taken advantage of by the other side, then you're starting to see it where, you know, it swings in their favor. So they got to be ready for these things. Especially in the mid rounding, both of these teams are starting to activate and move fairly slowly here on the first half of Abyss.
Alexis has done such a good job of setting up anyone with these pop flashes, and the same strat with Infiltrator, except now mid. Being heavily pressured there by 100 Thieves when they have the Outlaw in hand. Now this Clove is nearby, the smoke down just to delay things, protect themselves. 100 Thieves won't have that Cosmic Divide this time though. Marceline missing. At least you have Melia, and that's what they've really needed to accelerate and scale up into B. Oh, peekaboo. Infiltrator just walks up and kills him. That's funny. Thieves won't have too much time to breathe, though. Even through the clone. Wow, Flash, Melia, Asuna, relentless. Donut and Alexis. Now just cut in half. Caught completely off guard. 100 Thieves. The lead grows.
That's insane. That's like Asuna and Melia are just breaking ankles left and right. It's one of those, you know, those kung fu movies where it's just two guys against 100, and then no matter where you go, it's just those two guys just owning everybody on different, finding all the advantage timings versus everybody else and just dropping like flies. Like, look at how this happens. Pop flashes coming through. Then as they're focusing on Asuna, Melia comes down. Donut turns around, and then you get the backstab from Asuna. Then the dash comes out there from Melia in case Asuna dies. I mean, it was just very nicely done on individual heroic plays, but still in 10, but allows for them to win the round.
2 rounds left in the half. 100 Thieves catching Infiltrator. Oh, but it sets up Governor for an absolute slaughter. You throw util, and he still gets away with 2. That is enough to limit the options of 100 Thieves, but at least Melia is in the picture, so you can take space quickly. But they still want to take their time. No dash, no updraft. 100 Thieves, just watch the window. Tough angle to cut. 100 Thieves have been cut down. Quick retake from Winthrop SR.
Yeah, 2 players behind Melia ahead, or util in hand, or knives out. So as Melia goes for the updraft and sees a person tucked in last second, has to dash away, but the other ones are not ready to come out to go for the kill on the information that Melia is able to grab, and that results in beautiful kills. I think that was Governor, right? Tucked in the corner. And nonetheless, still some very nice little picks towards the end that then allows Winthrop University to just outwin these duels on that post-plant scenario. Look at him right over here. So he baits his teammate for a bit at the very beginning because you lost one at the main entrance. But then the other 2 shots, so you get a 2 for 2. You'll take it at that spot, and you also force an early no command ult from Asuna. That's very, very nice.
A weaker post plant. Ooh, and an AUK purchased. Quick to find value. The smoke is left behind, so 100 Thieves left to not have their jet. Well, that's okay, because Asuna's up to no good. Look where he is now. He's making plays. He's making moves. The timing not favoring him as WSR hope to converge on middle. Watch over the gap, and Moobs creates that gap in Asuna. And now 100 Thieves can move forward, but they got to worry about Alexis being posted up. And what 100 Thieves could be walking into. They got triple killed by Infiltrator, just off of that pop flash, and Alexis doesn't even need all the bells and whistles to get 100 Thieves to sing a different tune.
Yeah, it wasn't even that they can move forward. They had to move forward towards that A site. They already knew that Asuna was moving up towards that top middle, so that's why Infiltrator and Moobs were both just watching their own angles on that side. And as soon as they take down Asuna, they have full mid control. And as I mentioned before, whoever takes that mid control is pretty much taking control of that half or of that map. So very well done, pretty much at this point. And then as you force the hand of the players to try to at least execute towards this B side, the smoke stops them, and then they pick them off.
5-7 in favor of 100 Thieves. It has been quite the back and forth affair, even including the last map ending, or at least the halftime being at 6-6. So we'll see what else 100 Thieves have up their sleeve as they jump on defense, and we'll see you after the halftime break. The ball is in Winthrop SR's court as they are now on offense, and this is already a very different Abyss than what we experienced yesterday.
Definitely. From what was so dominant from one end of 100 Thieves, the moves that came through this time around from Winthrop University and Shopify Rebellion seems to add a little bit more into their arsenal to be able to salvage these rounds. I mean, 5 rounds is still better than 1. We talked about it before.
So true.
Just getting more than 1 would be a good start, but they definitely made it more difficult for 100 Thieves to really capitalize on the one-sided attack side. Now, for is 100 Thieves on these side explosions, because you know you don't really have a jet to dash through, but they once again could play these double flashes for the entry that could actually be very, very fruitful for them.
And the mind games too. Drone being heard from 100 Thieves. Melia was hoping for a cutoff. Cryo swings and takes advantage. So definitely beneficial for 100 Thieves, hoping to convert yet another defensive pistol. Spike left. Winthrop SR do not care. 28 HP and a dream, hoping to sync up with Alexis, set her up, but too many cooks in the kitchen. 100 Thieves with the pistol.
Seems like we're missing a little bit of util on that smoke towards that back of the site, because you try to throw the one way to not allow cryo cells to spot some players moving through in the back of that bridge. But if there's no recon or something that pings him out, he could just freely move forward and go for the wide swing and TP back into safety, back towards security. So he even gets a 2-piece on top of that. So that's something that Winthrop University will have to rethink as they're going to try to go for it a second time in their eco, infiltrated with a Marshall. But I gotta say, if anything, Alexis has been so good with these pop flashes for the team, so that if they're able to go into these gun rounds and go for these sites to really try to overtake the anchors inside A.
And a standstill after a knife detects a couple from Winthrop SR in Maine. But always trying to be careful of when you grab the orb. You never know if Governor or somebody, or not Governor, but somebody's tucked in from 100 Thieves. But the first blood opens. 2 down already.
It's crazy.
Winthrop SR on these lower buys, there's something else. And Infiltrator's a beast with this Marshall, and he may just re-peek for more. And Asuna's gonna respect it. Marceline doing the opposite, having to solo hold B against the world and pinged, so that's understandable. Gonna retreat and regroup.
But not getting that pick up to Marceline gives a chance now for Asuna and Marceline to still win this round. Not anymore.
Not anymore.
Not when Karn's still alive like that. Easy pick. How the hell are they winning these rounds with pistols?
Right? Asuna believers. It's not
Thrifty.
Another thrifty low buy win from Winthrop SR. At least they still believe, and at least they don't give up.
Yeah, and that's what you mentioned before. They only had a Marshall and a couple of pistols, yet for the long-range battles on middle, it was still one for the side of Winthrop University / SRG. So it's quite surprising that they're able to pull out such a huge advantage with the weapons that you have equipped for the side of 100 Thieves on defense, and what eco of 100 Thieves. A little bit of a heavy investment, if I should say that myself, but I mean, they want to play things differently. Just let them walk into the crosshair.
It was better with the Marshall even last round. The Outlaw, more bullets does not mean more kills. So Guardian Angel watches over Melia left at 9 HP, though. We'll have to stay humble and out of sight, out of mind, while the rest of Winthrop SR follow through in the footsteps of Dodona and other lurkers, taking up space. Unless Cryo catches them off guard with just the classic, though.
The drone didn't see him. So they ping it because they hear the footsteps of Slandy falling back. So now they can just start selling this fake towards this B side, especially with that kill onto Cryo. And it should be an easy walk into the A site. Now that Governor is going to potentially just give his life away. But again, just an eco. I mean, it's still a rifle picked up. We know what they did last time when they had a rifle picked up on Pearl. Thankfully, though, Cryo's the one that did all that damage, and he's down early in this round.
I understand the read from Cryo. You would think someone would want to go for height, watch over the site before getting in. It's at the wrong place at the wrong time. 100 Thieves is not as lucky on these lower buys, but at least Asuna got the Vandal, and they seem to believe something is possible. But no, that Vandal's been dropped, recovered by Slandy, and they're just going to pile in, hope for the best. Feed into the hands of Winthrop SR. We'll keep all 4 weapons into the next.
When I mentioned at the end of the last map on Pearl, and I said, okay, they got to find some sort of solution against a potential double op when they're going to play the attack against the defense of 100 Thieves. Well, let's say Winthrop University and SRG are starting with double rifles or double scopes on their side on the attack to just open up the sites and open up the lanes rather, and it works out in their favor. We'll definitely, we're going to see a different type of strategy though moving forward into the later rounds once the economy is going to be quite even on both ends. But it was still a huge pain point that they're going to have to overcome later on here in this half.
Well, one thing to overcome is a tech pause, but sometimes teams come out better ahead when they have more time to think for themselves. But one thing is assured, whenever, I guess, Winthrop SR have a lead, there's a comeback from 100 Thieves. Whenever 100 Thieves have a lead, it's just definitely not over. We had that 13-11 on Pearl in favor of Winthrop SR, and I could easily see this going to distance, which I'm quite pleased based on the 13-1. Yeah.
Yeah, the only thing that made that series long was a tech pause on that side.
True.
No, but jokes aside, though, I think that's the other thing, too, is in a tech pause, you can't really communicate with your teammates. So you are in your own thoughts to just try to cool yourself down, and be a little bit more zen moving into the later rounds. So sometimes you can take it to your advantage, or sometimes you're overthinking things, and you're going to be a prisoner of your own mind, and your aim starts to slip off a little bit more. But not at this level so far, as you can see through these replays. There's been a lot of good shots coming in. Even this one right here. Pre-aim shots, wall bangs, headshots, so that there's not too much HP coming out or remaining from these players when the trades happen. They're all headshots so far. I mean, this is very nice to see at this level of play between the co-ed rosters.
Liking what Infiltrator's doing with the snipers, because I felt like it was a lot of the Dodonut versus Cryo show or in the previous map of Pearl. And Infiltrator's had these moments on these lower buys with Marshall, Outlaw, whatever it is, to make a significant dent into middle control, which is very important on this map. And Infiltrator's definitely having a good game overall, too.
And the positioning you have from the Chambers on the defense are a little bit different, too, as you're seeing where CryoCells is currently positioning a lot of these moments on that A site. At least on that pistol round, we'll have to see if that will be the case once they have the rifles to work with. But this is just going to be another one of those maps where it doesn't really matter on what side he plays, because on the other end, we'll have Melia, and on the other end, we'll have potentially an op. So it's going to ask for a lot, I think, on Governor and Alexis at the beginning of these rounds, especially with this meta where it takes a much longer time for the next wave of refreshable util to come up. You're going to have to at least take advantage of the lack of information or information you can immediately get with a knife and Silva Dart.
Nop yet again for Dodonut against Melia, who was also fantastic with it on Pearl. This A travel has been a lot sketchier for Winthrop SR. Going to be extra careful and confirm before the orb is grabbed, and Dodonut grabs herself a kill. Removing Cryo, one of the MVPs of that roster, is definitely a boon in this round. Knife thrown, suppress, and remove some of the tools that Winthrop SR have. Gotta be careful, this drop down from Slandy. It's quickly dealt with by Winthrop SR. It's gonna be a quick plan and open sight. Yeah.
You're already seeing holding back towards that spawn, and it started off well, at least in terms of what CryoCells, how he played it. You see the TP that's being placed. He's trying to jiggle up between the top and middle, but he also even avoids the recon dart before he tucks back into his angle. He even had an opportunity to get first shot onto Dodonut, yet Dodonut had to flick the shot to trade it back and to win that duel, and she did exactly that. So it had to be a beautiful shot on that side to allow Winthrop University to take full control and advantage of this 4-player hit towards that A site that the last two anchors couldn't get anything done. But saving the op would be really nice right now for 100 Thieves. But also, on the other end, receiving in is Governor, but they'll know now that the op is also still available or purchased now on the side of the Thieves on defense.
Everyone's learned their lesson from jumping into Cryo's sideline with an op that you just don't do that. Everyone's taking this very seriously now. And then you get to have the Dimensional Drift as the opening play for Infiltrator coming up. I think Governor's maybe 2 or 3 away from the Hunter's Fury, so some good old cycles coming in from Winthrop SR, who were at a 3-round deficit, now have tied things up.
And this is where it gets important. You see here that the initiators are trying to just group up together right now to try to find that early info. The pings are coming out as well for the 2 players first to take some map control on mid. Starts with the Dimensional Drift. They haven't seen Melia, so that will probably be the green button for them to just start moving more aggressively inside B.
He's got so much time because he teleported deep into middle, gets the heads up on Marceline, and the rest of the Ducklings follow suit. I get heads up onto the high ground. Cryo gonna call that out to the KO. Asuna has flashes. It's a bit of a delay and desync from 100 Thieves on when and how they show face. And Melia went in too early. 100 Thieves, definitely Asuna stuck and being watched, and now just acting as bait for Slandy and Cryo to walk in and take advantage of that lapse in focus. Double kill versus double kill. But Asuna just has a stinger and just maybe has time to grab a weapon and leave, but not very winnable.
He definitely wants to try to get the op, but as he crosses over, you see here, oh, the Governor was trying to peek out towards that area, but he finds that timing, able to save that op for the next round.
Oh,
nope, that's
never mind. That was close. Dimensional Drift, hold off beautifully, and he got that first blood. You can't ask anything more from Infiltrator. This has definitely been his map. And although we're used to him being more of that explosive rays or neon or something fast and loose. He's now on the Yoru and he's playing mind games. He's playing with his food, and it's enough to give Winthrop SR the lead for now.
Yeah, we're seeing rare misses coming out from Melia and Cryo with the operator when they're able to have the opportunity to wield it, because that usually, if you're witnessing the first map of how Melia has been shooting with the op, should have been an easy kill there onto Infiltrator, who was stuck out in the open. Now it's the op onto Cryo, holding towards that B site, and the dash proc for the A site control, and it's denied by Infiltrator.
Missing out on Melia's always a heartbreaker for this team. That means everyone else has to put in the work. Silence over at A. 100 Thieves keep their focus on middle, which has been taken advantage of by Winthrop SR. Just think about the dimensional drift that guided Infiltrator through there. Now the drone emerges. 100 Thieves know the hit is coming. They try to be ready for it, but ready or not, here comes Dodona with the op, and the smokes try to split up the fights. Give 100 Thieves a leg up despite the clear number advantage for Winthrop SR. 2 versus 5, feeling impossible.
Exactly. It's going to have to be another attempt to save, but they're making noise retreating so that Infiltrator now could start going for the hunt. He's going to get closer and closer to his dimensional drift, and they have pretty much the rounds and money to work with. That's information in the last 2, but I got to say, I thought the idea was quite nice for 100 Thieves in the mid-round. You see that turret, the trademark being placed by cryocells on the top of that B ramp so that they could just focus on util to watch that area once it gets procced up, and they play soft side B, and all of them are just converging towards that middle to hold that line. But in the end, as you take that mid control, you're able to use that Hunter Sphere to support towards that B site if that trademark comes up, and then you can flood back in at that spot. But I think the issue is because you've lost Melia so early at the beginning of that A site, and you're going into the mid round, and it stayed very quiet. Now the paranoia sets in, and you think that players are going to be re-hitting on that side for the attack on the A site. So you give up that mid control, and then they find that timing for SRG Winthrop University. There was no way there for 100 Thieves to group up together to fight on that defensive line.
Winthrop Shopify look unstoppable. This was the potential that they're finally meeting at with 5 rounds in a row strung up on their offense. It was a strong side for them now. Hunter's Fury available for Governor. That's that next ult cycle with the null command. It's actually ults available for both sides. So who will pull that trigger first? Aldrone down mid to maybe help guide Melia. Give her some information to work with so she doesn't get first blooded. Really nothing seen.
Jones even not going to clear top middle, so yet 100 Thieves still have three players at that spot, and they're fine. And this is what I was talking about, that range that you have where Slaney is currently playing support now with the Hunter's Fury on the top of that front B site. Melia stops that lurk on middle, and in her prime position now to close that gap. 3 players rotating over towards that B site, exactly where Winthrop University Shopify are looking to hit.
Infiltrator already almost has another dimensional drift. He's trying to earn it right here and right now. 100 Thieves smokes up Hunter's Fury from the defense to try and delay things, and Marceline will just clean house. Holy, what a team, what a comeback from 100 Thieves, making that a flawless, breaking the wind in the sails too of Winthrop SR. Uh-oh.
Yeah, some very nice Guardian shots. I don't think Marceline's used to playing on land, because I remember just when we finished in between maps, Melia did the same thing, pulling out their fist to be like, yo, fist bump me, and Melia was just chilling, looking at the ground or something, or somewhere Marceline rather was just staring at the ground instead of going for the fist bump to connect with Melia. But finally, the smiles come through, and then 100 Thieves are 1 away from tying up this game. Attack side, though, they can do the simple Hunter's Fury into the dimensional drift. You see that Governor was lined up to get the recon dart into the A site. And here's that hit.
A lot of ults. Hunter's Fury and dimensional drift. I'm surprised Austin is still lingering. Everyone else with disengaging was respecting what Winthrop SR have been throwing at them. And also Asuna gets away with that. Now the Aldrone clears the site. Winthrop SR feeling secure, but that ping Reveals Asuna. And Moobs is still quick enough to deal with Cryo. Trouble around the corner. And they can all funnel in to the top of the site. Winthrop have cleared that window. Governor doing great work at the side. I need Marceline to have a big moment here at the top of the window. No, the awareness is just next level from Winthrop SR. They get up to 11.
Oh, man, I thought it was going to be a good hold for 100 Thieves in the first place because, as you mentioned, Asuna stays towards that A site and still is able to get that pick from Infiltrator coming out of his ult as the Yoru. And I think it's also thanks to Slaney's Hunter's Fury. As you're training out Hunter's Fury's ults on both sides, you're also splitting out the timings of the attack, kind of leaving Infiltrator on an island, allowing Asuna to fight the 1v1 against him to take that spot. But then as soon as you're overtaken, the Flood retake it didn't work out in their favor because they tried to go for a 3-2-1 triple swing, but they didn't expect a high-low coming out here from WSR at the end.
And the clone in. Cryo not going to fall for it. He's steady, but the trades are good. Great delays, too, from the Gravwell. 100 Thieves stay put. They split off to watch both sides, while Winthrop SR, they split off to go elsewhere.
It was a recon dart that pings 2 players towards the A site after that first trade-off, so they know now where there's a weak side towards B. So a contact play for 3 players to move up, potentially not even swinging all the way through the bookcase. Making sure that Moob stays in with the team so he's in good enough range to go for these smokes for the site exec. But they only have 1 to work with. They'll probably be used towards Heaven so that Governor could use the drone to clear out towards Ivy. And then Alexis's knife, if they have it, she could throw it here towards Troll.
Now 100 Thieves have a heads up. This could be a moment for Melia to be that headliner, to be in the spotlight. Oh, Dodo that just spots the ponytail, and that's enough. Cryo putting in the work. Triple kill for him. Dodonut, the last one. And with not a good route to exit. 12 seconds.
10 seconds
Open to do damage. You're hearing the jumps and catches Marceline on the climb up. It's possible. Donut. Oh, make it 4 for Cryo. Staying steady and calm under pressure.
There's so many multi-kill rounds coming out for a lot of these players across the board for 100 Thieves. Melia being one, Cryo, Asuna. Marceline had the trip kill a couple of rounds ago too, so the anchor plays that they're currently doing are superb for 100 Thieves. This was a nice heads-up play by Melia, by the way. It was supposed to be. I thought it was going to be a contact walk-up and then a full site exec into the B site to surprise your players. But as they go for 2 or 3 players spamming behind the box, thinking somebody was going to hide in that spot, you saw Melia start activating, walking right away through the bookcase and go for that flank in the back and just backstabs Governor as he's going inside that drone. Not only does it eliminate the threat of the drone into Ivy, but it also dwindles down the numbers to support for the actual hit inside the site. So that was a huge play coming out from Melia to keep that dream alive for 100 Thieves to try to push this into a 3rd map.
Winthrop Shopify with a timeout to discuss how these final rounds could be breaking down, or maybe it's a snack break for the coach.
Yeah, let's just both call timeouts and both go to the bathroom. So that means for me, why the hell was Marceline nodding and be like, yeah, I understand. There's just nobody at the desk.
The voices, you know?
Yeah. It's Cryo calling.
The ghosts. But this is so close. I'm so stoked that this match turned out to be good because I was a little worried about the encounter from yesterday. But I think there were different levels of seriousness when it was more for seeding yesterday, but this is do or die with Winthrop SR on series point.
Yeah, and mind you, I don't even know if they actually have a coach with them for 100 Thieves.
Here.
As the head coach being NBS is probably still getting his visas worked out for the Americas. And whilst King Fred, usually the coach for Winthrop University, well, I just played a 5-stack with him yesterday, so he's definitely not there.
That'd be quite the multitask, but
yeah. Well, he did multitask a lot, right? Coaching for Winthrop University and Wadada, but probably not going for the 5-stack plus coaching WSR.
small desync between the Owl Drone and Cryo's swing, but Asuna makes up for it. Double kill on entry. When you have the grab well, you have chamber util. There's some hoops that Winthrop SR have to jump through. But where they end up, 100 Thieves seem to have a read that this would be a pivot towards B. But Slandy's going to stay put. They're going to come back towards A.
30 seconds left.
I was gonna say, so interesting that you still want to commit into this one because your economy is down the drain if you lose this round. Yet Donut still gets an entry and they flip the map.
13 seconds. This is an important round. Flashes out. Asuna on the prowl, but doesn't want to drop down into the nade. An infiltrator. He's gonna get proactive, but does not want to get kicked in the head. So they stay put, stay in cover, play it safe. Cosmic Divide to kind of break up this fight through the chaos. Melia will thrive and swings into her own smoke. And 100 Thieves will get away with tying things up 11-11.
Damn. That was just very nice on the exec in the end. I love the idea of Infiltrator walking back towards main because as the Cosmic Divide comes up, you hear the drop into outside of heaven into the front side of A. So he's going to get all that info to get Donut ready. It should have been a free kill there onto Melia, and somehow with Melia still dashing right into the barrel of his gun, he couldn't get the kill. And 100 Thieves went on a 3 versus 1 retake. You're blocking that wall. You can't recross that bridge. Becomes an easy defuse towards the end. He even spotted right there through this replay from Austin, the spray that he had through the smoke. Just got one before, kept spraying, got a second one. And yeah, despite that happening, I don't care. You take the round for that side for 100 Thieves. You break the econ for your opponents. Although, because they had a plant for the side of Winthrop University SRG, they have enough here to go for rifles and small shields and a Guardian for Lexus. But this is a huge investment. If they don't get another plant once again, that's 100 Thieves playing against a broken buy and potentially a 13-11 in the end to close.
100 Thieves with back-to-back rounds. They're in the driver's seat. Like you said, important how this map could end. Cryo Diab will be at A. Maybe hearing the recon and the drone be used by Governor. Will pull rotations. Winthrop SR have paved their way into the site, and Marceline could get away with murder here. She's flashed, waits for the perfect moment to strike. Oh, and doesn't even drop the spike. Alexis trusted she had time. Marceline consistent on her impact towards B. Now Asuna's in the fray. Flash out, unaffected. Hunter's Fury, awkward timing, but could get a ping, could confirm the kill on Asuna. And it does, and it's enough.
I was just about to mention, if anything, Marceline did a huge hero play to drop that spike. But at that point, the other players from Winthrop University SRG already fell back to try to play the pulse plant with the Hunter's Fury. At that moment, when you know that there's still one player anchored inside the site, you know the ping's coming out from the KO as Asuna had his null command for that retake, you could go for the Hunter's Fury and find that timing so that moves could even push forward from the Abyss ledge while the Hunter's Fury gets activated, not use it in the pulse plant, and then play it to perfection. And they're able to overtake the last two players playing on high-low for 100 Thieves, and that heavy investment that they had allows for them to get series points.
Dimensional drift. This is for all the marbles for Winthrop SR. Can Infiltrator deliver them the win? 100 Thieves want to get ahead before the setup is there. Marceline will clap back against the competition. And I thought that pistol was going to end moves. Still main character energy.
Yeah, but he's
now
6 foot, so just hits him in the chest.
Oh, that's true. Oh, and Donut stays put. Stays ahead of the game. 2 versus 2 for the win. Slandy, Cryo. A duo you wouldn't expect, but the IGL call the shots, moves to HP, and it ends just like that. And we'll do it again. Oh, God. We have Winthrop Shopify going to the grand final.
And low HP on, I think that was moves, right? On that 2 versus 2, and they both instantly get the kills against their opponents of 100 Thieves. This is definitely going to feel good for these 5 players who had, I mean, just as the other team that's making it to the grand finals in FlyQuest and Envy. Both of those teams had very slow starts, yet they're still making it to the grand finals in these America Spotlight Series. That's super cool to see how things have turned around. As for both of these teams, especially for Winthrop University and Shopify Rebellion, they had to figure out new roles throughout the day and just adapt on the fly. And they finally found the, looks like to be the winning recipe, is to have this person right here on that chamber. We're up there,
and
bro.
everyone, we're up there. What did I say? You got to turn that one round upside down into 13. And although there weren't coaches in the seats, put me in there because I had to winning strat there. Winthrop, Shopify. What a turnaround from yesterday, too, to be able to accept what happened and to return to Abyss and to rewrite that result is so funny.
Exactly. Both of them finishing 1 and 2 in their groups, with the university having a little bit worse than their compatriots of NV FlyQuest, because they started 0 and 2 before finally winning that last map of that of the day on Pearl, especially against NV FlyQuest themselves, when he actually started putting Dodonut on that chamber, not missing any shots at all. And on the other end of the spectrum, it went back and forth between NV FlyQuest in terms of their record. They were 1 and 1 before going into the third map, where they lost that one against Winthrop SRG, of course. But what changed on their camp that Poppy was mentioning before, it had to be a little bit evened out in terms of the compositions that they wanted to try to bring. You can overcook into your comps, so that if you want to give the responsibility onto Thea to IGL, then it makes it a lot easier. So I think both of these two teams, despite them finishing at the bottom of their groups, looks like they found equal footing and some great successes and on those changes moving into that second day today.
6 first bloods for Infiltrator, 23 kills. What a field day for him. And then you'll get Alexis, who gets to face off against what she calls Oomphy, a former teammate in Chazzy Kids from FlyQuest Envy. So cool to see all these well-known GC names clashing and having fun teammates from the VCT and the Challengers side. And that grand final tomorrow is going to be a best of 5. So you're really going to be digging deep in the strat book, which is probably going to be a little thinner with these puggier teams.
Exactly. And when you're looking on one side, I think WSR doesn't have a coach to work with, right? So it is going to be thin, but you're going to think on the fly, and you definitely have the firepower at least.
And we also have an interview. So let's go say hi to Sierra.
Thanks so much, you two. I'm here with Governor after a fantastic 2-0 win, not just to win the series, but to land yourself into the grand final. So how does that feel?
It feels good. It's a BO5, I'm pretty sure, for the finals. So, those are always fun. So I'm excited.
I'm really glad to hear. And we got to see a great pop-up performance from you guys today. I was really worried about that second map, because that was one where it was a little rough yesterday, but a lot of adjustments coming into it. Talk to me about that.
I think after yesterday, just playing the round robin stage for the season, we kind of just messed around with roles a lot. And at the end, I think we finally figured out we need Dodo on chamber and then Phil on the Yoru, because it's not that Gabe's a bad chamber or anything. It was just that Dodo, she just came off a really long flight from Korea, so she's been really jet lagged this whole event. She came straight from Korea. And so she's been really tired, so we just put her on chamber so she can lurk and kind of do her thing. And then Phil's been very vocal on the duels, so it just worked out perfectly for the vibes and the roles.
Yeah, take day one to kind of figure that out a little bit and really lock in when it counts, right? And I want to talk about this event for yourself as well, IGLing the team, and how that's been, especially too, since talking to Moobs, talking to Alexis, they've talked a lot about the fun and the vibes, right? And a little bit of the running it down. So how's it been calling for that with the strategy you guys are employing?
I think I overcomplicated it too much on the first day. So after yesterday, we okay, how do we fix this? And it was kind of just exec more on attack. No more we faked a lot the first day, but today we tried just grouping and hitting more, get on the bomb site. I think it showed a big difference. Our attack was much better today overall.
And now with this best of 5 tomorrow, how are you feeling? You're going up against FlyQuest Envy.
It's fun. We're friends with, everyone at this event is friends with each other, besides crew, because the regions and stuff. But as far as all the NA teams, we're all super close. We've been playing the game with each other for many years at this point, so I'm excited.
And last but not least, we've really gotten to see all the teams step up there this weekend. The fun is the buzzword of everything. So what's what's your favorite part of Spotlight Series been so far?
I just like traveling. I think this is my 5th country I've been in this year, so I think that's the coolest part about esports. So to end the year off like of December, to just be able to go to another country is really cool. I'm a food guy, so I've been eating a lot on the Riot budget and stuff. So free food is always good. But yeah.
We've been enjoying that too. I don't know if you saw it walking in, but we have our burritos over at the side that we've been enjoying.
It's good. It's really good in here. Like the I mean, I've been eating tacos every day, and like birria. Yeah, it's really good.
That is the best part. So it's about dinner time. So I'll let you go do that. But best of luck in the grand finals tomorrow. Hopefully you'll be able to get a good celebration dinner afterwards to enjoy a little bit more of that food. As for us, that is it for today, but we're going to have a fantastic grand finals coming up tomorrow. Winthrop University and Shopify, they got that 2-0 to find themselves there on the opposing end. A FlyQuest and Envy that, Ash, both teams, they're both looking so great.
Dude, I'm actually so excited to see these two teams go head-to-head in a best-of-5 series. Like, the opportunity to take it the distance, when Governor was just talking about it, they know each other so well. That's what we talked about when they face off against each other as our last match of yesterday as well in that best-of-1. And that was the one map that for Winthrop and SRG, they were able to actually take during that round robin stage, and both just seem so hungry to take the final win.
Anybody else noticing that the tier 2 teams are the ones that are in the grand final? I'm just putting it out there. That's all I have to say. And I feel like it had to be that way, right? Because Winthrop University and Envy, they were rivals and they were going against each other throughout the entire year of challengers. And Shopify Rebellion and FlyQuest is like #1 rivalry throughout the years and game changers as well. So I feel like it's just so poetic that that's going to be our best of 5 tomorrow.
Oh, I absolutely love this. And as well, there were two teams that we got to see a lot of great things out of on day 1, but like this step up and like Ash, the coordination here on day 2, if that's the level up we see overnight, then what do we expect for our grand finals? Like, it's going to be awesome.
It's going to be insane, especially with the fact that both of these teams, they decided to take the direction of playing a little bit more loose, right? A little bit more puggy, having that scrappy kind of energy. I think that's going to make our grand finals matchup so exciting. Like, we're going to get the moves on the Clove, swinging through all of these smokes, getting aggressive, and then, Poppin being on that ISO, killing it, and finding out that that's how he kept hitting rank 1 as well. It's like when it comes down to Envy and FlyQuest, you almost don't know which composition they're going to be pulling out because of the flexibility of that team.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's what makes this so exciting, because all the players have been talking about how fun it is, how they have all in different ways realized that they just have to run it down to have fun. So, and that is kind of what we're seeing. But for the grand finals, I feel like it's just going to be a completely different layer as well.
It's going to be such a fantastic grand finals, one that we unfortunately have to wait a little bit for. As at this point, I mean, Governor talking about all the great food here, I'm a little hungry. I think it's dinner time for us and to start wrapping this up. Thank you everyone so much for tuning in today, for supporting our teams. Make sure to come back here for the best of 5 grand finals for Spotlight Series. It's going to be absolutely fantastic and you won't want to miss it. Thanks again. We'll see you tomorrow.
You've noticed the position of all of the single players, so you don't have, like, you can start going to the road teams or whatnot, you know what I mean? So, very cool that that happens still now, going into the tier 2.
Well, we're about to go into the next map very soon, because, man, FlyQuest Envy have hit the jackpot. This is decimation. Was not it's just over, yeah. Some desyncs in that play style of how quick Envy FlyQuest were to leave their spike behind. And make the most out of their initiator util, what little they do have. Which I'm just glad Envy FlyQuest are playing initiator. Jazzykins.
Make it even more difficult for the side of Crew Line to be able to close out this round. So another smoke to try to fake towards heaven. He walked towards screens.
Papa knows.
Papa's already waiting, yeah. Grab orb, ult. Okay, that's good. It's over.
Stone cold and doesn't even need. flank. Masuna could be everything. Could be an easy one on Governor. Okay, my bad. I didn't know Governor had that dog in him for the first time. That is insane. Slandy still here. Moves. Gonna let Slandy get away with the ace. No, that. Pistol was gonna end moves. Still main character energy.
Yeah, but if
Now the
he's 6
time
foot,
on
so
their
just hits him in the chest.
Oh, and Donut stays put, stays ahead of the game. 2 versus 2 for the win. Slandy, Cryo, the duo you wouldn't expect with the IGL. Call the shots, moves to win.